Chapter 1352. Kai he thought about it for a moment and smiled bitterly. When the old woman was still alive, the four of them had carefully searched this place. Apart from the exit guarded by the puppet, there were no other exits. In other words, if they wanted to leave, they could only go through the round door. Unless they stayed here and waited for Fei Ji-tu and the others to rescue them, no one could say for sure. Whether or not Fei Ji-tu and the others could find this place was another matter. If they stayed here, they would only be waiting for death. Instead of waiting, it was better to take a risk. If they were lucky, they might be able to find a way to leave this place. Although the hope was not great, it was better than waiting forever. Thinking of this, Kai He's expression became firm, and he nodded to Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, I will go with you. Although this Kai is not very good at fighting, it is always better to have more people." Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said, "No need. I just want to test its ability. For the time being, I don't need Brother Kai to take action. Once I test it out, we will find a way to leave this place together." "That's good. But Brother Yang, you must be careful." "Kai," he nervously exhorted. Yang Kai nodded solemnly and approached the puppet with full vigilance. Kai, he and Du Si both stood in place and watched nervously. Half an hour later, Yang Kai ran back with a gloomy face. This round of probing had forced him to use all of his means. But with his strength far exceeding that of a cultivator in the same realm, he didn't make any major mistakes and didn't suffer too much of a loss at the hands of the puppet. He had only been grazed by the puppet's giant stick, and now half of his body was still numb. Kai, he and Du Si watched Yang Kai from beginning to end. When Yang Kai returned, the two's eyes could not help but become filled with awe. This was because Yang Kai's test just now was like an experiment with his own life. Many times, the two thought that Yang Kai would definitely die, but they did not expect that he would be able to find a way to survive every time. After watching for half an hour, the two of them were even more tired than Yang Kai, feeling as if time had passed like years, their palms and backs covered in sweat. However, from this, the two of them were able to see that Yang Kai was not an ordinary Saint King realm cultivator. The various methods he displayed were incredibly powerful and unpredictable. Even an origin returning realm master might not necessarily possess such ability. How could Kai He and Du Si dare to underestimate Yang Kai? After returning, Yang Kai did not say a word and simply took out a few healing pills before sitting cross-legged. After a full day, Yang Kai exhaled gently and opened his eyes, a brilliant light flashing across them. It seemed that he had recovered. Kai He and Du Si, who had been waiting nearby, saw this and quickly approached him, looking at him expectantly. Hearing this, Kai He and Du Si's eyes lit up as a look of joy appeared on both of their faces. Kai He even sat down cross-legged in front of Yang Kai and anxiously said, "How can we get rid of this puppet? Please advise us, Brother Yang. Si and I will cooperate fully." "Get rid of it?" Yang Kai showed a strange look before smiling. "It's impossible to get rid of it. You saw it when I tested it before. Although it's huge, it moves like the wind and is extremely fast. If it was just me alone, I might have a chance to get rid of it. But with the two of you, it's absolutely impossible." It wasn't that Yang Kai was looking down on them, but that he was simply speaking the truth. Even if Yang Kai used his full strength and used his wind and thunder wings to increase his speed, he would only have a small chance of breaking through the puppet's blockade. Previously, when he was experimenting with this puppet's ability, he had tried to bypass it many times to reach the round door, but every time he had been forced back by it. This puppet seemed to hold great hostility towards any living creature that tried to pass through the round door, killing them without mercy. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Du Si's pretty face changed, and she immediately shouted, "You can't just leave us behind!" She instinctively thought that Yang Kai wanted to leave by himself. Kai he forced a smile. Si, you think too much. Brother Yang won't do that." These words were not only meant to comfort Du Si, but also himself. At the same time, he quietly observed Yang Kai's reaction. He was also a little worried that Yang Kai would do this. Yang Kai did not make too many excuses. To be honest, if he could really break through the puppet's blockade before, he would have left by himself, but he had no intention of leaving them behind. If he could leave, he would have gone to find Fei Jitu and the others to rescue them. After all, it was better for him to escape alone than the three of them being trapped here without any hope of survival. Now, listening to Kai he's probing, Yang Kai had no intention of explaining and simply said, "If we want to leave now, we can only work together. If I deal with this puppet alone, I won't be able to protect myself." Kai he nodded repeatedly. "Brother Yang is right, but you just said that you can't get rid of it, so what should we do? It seems to be guarding the exit and won't go too far." Yang Kai had also probed this before. Once they were within 10 feet of the exit, the puppet would immediately move. But if they left that range, it would be as unresponsive as a dead object. Hearing Kai He's question, Yang Kai smiled mysteriously. "Naturally, we'll kill it." "Kill it?" Kai He was dumbfounded. Du Si also spoke bluntly. "Are you stupid?" Before she could finish speaking, she saw Yang Kai looking at her coldly, causing her heart to skip a beat. She swallowed the rest of her words back into her stomach and wore an embarrassed expression. But her expression clearly indicated that she felt Yang Kai's proposal was unreliable. "Since I said so, I naturally have some confidence in it." Yang Kai knew that if he didn't explain clearly, it would be impossible for these two to cooperate with him. The giant puppet's great power and the scene of it killing the old woman had already left a shadow in their hearts, so they simply didn't have the courage to fight against it. Let's talk about its shortcomings first. This puppet is guarding the round door, and regardless of what secrets are hidden behind it, it is actually worth it to stay close to it. However, this point can be exploited. Since you two are array masters, I don't need to tell you what to do, right? Yang Kai glanced at the two. Kai, he, and Du Si pondered for a moment before gently nodding. This huge weakness of the puppet would give them enough time to arrange a large spirit array. With the power of the spirit array and Yang Kai's help, they might really have a chance. Arranging a spirit array shouldn't be a problem, and we can also arrange a large spirit array that can limit the puppet's speed. Although this puppet is impervious to fire and water, its speed is the most troublesome aspect. If we can really slow it down, its advantage will be greatly reduced. Kai stroked his chin and said slowly, "You can arrange such a spirit array?" Yang Kai was overjoyed. It seemed that Kai he had the same idea as him. Puppets were different from living people. Although some spirit arrays were quite powerful, they had no effect on them. Yang Kai originally wanted Kai He and Du Si to arrange a spirit array that could limit the puppet's speed, but he hadn't expected that he would agree with Kai He on this point. "This isn't difficult. I have the Mirror Lake Mud Dragon Arrays Array Disc and Array Foundation, while CC should have the Painting Earth Prison Array, right?" Kai He looked at Du Si. Du Si gently nodded, not surprised that the other party knew about her. After all, the Kai family and Du family were both spirit array masters, so it was normal for them to compete and spy on each other. "How powerful are these two spirit arrays?" Yang Kai hurriedly asked. Kai he showed a proud look on his face. Their power is naturally not small. If we can push the full power of these spirit arrays, even a third-order origin returning realm master would be helpless against them. Quickly changing the subject, he said embarrassedly, "Unfortunately, CC and I aren't strong enough, so we can only display about half of their power." "Less than half?" Yang Kai frowned secretly. Kai he looked at Yang Kai and said in a low voice, "Rest assured, Brother Yang, I am very confident in these two spirit arrays. I can't guarantee anything else, but they can definitely reduce the puppet's speed by 10 to 20%. 10 to 20% is a bit too little, but that's all we can do." Yang Kai didn't care. "But Brother Yang, even if CC and I cooperate with the spirit arrays to reduce its speed, how are we supposed to destroy such a puppet?" And when you were probing it before, you weren't able to hurt it at all. Du Cc also hurriedly asked. This was a matter of great importance, so neither of them dared to act carelessly. Otherwise, if they failed to cooperate, all three of them would die here. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Although I didn't hurt it, at least I verified one thing. What is it? The reason this puppet can move on its own without anyone controlling it is because there is a soul clone inside it. A soul clone? Kai He and Du Cc called out in surprise. And you can say it's a soul clone. When Lian Guang was controlling the puppet, did you observe it? Yang Kai looked at the two of them and said with a serious expression, Lian Guang placed a wisp of his soul clone on these puppets in order to drive them for his own use. Although these puppets look much more advanced than Lian Guang's, the principle should be similar. After all, puppets are inanimate objects. If they want to move, they must have a similar existence to a soul clone. Since no one is controlling this puppet, there should be a soul clone sealed inside it, but I don't know what kind of creature soul clone is. Listening to Yang Kai's analysis, Kai He and Du Cc suddenly felt as if the clouds had cleared and the moon was shining brightly. Previously, the two of them were shocked by the might of the puppet, so they didn't consider this issue carefully. Now that they heard Yang Kai's explanation, they felt that it made a lot of sense. Brother Yang, you mean? I don't need to destroy this puppet. I just need to find the soul clone and kill it. Then the puppet will naturally stop moving. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. Kai He's eyes lit up and he clapped his hands. So that's how it is. In that case, this plan is feasible. Compared to destroying such an impregnable puppet, it was obviously much easier to destroy a single soul essence. Then do you know where the soul clone is? Du Cc interjected. Yang Kai's face darkened as he slowly shook his head. I'm not sure yet, but there are a few suspicious places. So I need to borrow the strength of the two of you to slow it down. This way, I'll have a chance to investigate these locations and find where the soul clone is hiding. Chapter 1353. When one fell into a crisis, what one feared the most was not the slightest hope of survival. Now that they heard Yang Kai's words, both Kai He and Du Cc were overjoyed, because if Yang Kai was right, with the strength of the three of them, it was not impossible to kill this puppet. The haze on the faces of the two immediately swept away as they exchanged a glance, both of them filled with enthusiasm. Without further ado, the three of them immediately took action. Because of Yang Kai's previous probing, everyone was well aware of the puppet's range of detection. Kai He and Du Cc stood a few dozen meters away from it, constantly taking out spirit array tools from their space rings and injecting their Saint Chi into them, spreading them out in all directions. As soon as these tools fell to the ground, they disappeared without a trace. Even with Yang Kai's divine sense, he was unable to detect them. The two of them skillfully arranged the spirit array while Yang Kai's eyes lingered on the head, chest, and lower abdomen of the giant puppet. These were the places where he felt the soul essence that was controlling the puppet was located. But because he was facing the puppet alone just now, he was unable to examine it carefully, so he was unable to determine which part it was. If he could determine which part it was, as long as he destroyed that part, he should be able to stop this puppet from moving. Yang Kai thought about it secretly, constantly pondering over his idea and feeling that there was nothing wrong with it. After a short while, Kai He and Du Cc both finished their preparations and exchanged a glance before pressing their palms together and shouting in unison, "Merge!" In the next moment, the Saint Chi in their bodies seemed to faintly resonate with some of the things around them. As their Saint Chi pulsed, the world energy in a radius of several dozen meters around the puppet trembled slightly before quickly returning to normal. Yang Kai looked around and didn't see any abnormalities. But that didn't mean he was surprised. Many spirit arrays, even if they were activated, couldn't be seen from the outside. Only by going inside would one be able to see what was going on. Brother Yang, CC and I are ready. You can start at any time. Kai He shouted. Yang Kai gently nodded and said with a serious expression, Then I'll have to trouble the two of you. Brother Yang is too polite. You'll be the main force in this battle, so be careful. CC and I can only preside over the spirit array and use its power to coordinate with your actions. Don't take this opportunity to run away. Du CC's expression changed a few times as she still felt somewhat uneasy about Yang Kai's character. If Yang Kai took advantage of their spirit array to restrain the speed of the puppets to escape, then she and Kai He's efforts would be in vain. Faced with her doubts, Yang was Yang. Kai didn't get angry. Yang Kai and the others were not familiar with each other, and right now the three of them had to work of their own as they were. Any disagreements or conflicts would lead to unimaginable consequences. Hearing her words, Yang calmly replied, "Don't worry, since I've joined hands with you, of course of—" After getting Yang Kai's promise, Du Cece smiled and said insincerely, "I'm just saying." Yang Kai didn't say anything more, and simply took a deep breath before glancing at the giant puppet that had been standing still for a long time. His expression suddenly became dignified and serious as his figure flickered and he rushed towards it. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had rushed into the spirit array arranged by Kai He and Du Cece. The scenery around him suddenly changed, and Yang Kai discovered that he was standing on top of a lake. The lake water under his feet was clear and sparkling, but there was an invisible suction force coming from the lake that seemed to be trying to restrain his movements. Not only that, but there was also another force pressing down on him from all directions, similarly restricting his freedom. The illusion of the lake under his feet was obviously the effect of the mirror lake mud dragon array that Kai had mentioned before, while the invisible pressure around him should be the painting earth prison array arranged by Du Cece. Sure enough, she has some skill. Neither of these spirit arrays deliberately targeted him, but as soon as he fell into them, he was suppressed. If they had used their spirit arrays to deal with him, the suppression he would have suffered would have been even greater. Thinking so, Yang Kai's mouth curled into a smile. For him, the stronger Kai He and Du Cece's spirit arrays were the better. The stronger they were, the more likely they would be able to restrain the puppet's movements. When he stepped into the spirit arrays, Kai He and Du Cece, the two array masters, changed their hand seals and poured their Saint Chi into the spirit arrays under their feet. The next moment, Yang Kai felt the pressure and restraint on him disappear, allowing him to regain his freedom. With two array masters presiding over the mirror lake mud dragon array and the painting earth prison array, Yang Kai would naturally not be affected. Yang Kai took another step forward and stepped onto the surface of the mirror lake, causing a circle of ripples to spread out from the soles of his feet. At the same time, the eyes of the giant puppet, which had not moved until now, suddenly flashed red and opened its mouth, spitting out a beam of red light that shot straight towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as his feet flickered and his figure disappeared. When he was testing the puppet's abilities before, he had seen it use this move many times, so it was naturally impossible for him to be hit so easily. Asterisk Kong, asterisk with a loud bang, the beam of red energy hit the mirror lake, but it only caused a larger ripple and did not affect the mirror lake mud dragon array at all, allowing Yang Kai to relax. Go! Yang Kai shouted, and the Firebird artifact spirit immediately appeared, transforming into a strange fiery red bird several dozen meters in length that rushed straight towards the giant puppet. The puppet immediately raised the giant pitch-black stick in its hand and smashed it towards the artifact spirit. Wherever the giant stick passed, it brought with it a whimpering wind. Its power was so great that it was like a landslide or a tsunami, causing everyone to pale. With a single sweep of the stick, the artifact spirit's body immediately collapsed. But since the artifact spirit was not a physical entity, this kind of attack had no effect on it at all. The scattered flames gathered together again, wriggling and transforming into the shape of the Firebird once more. The next moment, the artifact spirit opened its mouth and spat out a series of fireballs the size of wash basins, each of which smashed towards the giant puppet with astonishing momentum. With a violent bang, the giant puppet was actually forced back by these fireballs, its huge body leaning back slightly. After suffering such a blow, the giant puppet seemed to be enraged, and the red light in its eyes became even more intense as it stared at the Firebird, waving the giant stick in its hand as it fought with the Firebird. In an instant, countless stick shadows appeared, and red energy beams and scorching fireballs filled the sky. These two were both strange existences, but at this moment they were locked in a fierce battle. The artifact spirit was not afraid of the giant black stick, but it was somewhat wary of the red energy beams. Once the puppet released such an attack, the artifact spirit had no choice but to dodge and look for an opportunity to counterattack. Yang Kai was overjoyed. When he was experimenting before, the artifact spirit had also contributed greatly, so he hadn't expected this puppet to hold a grudge. At this moment, it actually ignored him and only focused on attacking the artifact spirit, which was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. Seizing an opportunity, Yang Kai flicked a golden thread from his hand and shot it straight towards the puppet's left eye. With a loud clang, although the invincible golden thread accurately hit the other party's left eye, it only flickered for a moment before the golden thread was bounced back. Yang Kai frowned slightly, but at that moment a low shout reached his ears. "Brother Yang, be careful!" As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai saw the puppet swing its giant stick and smash it down towards him. The murderous intent from the giant stick almost froze the surrounding space. Yang Kai's eyes shrank, but just as he was about to dodge, he suddenly discovered that the mirror lake beneath his feet was emitting a strange energy fluctuation. Immediately, the clear mirror lake seemed to be stirred up by something and suddenly became turbid. In the next moment, several streams of turbid lake water rolled up and transformed into the shape of a flood dragon, which then rushed towards the giant stick. At the same time, specks of light appeared all around him. These specks of light were like fireflies dancing in the air. At first, there were only a few of them, but in the blink of an eye they filled the sky. Like a swarm of locusts, these specks of light rushed towards the giant stick and stuck to it like maggots. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the speed at which the giant stick was swinging actually slowed down a lot. The mud dragons that rushed out of the mirror lake collided with the giant stick and were directly scattered, but this also weakened the strength of the giant stick. Seeing this, Yang Kai's face lit up with joy. The scene just now was obviously the result of the two spirit arrays in this place. Yang Kai's evaluation of the mirror lake mud dragon array and painting prison array in his heart rose again, making him even more confident in killing the puppet. As long as Kai He and Du Si Si sincerely cooperated with him, their chances of leaving this place would greatly increase. The giant stick was still swinging down, but with the two spirit arrays restraining it, Yang Kai had already calmly avoided it. With a single thought, the Firebird artifact spirit turned into a mass of flames, wrapping around the puppet and burning it vigorously. Yang Kai didn't expect the artifact spirit to be able to incinerate this puppet. He didn't know what kind of material this puppet was refined from, but it was impervious to fire, water, blades, and spears. Even if the artifact spirit had refined a trace of the sun's true fire's power, it wouldn't be enough to melt it. Yang Kai just wanted to rely on the artifact spirit's special form to find where the wisp of soul inside the puppet was hiding. The artifact spirit's body was burning, but the giant puppet was not affected in the slightest. Instead, without the artifact spirit to attract its attention, it immediately set its sights on Yang Kai and began walking towards Yang Kai. After taking just 2 steps, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in the mirror lake and sucked in one of its big feet, causing the puppet's body to tilt, obviously about to fall. Seeing this, how could Yang Kai miss this opportunity? Stretching out his hand, he pushed his Saint Chi and sent a heaven-covering hand towards the puppet's head. It had to be said that Kai He and Du Si Si's 2 sets of spirit arrays were of great help to Yang Kai. Before, when he was testing the puppet's abilities, he was constantly in danger, but now, With the cooperation of the three of them, he was able to deal with this puppet with ease, without much burden at all. Under such circumstances, Yang Kai only needed to avoid the attacks of the puppets while diverting some of his attention to the information transmitted by the artifact spirit. As long as he could find the hiding place of the soul essence, he could attack that location recklessly and destroy it. Chapter 1354. Restrained by the vortexes in the mirror lake, the puppet was unable to move freely, allowing Yang Kai's heaven-covering hand to accurately hit the puppet's body. With a loud bang, the puppet, which was already unstable, fell directly to the ground. Yang Kai hurriedly took 2 steps back and did not attack again. For him, the most important thing right now was to deal with the puppet. Before he could find the wisp of soul that was driving the puppet, any attack would be meaningless. Kai, he, and Du Cece obviously understood Yang Kai's intentions and took advantage of the situation to strengthen the power of their spirit arrays. Suddenly, more vortexes appeared in the mirror lake, and the light that filled the sky became denser. Restricted by the 2 spirit arrays, the puppet was unable to get up for a while, and its crimson eyes kept flashing. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he stared at the puppet's movements while silently sensing the movements of the artifact spirit. At the same time, he also separated his divine sense to constantly investigate the puppet's body. In his opinion, since there was a wisp of soul hidden in the puppet's body, there must be some abnormalities. This kind of abnormality could only be discovered by relying on his divine sense. Just as Yang Kai was investigating, another change occurred. The entire lake suddenly became turbulent as the puppet, seeing that it could not get up immediately, waved its giant black stick in anger and smashed around aimlessly. This kind of attack could not cause any harm to Yang Kai, but Kai's complexion changed drastically when he saw this. There was no other reason. Previously, in order to ensure the maximum power of the spirit formation, the area covered by the spirit formation set up by him was not large. If the puppet smashed around like this, it might destroy those hidden spirit formations set up. Once one of them was damaged, the entire spirit formation would collapse. Not only that, but the huge force of the puppet's ferocious attacks had also affected the formation slightly. If left alone, the formation would most likely collapse on its own in no time. In a moment of desperation, Kai could only slow down the suppression of the puppet to ensure the operation of the spirit arrays. Du Cece's situation was the same. As a last resort, they could only weaken the power of the painting earth prison array. They had never encountered such a thing before and could not help but feel depressed. The light that filled the sky like fireflies and the whirlpool in the mirror lake immediately decreased. Without some restraining force, the puppet no longer waved the giant stick randomly. It climbed up on its hands and feet. As soon as it stood up, it stared at Yang Kai and then at the mirror lake under its feet. It revealed a thoughtful expression. Soon after, it opened its mouth wide, and with a buzzing sound, it spat out wasp-like things. Those things were only the size of a fist, but there were hundreds of them. They gathered into a ball, and after circling in the air for a while, they immediately pounced on Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, revealing a surprised expression. This was the first time he knew that the puppet had such a strange ability. Previously, when he was testing it, the puppet did not release these wasps at all. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, Yang Kai's face sank because he discovered that these wasps were all small puppets, and each of them was exuding a strange aura. Naturally, Yang Kai could not allow these wasps to get close to him. Demonic flames surged in his hand as a black sword appeared, and he swung it, sending out a series of sword lights. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk an unexpected scene appeared. These wasps seemed to be extraordinarily powerful, but when the sword lights came into contact with them, they burst apart, as if they could not withstand a single blow. However, Yang Kai's brow furrowed even more, because these wasps did not explode because of his attack, but because of their own self-detonation. The self-destruction of each wasp created a shockwave of energy. Not only that, after the wasp exploded, a yellow mist appeared in the air. This mist connected together and quickly enveloped the entire space. Yang Kai accidentally inhaled a mouthful of this mist and instantly felt dizzy. Shocked, he quickly shouted, "It's poisonous! Hold your breaths!" As he spoke, a pitch-black, demonic flame sphere appeared in his hand, and he threw it at the yellow mist. Wherever the demonic flame passed, the yellow mist was swept away. Although the yellow mist was poisonous, it was unable to resist the burning of the demonic flame. Kai, He, and Du, Si finally felt relieved. When they heard Yang Kai's shout just now, both of them had been on edge, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Seeing the yellow mist being burned away, they were naturally overjoyed and immediately focused on driving the spirit array. Yang Kai, however, did not relax in the slightest. He sent out a series of sword lights, cutting down all the wasp-like puppets, and then used the demonic flame to burn away the yellow mist. Since this puppet had such a method, it was certain that it had other stronger methods. A long night was fraught with problems, so Yang Kai was secretly anxious. Over 100 wasp puppets were killed in a short while, and all of them were cleaned up. But at this moment, Yang Kai's complexion changed slightly, immediately revealing a look of pleasant surprise because he had received a message from the Firebird artifact spirit. It had found the hiding place of the soul essence that drove the puppets. Just as Yang Kai had expected, the soul essence was in the puppet's chest. Because all of the puppet's movements were driven by the soul essence, the artifact spirit had finally found some clues under its constant investigation. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness, and with a single thought, the artifact spirit, which had been wrapped around the puppet, transformed back into its firebird form and flew above the puppet's head, constantly spitting out fireballs to attack it and attract its attention. Yang Kai, on the other hand, stared at the puppet's chest, and while it was busy dealing with the artifact spirit, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he rushed towards the puppet, leapt high into the air, and smashed his fist towards its chest. With a bang, Yang Kai was bounced back by a huge force, but the puppet's chest remained unscathed, not even leaving a mark on it. This punch was just a test and did not have any effect, but Yang Kai was not surprised. Narrowing his eyes, he shouted, "You too, push the power of your spirit arrays to their maximum. Whether we succeed or fail will depend on this." Hearing this, Kai, He, and Du Si no longer hesitated and pushed their Saint Chi to their limits, fully activating the Mirror Lake Mud Dragon Array and Painting Earth Prison Array. In an instant, the light that filled the sky appeared again, and whirlpools of various sizes appeared on the surface of the Mirror Lake. Mud dragons rushed out of the Mirror Lake and flew to the side of the puppet, entangling its limbs and restricting its movements. Combined with the Firebird's attack, the puppet immediately fell into a disadvantage, but the giant black stick in its hand once again waved around aimlessly. But this time, Kai He and Du Si ignored it and still did not relax the power of their spirit arrays. Yang Kai saw the puppet's speed greatly reduce, and a look of joy appeared on his face as he swung the demonic flame sword in his hand forward, sending out a sword wave that struck the puppet's chest. Sparks flew, and the sword wave disappeared, but the puppet's chest remained unchanged. Kai He and Du Si both felt their hearts sink to the bottom of their chests as they witnessed this scene. Although the two of them could use the power of their spirit arrays to restrict the puppet's movements, if Yang Kai couldn't break the puppet's defenses, it would be a complete failure. The current situation did not allow them to consider too much, so they could only pin all their hopes on Yang Kai and secretly pray that he had more tricks up his sleeve. But to their disappointment, Yang Kai actually sent out another black sword wave towards the puppet's chest. In the next moment, both of them were surprised and bewildered because that attack had actually left a shallow mark on the puppet's body. Although this mark was very small, it was the first time the three of them had actually caused any real damage to the puppet. This naturally made Kai, He, and Du Si overjoyed, and when they looked towards Yang Kai again, they could not help showing looks of admiration. This puppet's body was extremely sturdy. Even if they did not personally test it, they could tell from the previous attacks of Yang Kai and the artifact spirit that even an origin returning realm master would not necessarily be able to cause any damage to it. But now Yang Kai had done just that. This meant that he had a chance to destroy the puppet's body and destroy the soul hidden inside. Feeling excited, they felt as if they had seen the light before dawn and were filled with great expectations towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at the small mark on the puppet's chest, and his face sank slightly. The attack just now was a space blade condensed from Space Force, and although it looked similar to a sword wave, it was actually quite different. The space blade could be said to be Yang Kai's trump card. It was capable of swallowing everything in its path and possessed unfathomable power, but it was still only able to cause this much damage to the puppet. If he wanted to completely break through its chest, he would need to send out at least 100 space blades at the same time. Could Kai, He, and Du Si restrain it for such a long time? It was not that Yang Kai did not have confidence in these two, but this puppet was simply too difficult to deal with. Its giant stick not only made it difficult for Yang Kai to get close to it, but it was also disrupting the two spirit arrays. As time passed, the spirit arrays would break and Yang Kai would not be able to accurately hit the same spot. But now there was no point in worrying about this, so Yang Kai's face became cold and he no longer had any scruples, sending out a series of space blades towards the mark on the puppet's chest. Silently, unlike the sword wave that hit the puppet's body, the space blades did not make any noise at all. As time passed, the wound on the puppet's chest gradually grew larger, but in contrast, Kai He and Du Si's faces were pale and their bodies were trembling slightly. In order to maintain the power of the spirit array, the two of them had exhausted all their strength and had even taken a lot of restorative pills, but their Saint Chi was still not enough to make up for their losses. What was even more anxious was that after the puppet's prolonged struggle and attacks, the stability of the two spirit arrays had been greatly affected and had become precarious. Whether it was the vortexes and turbid mud dragons produced by the Mirror Lake Mud Dragon Array or the firefly-like light emitted by the Painting Earth Prison Array, both were rapidly decreasing in number. As a result, the restrictions on the puppet were greatly reduced, and Yang Kai's attacks often failed to hit its target, causing him to feel annoyed. Compared to the anxiety and helplessness of the three people, the puppet was displaying its might. As it waved its giant stick, even the firebird could not get close to it. It could only circle around it and attack it with pure fire spiritual energy, attracting its attention. Chapter 1355. Inside the ancient ruins, in front of the round gate, Yang Kai was constantly releasing space blades towards the puppet's chest. Under the influence of the Mirror Lake Mud Dragon Array and the Painting Earth Prison Array, the puppet could only swing its giant stick around aimlessly while struggling to move. As such, even though Yang Kai was often unable to hit the same spot, under this constant consumption, a crack about 3 centimeters deep appeared on the puppet's chest. Even so, the puppet was not affected in the slightest. On the other hand, Yang Kai and the other two had consumed a lot of energy. Needless to say, Kai He and Du Si had almost exhausted their Saint Chi in order to maintain the spirit array. Yang Kai's space blades also placed a great burden on his body. Once or twice wasn't a problem, but after hundreds or thousands of times, his knowledge had almost dried up. If it weren't for the 7-colored soul-warming lotus nourishing his soul, this kind of overdraft would have caused him indelible damage. Once again taking out a pill to restore his soul and stuffing it into his mouth, Yang Kai's face turned as pale as paper, but his eyes remained fixed on the crack on the puppet's chest as he sent out another wave of space blades. Asterisk Kacha! Asterisk a slight sound came from the side. Kai He's exclamation soon followed. Brother Yang, we can't hold on any longer. His voice was filled with indescribable anxiety because the spirit array they had arranged was on the verge of collapse and could break at any time. Once the spirit array was broken, without the power of the spirit array to restrain the puppet's speed, the three of them would most likely fail this time. Although there was still a chance to make a comeback, with the puppet's abnormal speed, it was uncertain whether he and Du Cece would be able to escape. Moreover, after working so hard for so long, Yang Kai naturally didn't want to fail. As soon as his voice fell, another slight, cracking sound rang out, and immediately, the countless firefly-like lights that filled the world suddenly disappeared, as if they had never existed. On the other side, Du Cece's pretty face was filled with shock as she stared at the base of the spirit array in her hand. This spirit array given to her by her family's elders had shattered at this moment and could no longer be used. The painting ground prison formation that she laid down was broken before Kai's grand formation. Apart from feeling heartache, he was also extremely shocked. Without the assistance of the painting earth prison array, the vortexes and mud dragons produced by the mirror lake could not restrict the movements of the puppet at all. Seeing the puppet break free from the entanglement of the mud dragons and shatter the vortexes on the mirror lake before turning its red eyes towards Du Cece, who was still standing in place, Yang Kai steeled his heart and wiped his space ring, summoning a picturesque artifact out of thin air. As Yang Kai madly poured his saintchi into it, phantom mountain peaks began to appear one after another. 100 Mountains Portrait. The 100 Mountains picture was the only offensive artifact Yang Kai possessed, because in battle, Yang Kai preferred to rely on his own strength rather than relying on the power of an artifact. So he had never possessed an offensive artifact. This 100 Mountains picture was also a unique artifact that had allowed him to refine it into his body. When facing the puppet, Yang Kai did not summon the 100 Mountains picture, but now he had no choice but to do so. In an instant, the sky was filled with phantom mountain peaks of varying sizes. This time, Yang Kai almost disregarded the stability of the artifact itself and forcibly summoned 30 to 40 of them. This was the limit of what he could control. As soon as those mountain phantoms appeared, they rumbled and smashed towards the puppet. The puppet waved its giant stick, and all the nearby mountains were blocked by its great force. Not a single mountain was able to get close to its body. Yang Kai's eyes flashed fiercely as he sent out his divine sense, summoning the mountain phantoms that had been sent flying back again. This time, however, these mountain phantoms didn't smash down on the puppet, but instead circled around it, completely sealing it off. "Explode for me!" Yang Kai grit his teeth and shouted. As soon as these words fell, the large and small mountain phantoms suddenly released terrifying energy fluctuations, and a dazzling light blossomed, illuminating the entire world as if it were daytime. Kai, he, and Du Cece couldn't even look straight at it. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk and earth-shattering energy. Fluctuations swept out, and a gust of wind swept Kai, he, and Du Cece into the distance. Even the spirit array tools that were hidden in the surroundings were swept away by the shock waves. After the energy fluctuations subsided, a tattered, picturesque artifact fell from the sky. It was the 100 Mountains picture Yang Kai had summoned before. But at this moment, this 100 Mountains picture had lost all its spirit, and the mountain peaks that originally existed on it had all disappeared. Before it could even fall to the ground, it had suddenly turned into dust and disappeared from this world. An artifact had self-destructed. Not every artifact had this kind of power, but the 100 Mountains picture Yang Kai had obtained just so happened to possess it. Speaking of which, the 100 Mountains picture had really helped Yang Kai a lot since he obtained it, and its grade was not low, being an origin grade artifact. However, in order to limit the puppet's movements, Yang Kai could not be stingy with this artifact, so he had no choice but to self-destruct the 100 Mountains picture. Otherwise, Du Cece, who had been targeted by it, would not have been able to escape. When Yang Kai fixed his eyes on the 100 Mountains picture again, he could not help gawking before a look of joy appeared on his face. Because the puppet had been knocked to the ground again by the 100 Mountains picture's self-destruction, and this time it seemed to have suffered some damage as it lay on the ground motionless for a while. At the same time, a strange red light flashed from a crack on its chest. The power of an Origin-grade artifact's self-destruction was obviously extraordinary. His expression flashing, Yang Kai immediately rushed forward and arrived in front of the puppet in the blink of an eye. Leaping onto its chest, Yang Kai immediately shot out a series of space blades at the 3-meter deep crack on its chest. At such a close distance, and with the puppet not having the slightest resistance or evasion, Yang Kai was naturally able to hit his target. Each space blade accurately struck the same spot, causing the crack to grow deeper and wider at a rate visible to the naked eye. A hint of joy flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he felt that, as long as he was given a little more time, he would definitely be able to penetrate the puppet's chest. Yang Kai did not relax his vigilance and monitoring of the puppet either, continuing to condense space blades while simultaneously probing the puppet's movements. After 20 breaths of time, the puppet's eyes suddenly flashed and a crimson light shot out from them, like the eyes of a ferocious beast, causing Yang Kai to shudder. Yang Kai instinctively felt a sense of danger, and his hair stood on end. Noticing a gust of wind behind his head, he quickly rolled to the side, condensed another space blade, and slashed it towards the crack. At the same time, he threw out a punch. Yang Kai's fist and the space blade hit the crack almost at the same time. Kacha! The sound of something shattering rang out, and Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he sent a command to the Firebird artifact spirit with his divine sense. The Firebird let out a crisp cry and swooped down towards the crack. At the same time, the puppet's giant hand, which almost covered the entire sky, shot towards Yang Kai. Looking at the terrifying palm, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, not showing the slightest intention of dodging. It was not that he did not want to dodge, but that he simply could not muster the strength to do so. His head felt like it was about to split open. Using the space blade so many times had placed an unimaginable burden on his spiritual energy. Now, as far as he could barely see the world in front of him. However, there was no need to dodge. The next moment, the Firebird artifact spirit rushed through the crack Yang Kai had painstakingly opened and rushed into the puppet's body, bursting out with scorching heat and burning the puppet from the inside. The red light appeared and spread all over the puppet's body like tiny snakes slithering around. But soon, the red light disappeared and the puppet's huge hand stopped in midair. A crisp bird cry rang out as the Firebird artifact spirit rushed out of the puppet's body, hovered above Yang Kai's head for a moment, and then drilled into his body. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, and a look of exhaustion appeared on his face as he directly lay down on the ground. On the other side, Kai-He and Du-Si-Si, who had been sent flying by the explosion of the 100 Mountains picture, had not suffered too much damage. Struggling to get up, they saw the scene of the puppet's movements being frozen and couldn't help glancing at each other, wondering what was going on over there. After releasing their divine senses to investigate, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Although they did not know what had happened to Yang Kai, he was still alive, which meant that the puppet could not move. Otherwise, how could Yang Kai be safe and sound? Although they were excited, both of them still felt some lingering fear. Although they knew that a puppet capable of instantly killing an Origin-returning Realm Master was definitely not easy to deal with, both of them had underestimated its sturdiness. Fortunately, Yang Kai's attack was effective, and with the cooperation of the two of them, they were able to slowly grind away at the puppet's body and finally win. After this battle, neither Kai-He nor Du-Si-Si had the energy to speak anymore. Kai-He just called out to Yang Kai, and after confirming that he was fine, the three of them began adjusting their breathing. Half a day later, Yang Kai was the first to stand up. It was not that he had not consumed enough energy, but that he was an alchemist and had countless restorative medicines in his space ring. His golden blood also had a powerful restorative ability, so naturally he was able to restore himself faster than the two array masters. Glancing over at the two of them and seeing that they were still meditating, Yang Kai did not show any intention of greeting them and instead jumped onto the giant puppet, rubbing his chin and inspecting it. Such a puppet was obviously not an ordinary thing. Even the Lien family couldn't create such a tyrannical puppet. In a one-on-one fight, even a master like Fei Ji-tu wouldn't be its opponent. This time, the three Saint King Realm Masters were able to defeat it mainly because of the two spirit arrays. Without these two spirit arrays, Yang Kai would not have been able to protect himself, let alone destroy it. From top to bottom, except for its chest, there were no other wounds on the puppet's body. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai released his divine sense and wrapped the puppet in an attempt to put it into his space ring. But after trying, the puppet remained motionless, surprising Yang Kai. It was not that his divine sense was not strong enough, but rather that the puppet itself was too heavy for his space ring to store. Chapter 1356. Not everything could be stored in a space ring. Sometimes, things that were too large or too heavy could not be stored in a space ring. This was also the case for some special treasures, such as the sun's true essence that Yang Kai and Yang Yen obtained in the corpse cave. It could not be stored in a space ring because the heat it emitted had far exceeded the limit of what a space ring could withstand. Once it was stored, it would inevitably destroy the space ring. It was for this reason that Yang Yen had gone to great lengths to refine this ring. Strictly speaking, the puppet in front of him was not very large, but it still could not be stored in a space ring. The only explanation was that its weight was far beyond what Yang Kai had imagined. Thinking so, a trace of surprise flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. Just as he was contemplating this, Kai He and Du Si also walked over from a short distance away. Now that the battle was over, it was time to collect the spoils. Everyone could see that this puppet was extraordinary, so the two array masters naturally did not want to let Yang Kai take all the benefits. So they hurriedly finished adjusting their breathing and joined Yang Kai. Brother Yang, this puppet is probably a work from ancient times and is of extraordinary value, Kai He chuckled and said meaningfully. And if we can crack the method to activate it, it will definitely be of great help to us. Du Si's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement. Yang Kai stroked his chin and looked at the two of them, not revealing their thoughts, instead smiling lightly and asking, "Are you two interested in it?" Kai He gave a hollow laugh, but Du Si didn't mince her words and simply said, "Of course, who would want to miss such a good thing? Even if we can't figure out a way to crack it, we might be able to learn some ancient puppet refining techniques through this puppet. I wouldn't dare say for others, but I think Lien Guang will be very interested in it." What she said was the truth. Such a puppet, regardless of its value, its research value alone was immeasurable. If the Lien family, which was famous for refining puppets, heard about it, they would definitely not miss it. Yes. Yang Kai gently nodded. Although Du Si had a bit of a young lady's temper, after the three of them joined forces, his impression of her had improved. After pondering for a moment, he said, "All three of us contributed greatly in this battle, but there is only one puppet. How should we split it?" Kai He and Du Si glanced at each other, unable to come up with any good ideas. Seeing the difficult looks on the two's faces, Yang Kai chuckled and said, "How about this? I don't want the puppet. I just want the giant black stick. The two of you can discuss among yourselves who gets the puppet. Of course, there's also the space ring left behind by that senior." After the old woman was crushed to death, her space ring fell at the puppet's feet. Yang Kai had never had a chance to collect it, but now it just so happened that the puppet and the giant stick made up 3 space rings for the 3 of them to divide. No one knew what was inside her space ring, but that bottle of life revitalizing jade cream could not be faked. You only want that stick. Du Si glanced at the giant black stick on the puppet's body, a trace of reluctance flashing across her beautiful eyes. To be honest, she could see that the value of the giant stick was definitely not below that of the puppet itself, so giving it to Yang Kai like this made her somewhat hesitant. But thinking about the old woman's space ring, she couldn't help feeling a little tempted. Kai He, on the other hand, agreed, Good. Brother Yang was also one of the main forces in this battle and even managed to survive several close calls. This Kai has no objection to such a distribution. Since he had said so, what else could Du Cece do? Yang Kai nodded and walked over to the giant black stick. After thinking for a moment, he reached out, placed his hand on it, and released his divine sense to examine it carefully. A moment later, Yang Kai's expression changed, and he poured his Saint Chi into the giant black stick. An incredible scene appeared. As Yang Kai poured his Saint Chi into it, the giant stick, which was several dozen meters long and as thick as a water barrel, shrank at an extremely fast speed, becoming as tall as a person in the blink of an eye. Kai He and Du Cece, who were discussing the distribution of the puppet and space ring, were dumbfounded by this scene. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. When he first saw this puppet, he didn't notice this giant stick at all, but after it crushed the old woman to death, the puppet suddenly took it out. At that time, Yang Kai had wondered whether this giant stick could change its size at will, but now that he tried it out, he found that his guess was correct. Reaching out to grab the black stick, Yang Kai's expression froze for a moment before a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. Yang Kai found that he couldn't hold this stick properly. Making this choice had been the right choice, as this stick was likely refined from some kind of extraordinary material. The puppet had been destroyed, so it was impossible to repair it with the methods of Shadowed Star, so it was useless. At most, he could exchange it for some saint crystals and treasures from the Lien family. As for the life-revitalizing jade cream in the old woman's space ring, it was just a diluted product, so there was no need for it. Yang Kai was quite confident that somewhere inside this rockery there was a purer life-revitalizing jade cream. Although he was overjoyed in his heart, Yang Kai maintained a calm expression on his face as he poured his Saint Chi into the stick before releasing his divine sense to wrap it up and store it in the ring Yang Yen had refined. This ring could even store the sun's true essence and the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal, so storing this extraordinarily heavy stick was naturally a piece of cake. After Yang Kai finished his work, Kai He and Du Cece also finished their discussion. Kai He walked over to where the puppet originally stood and picked up the old woman's space ring, while Du Cece took out a bracelet-like artifact. Her pretty face filled with joy as she tossed this bracelet into the air. The bracelet immediately expanded in size and enveloped the puppet like a ring before releasing a number of willow-like energy threads from it. These energy threads attached themselves to the puppet and soon wrapped around it like a dumpling. Du Cece then shouted, "Collect!" Countless threads instantly retracted, and the huge puppet was pulled into the bracelet bit by bit, disappearing in less than 10 breaths of time. The bracelet once again returned to its bracelet form and automatically flew back to Du Cece's wrist. Everyone was happy as the three of them each gained something. Yang Kai didn't intend to monopolize everything. This time, Kai He and Du Cece had indeed helped him greatly in destroying the puppet's ability to move. Yang Kai certainly wouldn't burn the bridge after crossing the river. It was just that among the three of them, which one was more important, only the heavens knew. In any case, after Kai He checked the old woman's space ring, his brow filled with joy, obviously very satisfied with his harvest. "Brother Yang, what should we do next?" It seemed that because of the previous battle, Kai He couldn't help but follow Yang Kai's lead. Hearing this, Du Cece also turned her head and looked over. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before smiling. Waiting here isn't a solution. There is only one exit, so we have no other choice. It's just that we don't know where this exit leads or what dangers lie ahead. Judging from how tightly guarded this puppet is, there may be something good inside. Kai He and Du Cece's eyes lit up. Yang Kai quickly changed the topic and quickly said, "But where there are good things, there will definitely be dangers. The two of you should be mentally prepared." Naturally, according to Brother Yang's meaning, should we continue to explore? And no matter what, we must find a way to leave this ancient ruin. Regarding this, The two array masters naturally had no objections. The three of them rested for a while before Yang Kai led the way towards the round gate. After passing through the gate, Yang Kai discovered that there was a straight corridor in front of him. After using his divine sense to investigate and determine that there was nothing strange, Yang Kai cautiously walked forward. The corridor was not long, only about 1,000 meters in length. Soon, the three of them passed through it and stepped into another palace. As soon as they entered this palace, Yang Kai's eyes shrank as he looked towards the center of the palace, a look of surprise appearing on his face as he called out involuntarily, "Elder Qian!" Kai, He, and Du Cece, who had just arrived, heard Yang Kai call out to them and couldn't help looking overjoyed. They hurriedly looked over, but when they saw the situation there, they couldn't help smiling bitterly as they secretly felt a headache coming on. Over there, Qian Tong was sitting cross-legged, also looking over with a bitter smile on his face. Beside him was a middle-aged man with a second-order Saint King cultivation. His face was pale, and it seemed that his mind had been injured. This person should be the artifact refiner who followed Qian Tong into this place, Yang Kai judged in his heart. After all, Fei Ji too had said that Qian Tong did not come here alone, but had instead brought a Saint-grade artifact refiner with him in the hopes that this Saint-grade artifact refiner would be able to advance to the origin grade through this exploration and replace Grandmaster Galin, who had passed away in Shadow Moon Hall. Next to the two of them was a stone tablet that was densely engraved with countless tiny characters. Even from such a distance, Yang Kai could clearly see that these small characters were all ancient characters that he did not recognize. However, this stone tablet exuded an indescribable charm, as if one sat in front of it and comprehended it, they would gain a great deal of benefits. In addition, around the two of them were more than a dozen puppets. Some of these puppets were humanoid, while others were monster beast, each of them exuding a thick, murderous aura. These puppets were all glaring at Qian Tong and the Saint-grade artifact refiner, but none of them showed any intention of attacking, simply surrounding the two of them in the middle. When Yang Kai sensed this situation, he complained in his heart. Even if these dozen puppets were not as good as the one they had encountered before, they were not much worse. With so many of them, it was no wonder Qian Tong could only sit there and not dare to act rashly. If he moved, he would immediately be torn to pieces by these puppets. "Why are you here?" Although Qian Tong's voice was a little weak, it was not a big deal. Looking at Yang Kai and the others who had suddenly set foot here, he asked in surprise, "Elder Qian, these puppets?" Yang Kai did not answer immediately, and instead stared at the dozen puppets, vigilantly. "It's fine, they are guarding this place. As long as you don't move forward, you will be fine. As for this old master, and with this stone tablet as a deterrent, they won't dare to approach. So I won't die for the time being." Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression relaxed. After pondering for a moment, he explained how Fei Ji too had invited him and the others to come and save Qian Tong. Chapter 1357. Hearing that Yang Kai and the others had been called by Fei Ji too to help rescue him, Qian Tong showed a grateful expression and expressed his thanks. The three Saint King Realm Juniors naturally didn't dare, but after hearing that the group had been separated after passing through the black and white space array gate and the old woman had died tragically under the giant puppet's hand, Qian Tong's expression became gloomy and he faintly blamed himself. A short time later, Yang Kai explained the ins and outs of the matter clearly, causing Qian Tong to frown and ask, "So, you don't know where old Fei and the others are now?" Yang Kai and the others slowly shook their heads. Qian Tong smiled bitterly. "This time, this old master has implicated you. Now that there is no way out of this place, even if you go back the way you came, I'm afraid you won't be able to find your way back." "Then what should we do?" Du Cece asked anxiously. "There are only two ways now." Qian Tong sighed. "What is it?" "Do you see that space array over there?" Qian Tong pointed his finger in the direction he was pointing, and Yang Kai and the others quickly discovered that at the end of this palace, there was actually a complete space array. It should lead to the outside. If you are confident you can escape from these puppets, you can give it a try, but this old master doesn't recommend it. The other puppets are easy to deal with, but this wolf puppet is extremely fast. Even this old master is not confident he can beat it in speed. Yang Kai and the others had just fought a puppet before, so how could they be in the mood to deal with this kind of thing at this moment? Even if the puppets here were not as good as the previous one, the sheer number of them was enough to make even Yang Kai's scalp tingle. What's more, although the space array over there was intact, it would still take some time to activate it. This delay was more than enough time for these puppets to attack. In such a situation, who would dare act rashly? Other than that, all we can do is wait for old Fei and the others to come over so we can work together. Qian Tong noticed the helplessness and despair on Kai He and Du Cici's faces and couldn't help comforting them. Don't worry, if there is no other way, this old master will take action and delay these evil beasts to buy you some time to escape. Absolutely not. Kai, he turned pale with fright and hurriedly said, Elder Qian, you can't do this. Now that Shadow Moon Hall is in constant internal strife, we still need you to preside over the overall situation. If you fall here because of us, then the three of us will be sinners for eternity. We can't bear such responsibility. Du Cici also nodded vigorously. Qian Tong chuckled and said in a carefree manner, There's no other way. Don't worry. This old man won't do this unless it's absolutely necessary. I also want to live for a few more years. Hearing this, Kai he felt relieved. With no way out, the three Saint King Realm Masters had no choice but to sit down and meditate, occasionally chatting with Qian Tong to pass the time. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai learned that the stone tablet was actually engraved with exquisite artifact refining techniques. Although no one could understand these ancient characters, if an artifact refiner were to comprehend them, it would be of great help to their own artifact refining techniques. The middle-aged man had now comprehended some of these principles and was close to refining an origin-grade artifact himself. Once he succeeded, he would become a new generation origin-grade artifact refining Grandmaster in Shadow Moon Hall. With the assistance of this person, coupled with Qian Tong's methods and prestige, it would be easy for Shadow Moon Hall to settle the internal strife and restore peace again. Time flew by, but such a long wait made everyone anxious. They didn't know what had happened to Fei Ji Tu and the others, but for the next half a month they had disappeared without a trace. After half a month of recuperation, Yang Kai and the other Saint King's internal injuries from the battle with the puppets were all healed. On this day, while Yang Kai was meditating, he suddenly noticed a strange energy fluctuation coming from his surroundings. Immediately opening his eyes, he began probing his surroundings in surprise. At the same time, Qian Tong also noticed it and released his divine sense. However, Kai He Du Cici and the others didn't respond. But in the next moment, they showed a look of horror because the palace they were in was shaking violently and dust and debris were falling from the sky, as if the entire ancient ruin had become unstable. This is... Qian Tong's eyes bulged, as if he had discovered something. Yang Kai also showed a look of surprise. He didn't know what Qian Tong had discovered, but he noticed that a terrifying space force was fluctuating in this ancient ruin. He cultivated this space force, so he was naturally very clear about this strange fluctuation. Rumble. Violent sounds came from all directions, as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. The middle-aged man next to Kai He Du Cici and Qian Tong glanced around in panic. The dozens of puppets who had been surrounding Qian Tong also moved at this moment. The eyes of each puppet flashed with a red light, and they slowly retreated in fear. The change came very quickly, and before Yang Kai could investigate anything, an unimaginable repulsive force came from the surrounding space, wrapping everyone's body, making it difficult for them to breathe. Yang Kai was not surprised, but happy because he had encountered this feeling once before. The current situation was exactly the same as what Lu Yen felt a few years ago when the desert was closed. Could it be? Yang Kai's mind was spinning. Right at that moment, the world energy in the air suddenly gathered towards a single spot. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the world energy condensed into a ball. Immediately after, rays of light shot out from the ball of world energy. These rays of light instantly arrived above everyone's heads. After a series of distortions, they actually formed a huge palm. Yang Kai raised his brow and his face filled with ecstasy, because this palm formed from world energy looked so familiar. It was the same one he had seen in Lu Yan's desert, the jade palm of a woman. It was just that this jade palm had been enlarged countless times. At that time, this jade palm wanted to throw Yang Kai out of Lu Yan's desert, but it was stopped by a Star Emperor token he had obtained by chance, allowing Yang Kai to stay in Lu Yan's desert for half a year after it closed. With his previous experience, Yang Kai was naturally unperturbed. The jade palm came down, grabbed Yang Kai, and squeezed hard. Throughout the entire process, Yang Kai did not make any resistance. Seeing Kai He and Du Ci's faces turn ashen and their Saint Chi surging, seemingly wanting to resist, he quickly reminded them, "Don't panic, we can go out now." As soon as his voice fell, the jade palm burst apart and Yang Kai felt a strong rejection from the surrounding space force. His vision blurred and his figure disappeared. After receiving Yang Kai's reminder, Kai He and Du Ci were both stunned. In that instant, the two jade palms also grabbed them, and after the jade palms burst apart, the two disappeared. This scene also happened to Qian Tong and the middle-aged artifact refiner, as well as to Fei Ji and the others who were in a certain part of the ancient ruins. In the blink of an eye, there was not a single living person left in the entire ancient ruins. Somewhere about 10,000 kilometers away from fallen Emperor Mountain, a figure strangely emerged and after shaking for a while, stood firm. It was naturally Yang Kai who had been expelled from the ancient ruins by the world principles. Almost at the same time as he appeared, figures appeared one after another around him. Everyone looked around, and after seeing each other's faces, Kai He shouted with joy, "Senior Fei, Senior Ning." Fei Ji raised his brow and showed a joyful look. "You also came out?" "And I don't know what happened, but we suddenly left the ancient ruins and arrived here." "Oh, where's Senior Wen?" Kai He suddenly discovered that the cultivator surnamed Wen had disappeared. Fei Ji and Ning Xiangchen's faces both darkened as they sighed deeply. Seeing this scene, the others immediately understood that the cultivator surnamed Wen had probably died in the ancient ruins. "My old friend." Ning Xiangchen also couldn't find any trace of the old woman and looked surprised. Kai He smiled bitterly. That senior also fell. Ning Xiangchen heard this and was stunned for a moment before smiling bitterly. "It's fate, it's fate." In this trip to the ancient ruins, 2 of the 4 origin returning realm masters had died, but the 4 Saint Kings had all safely escaped, including Lian Guang. However, after following Fei Ji and the others for so long, he had suffered great calamities again and again, so his expression was a bit sluggish. "Old Ghost Qian, you're quite lucky you actually survived." Fei Ji looked at Qian Tong and coldly snorted. Qian Tong didn't answer, but anyone could see the self-blame in his eyes. Seeing this, Fei Ji no longer tried to provoke him. However, this time's escape was inexplicable. Yang Kai and the others had been staying in the palace without taking any action, so naturally it wasn't because of them. Thinking about it this way, it was obvious that Fei Ji and the others had triggered some kind of barrier, causing the entire ancient ruins to produce a repulsive force. Moreover, although Yang Kai was the only one present who had entered Lu Yen Sandfield, everyone had naturally heard about the situation inside Lu Yen Sandfield, including the jade hand condensed from world energy that appeared when the ancient ruins closed. The scene just now was exactly the same as when Lu Yen Sandfield closed. Was there some kind of connection between the two? Not only did Yang Kai frown, but the other Origin returning realm masters also had similar thoughts. Perhaps only Kai He do see, and the others didn't understand the situation. Just as Qian Tong opened his mouth and was about to ask something, a rumbling sound suddenly rang out from the distance. In an instant, everyone lost their footing and their complexions changed drastically as they turned towards the source of the sound in horror. "Is that Fallen Emperor Mountain?" Du Cece called out. The source of the sound was indeed Fallen Emperor Mountain. Even from 10,000 kilometers away, everyone could vaguely see the outline of Fallen Emperor Mountain. At this moment, the rumbling sound was coming from inside Fallen Emperor Mountain, as if some kind of great change had occurred there. Being able to cause such a sound, it was easy to imagine how violent the situation was. Just a moment ago, everyone had come out of the ancient ruins. So, could this sudden change be related to what had just happened? Chapter 1358. While everyone was still in shock, a violent and terrifying change occurred at Fallen Emperor Mountain 10,000 kilometers away. All the world energy within 100,000 kilometers began to madly gather towards this place. The cultivators who stayed inside Fallen Emperor Mountain to cultivate were all shocked and quickly used their movement skills to escape. But it was obviously too late to escape now. Just as these people began to move, an unimaginable emperor pressure descended from the sky. This emperor pressure was so strong that it was no worse than the one at the center of Fallen Emperor Mountain. This emperor pressure was everywhere, and everyone felt as if there was a pair of indifferent eyes staring down at them. Under the gaze of this pair of eyes, they felt as small as ants, and their movements stiffened, not even having the strength to move a finger. Fortunately, this emperor pressure came and went quickly. When the cultivators discovered that they had regained their freedom and wanted to move again, they were shocked to find that the surrounding world energy had condensed into a mass of world energy that was visible to the naked eye and colorful. At this moment, the entire Fallen Emperor Mountain seemed to be filled with countless bubbles. Each of those bubbles contained energy, fluctuations that made one's heart palpitate. Violent rumbling sounds came from under their feet as the ground cracked open one after another like a spider's fangs. It was terrifying to the extreme. Many of the warriors who were caught off guard fell into these fissures and were mercilessly strangled by the strange forces. They didn't even have the chance to resist. In just a dozen breaths, the cultivators cultivating inside Fallen Emperor Mountain had been killed or injured, their cries echoing everywhere. Only those cultivators whose strength was not too high and who had stayed on the outskirts were lucky enough to escape this calamity. 10,000 kilometers away, Fei Ji Tu, Qian Tong, and the others were also pale. Although they were so far away that they could not see clearly, they could clearly feel the changes coming from Fallen Emperor Mountain. Exchanging a glance with each other, they could see the confusion and panic in each other's eyes. Before Qian Tong could ask what Fei Ji Tu and the others had done to cause such a change to occur in Fallen Emperor Mountain, the abnormalities suddenly subsided and the continuous rumbling sound disappeared without a trace. However, the heavens and earth were filled with an extremely dangerous aura, especially the calm before the storm. It was enough to make people panic. Spiritual chi was still silently gathering in that direction, and its speed was even faster and more terrifying than before. A moment later, a dazzling light burst out from somewhere inside Fallen Emperor Mountain, like a thunderbolt in the clear sky, causing everyone to feel dizzy and unable to look directly at it. A heaven-destroying, earth-shattering feeling descended from the sky, causing everyone's face to go pale. When the light dissipated, and everyone looked back, they could not help but be stunned. Above Fallen Emperor Mountain, a palace-like building had appeared at some unknown time. This palace-like building was simple in design and exuded a wild aura. Outside the palace-like structure, golden and silver runes flashed and flowed like fish. At this moment, this palace-like structure was slowly flying up into the sky. It did not seem to be moving very quickly, but from this palace-like structure, An unfathomable emperor pressure slowly spread out and enveloped almost all of Shadowed Star. This is... Ning Xiangqin stared at the palace-like structure in a daze, suddenly seeming to think of something, his expression changing greatly as a complex mix of surprise, excitement, and uneasiness filled his face. The Emperor Garden. Fei Zhitu and Qian Tong exclaimed at the same time. When the several Saint King Realm Juniors heard them call this strange palace, their eyes couldn't help lighting up as they showed looks of disbelief. The same was true for Yang Kai. He had known for a long time that there were 3 restricted zones on Shadowed Star. The first was the Lu Yen sand field he had visited before. There was no need to mention the various dangers inside. Last time, over 10,000 elites from various great sects had entered, but less than half of them had come out alive. Almost half of them had died inside, and this was under the premise that the power of the Lu Yen Sandfield Flame area had weakened. If the Lu Yen Sandfield had opened in the past, the probability of death would have been even higher. The second restricted zone was the Emperor Garden that Fei Zhitu and the others had called out. It was rumored that this was the private home of the great emperors of Starfield. This name alone was enough to scare people away. As for the third restricted zone, it was Serene Soul Island on Shadowed Star's limitless ocean. The first restricted zone had always existed on Shadowed Star and would open once every few hundred years. Every great force on Shadowed Star was quite familiar with it, and every time it opened, it would bring them countless benefits. As for the second restricted zone, the Emperor Garden, no one had ever entered it. It would occasionally appear for a brief moment before disappearing without a trace. The cultivator on Shadowed Star had only heard of the existence of the Emperor Garden, and over the course of tens of thousands of years, some people had seen the Emperor Garden for a fleeting moment. But no ancient records had ever recorded anyone actually setting foot inside it. As for the third restricted zone, Serene Soul Island, no one had ever found it. It was rumored that those who had seen Serene Soul Island had all died, making it even more mysterious than the Emperor Garden. At this moment, Fei Zhitu and Qian Tong actually called out the words Emperor Garden. So how could Yang Kai not be surprised? Calming his mind, he respectfully asked, 2 seniors, is this the legendary private home of the great emperors of Starfield? Fei Zhitu's eyes narrowed into slits as they occasionally flashed. Gently nodding, it should be. Although this city lord has never seen it before, it is exactly the same as the ancient records in the palace. But what? The several Saint King Realm Juniors turned to look at him. It's just slightly different, Qian Tong frowned. What's the difference? Qian Tong pondered for a moment before slowly saying, It doesn't matter if I tell you, since the Emperor Garden has appeared at this time. Even if this old master doesn't say anything, this news will definitely spread quickly. You should also have heard some rumors about the Emperor Garden. It has always been a flash in the pan, quickly disappearing without a trace. More than 1,000 years ago, a senior of my Shadow Moon Hall was fortunate enough to witness the appearance of the Emperor Garden, which is why there are records of it in the palace. The last time the Emperor Garden appeared, it didn't cause such a commotion, appearing silently and then disappearing without alerting too many people. But now, I'm afraid half of Shadowed Star will be able to see it. Qian Tong said with a wry smile, Not only that the Emperor Gardens that have appeared before have always been illusory, like a mirage, visible to the naked eye, but incorporeal. But this time, Fei Zhitu said, his brow furrowed in worry, as if he was worried about something. There was no need for him to remind them, as everyone could clearly see that the Emperor Garden that had appeared this time was real, not a mirage. If they could fly to the Emperor Garden, perhaps they would have a chance to enter it. Could the ancient ruins we just entered be the Emperor Garden? Yang Kai's brow flashed as he speculated. Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu did not answer, but from the looks on their faces, it was clear they were thinking the same thing. After all, just as everyone was expelled from Fallen Emperor Mountain, the Emperor Garden slowly rose from that direction, so there was definitely some kind of connection between the two. If the ancient ruins they entered before were really the Emperor Garden, It would explain why there were so many extinct ancient treasures inside. The Emperor Garden's reputation was so resounding that it would be strange if there were not some good things inside. Thinking about how they had once entered the Emperor Garden and walked out alive, Kaihi Dusisi and the others could not help trembling with excitement. Now that the Emperor Garden had appeared, they might have a chance to enter it again. As these people spoke, the Emperor Garden continued to slowly rise into the sky. But strangely, no matter how high it flew or how far it flew, everyone standing in place could still clearly see it, and it didn't seem to be shrinking in size at all. It was quite strange, but as it rose higher and higher, the emperor pressure that enveloped the area was indeed weakening. When the Emperor Garden appears, the star territory is in chaos. I wonder if the ancient records are true or false. Fei Ji2 muttered to himself blankly. In any case, old Fei, you and this Qian should go and investigate first. If the Emperor Garden is really appearing this time, it may not be a good thing for us. Qian Tong said worriedly. Good. Even if you didn't say anything, this city lord was also thinking the same thing, Fei Ji2 nodded. The two Third Order Origin returning realm masters reached an agreement. So Qian Tong immediately urged his juniors to return to Heavenly Fate City as soon as possible and not rush to join in on the fun. He then spoke a few words to Ning Xiangqin and asked him to take care of them along the way before he and Fei Ji2 turned into streaks of light and flew off in the direction of the Emperor Garden. After they left, Ning Xiangqin stood in place with a gloomy expression on his face for a while before sighing, "Let's go back." He also wanted to go to the Emperor Garden to take a look, but after perceiving the emperor pressure emanating from it, he had no choice but to give up. After all, his strength was still too low. Perhaps before he could even approach the Emperor Garden, he would be crushed to dust by the emperor pressure. Immediately, Ning Xiangqin led the 4 Saint Kings and the middle-aged artifact refiner back towards Heavenly Fate City. Along the way, Yang Kai looked towards the Emperor Garden suspiciously. The more he looked, the more confused his expression became. He had seen a flying palace before, which was one of Meng Wuya's artifacts, the Heavenly Palace. If that was the case, then this Emperor Garden might also be an artifact, but it was of a much higher grade than Meng Wuya's Heavenly Palace. The owner of this artifact was undoubtedly one of the great emperors of Starfield, as the emperor pressure it exuded could not be faked. However, what confused Yang Kai was not this, but rather the feeling that this Emperor Garden seemed to be missing something. It was just a feeling, and as for what it was, he could not say. Yang Kai kept this thought to himself and did not try to inquire about it. After all, this matter was related to the Emperor Garden. So even if he asked someone to inquire about it, they would not be able to learn much. On the way back, Kaihi and Du Cixi asked Ning Xiangqin some questions and learned that after they separated, they had fought several battles with a number of puppets. The cultivator surnamed one had died tragically at the hands of an astonishingly powerful puppet. Chapter 1359. Hearing this, Du Cixi glanced at Kai he gratefully. At that time, if it weren't for Kai's quick reflexes and pulling her back, she would have definitely passed through the white space array gate with Ning Xiangqin and the others. With her cultivation, going there would have been a disaster. One shouldn't underestimate Lian Guang's ability to return safely. After all, he was proficient in controlling puppets and could summon them to protect him in times of crisis. Du Cixi, on the other hand, did not have such ability. Although they also encountered a puppet at the black space array gate, overall it was more daunting than dangerous, and they only had to deal with a single battle. After a few battles, Fei Ji2 and the others entered an extremely cold secret room. Inside this secret room, they found an ice crystal jade coffin. Inside this jade coffin, they could vaguely see a person lying inside, but before they could figure out who was lying inside, they accidentally triggered some kind of barrier. What happened next was clear to Yang Kai and the others. The world principles of the Emperor Garden had acted and expelled everyone, teleporting them to a place 10,000 kilometers away from fallen Emperor Mountain. Now it seemed that the jade coffin was the source of this anomaly. Fei Ji too and the others had triggered a barrier near the jade coffin, causing them to be expelled, and then the Emperor Garden appeared. As for who was inside the jade coffin, Ning Xiangchen could not say, only that it should be a woman. Hearing this, Yang Kai raised his brow and fell into deep thought. He had been expelled by the world principals twice, and both times he had seen a jade hand, one that obviously belonged to a woman. Inside the ice crystal jade coffin in the Emperor Garden, there was also a woman without any vitality, but whether there was a connection or not, Yang Kai had no idea. Moreover, what kind of relationship there was between the flowing flame sand field and the Emperor Garden. Yang Kai was even more confused. Unable to figure it out, Yang Kai shook his head secretly. On top of that, many things about Shadowed Star were strange. There were no origin kings here, and even the highest grade of alchemist and artifact refiner was only origin grade low rank. It was as if there was some kind of mysterious force suppressing these people who had reached a bottleneck and were unable to break through. Yang Kai faintly felt that this star was not simple. After a few days of traveling safely, the group returned to Heavenly Fate City. Kai He, Du Si, and Lian Guang all said their goodbyes while Ning Xiangchen had a few words with Yang Kai before leaving. Knowing what Ning Xiangchen was thinking, and since Ning Xiangchen had taken good care of him along the way, Yang Kai certainly wouldn't be stingy. He immediately told Ning Xiangchen to visit Dragon Cave Mountain when he had time, and that if he needed to repair an artifact, Ning Xiangchen could simply ask. Receiving this promise, Ning Xiangchen was overjoyed and thanked Yang Kai profusely before hurriedly leaving to make preparations. After all, in order to repair an artifact, he needed to collect some materials, and he couldn't ask Yang Kai to provide all of them. Standing outside Heavenly Fate City, Yang Kai raised his head and stared at the sky. At this moment, the Emperor Garden seemed to have stabilized and was now suspended somewhere above Shadowed Star. Its size still did not seem to have changed, but the emperor pressure it exuded had disappeared without a trace, obviously because it was too far away from the ground. Yang Kai did not know how Fei Ji Tu and Qian Tong's investigation was going, but he estimated that for a long time to come, all the great forces on Shadowed Star would be stirring up a storm. After all, the appearance of the Emperor Garden was a matter of great importance, so no great force would not be tempted. When the time came, everyone would want to get a share of the pie, so there would definitely be some friction and contradictions. After observing the Emperor Garden for a while, Yang Kai's expression suddenly sank and became extremely ugly. He had not paid much attention to it before, but now that he was observing the Emperor Garden again, he discovered that it was actually hovering above Heavenly Fate City. In other words, it was hovering above Dragon Cave Mountain. This, Yang Kai almost couldn't help cursing out loud. With the Emperor Garden here, although Dragon Cave Mountain would be close to it, it would definitely cause some unnecessary trouble. Masters from all the great forces on Shadowed Star were bound to come here to investigate. They would not dare to provoke Shadow Moon Hall, but Dragon Cave Mountain was different. Even with Qian Tong's protection, it would not be safe. With a gloomy expression, Yang Kai stood in place and thought for a while before stomping his foot and flying back towards Dragon Cave Mountain. Worrying about such things now was meaningless, as he did not have the means to expel the Emperor Garden. What he needed to consider now was strengthening the defenses of Dragon Cave Mountain, lest it be targeted by crooks and honest people. While silently cursing the great emperors of Starfield, Yang Kai quickly rushed back. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived in front of Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array, took out the token Yang Yan had given him, and poured his Saint Chi into it. In the next moment, a stream of light shot out from the token and into the mountain defending array. Suddenly, a straight passage appeared in front of him. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent as he put away the token and stepped inside. After he entered, the passage disappeared again, and Dragon Cave Mountain was once again shrouded in fog. From the outside, it was impossible to see what was actually happening. As soon as Yang Kai entered, several figures flew up to him. After seeing that it was Yang Kai, These people showed happy looks and cupped their fists. Yang Kai did not remember the names of these people, only that they were originally disciples of the Haiku family who had left the family to join Dragon Cave Mountain with Wu Yi. When they first arrived, the strength of these people was uneven and their cultivations were quite low. However, with the help of Dragon Cave Mountain's amazing financial resources, everyone's cultivation had improved tremendously. Now, the leader of this group had reached the Saint King realm while the rest were all third-order saints. This kind of cultivation was naturally nothing in the outside world, but it was not something a small force like the Haiku family could cultivate in such a short time. "Sect Master, you've returned," the Saint King leader shouted in surprise, but there was also a trace of anxiety on his face. Yang Kai frowned and asked in amazement, "What Sect Master?" The leader grinned meaningfully and said, "Young lady said to call you Sect Master when we see you in the future. She said that since you're going to establish a sect in the future, it doesn't matter if we call you that now." Yang Kai was speechless. He really did have the idea of establishing a sect, but not to develop his own force, but to pave the way for his family and friends on Tongxian realm. Once he had the opportunity to bring them to Starfield's territory, they would definitely need a place to settle down. With the number of people he had gathered, it was already enough to form a sect. Yang Kai had never mentioned any of this before, but Wu Yi had been observant enough to notice. Yang Kai didn't have any intention of delving into this matter, simply looking at the leader and asking, "What happened while I was away? Why do you look so worried? Did the Xia family do something again?" Before he left, the Xia family had been targeting Dragon Cave Mountain, so Yang Kai thought that after he left, Dragon Cave Mountain had suffered some kind of loss and immediately became angry. Hearing this question, the leader of the cultivator quickly said, No, a trivial Xia family can't pose a threat to our Dragon Cave Mountain. After you left, they tried to probe us a few times, but no matter how many people they sent, they all died without a burial. After a few times, they learned their lesson and no longer dared to break into our spirit array. Then why do you look like this? It's... The cultivator stared at Yang Kai hesitantly, as if he found it difficult to speak. "If you have something to say, then say it, no need to hesitate." Yang Kai's face sank. "It's young Lady Yang inflammation." The cultivator grit his teeth and shouted, "Yang inflammation?" Yang Kai's face changed. "What happened to Yang inflammation?" "I don't know. I just heard young lady say that young Lady Yang inflammation suddenly fell into a coma a few days ago. I don't know what happened, but young lady and Lady Qianyu are trying to find a way." "Oh." The leader of the cultivators was just answering Yang Kai's question when Yang Kai suddenly disappeared. Even with his first-order Saint King cultivation, he didn't notice how Yang Kai had disappeared, causing his heart to tremble as a look of admiration and envy appeared on his face. Hearing that something had happened to Yang inflammation, Yang Kai didn't have the time to listen to this man's ramblings. Since coming to Shadowed Star, the number of friends he had made could be counted on one hand, and those he could confide in were even fewer. Yang inflammation was one of them, and her weight in Yang Kai's heart was definitely the highest. Without her, Dragon Cave Mountain wouldn't have reached its current scale, and without her, Yang Kai wouldn't have so many artifacts. Dragon Cave Mountain's current development was largely due to Yang inflammation. Yang Kai was also able to cultivate in peace without any worries thanks to Yang inflammation. Thinking back, this mysterious woman was still refining saint-grade artifacts in Heavenly Fate City's artifact refining hall to earn saint crystals. If it weren't for Yang Kai accidentally bringing her back, the two of them would have missed the opportunity to meet. As time passed, Yang Kai became more and more aware of the importance of Yang inflammation. So now that he heard that something had happened to her, he naturally became anxious. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai quickly found where Yang inflammation was located. It was none other than the loft where she lived. At this moment, Qianyu and Wu Yi were also here. One of them was holding a bowl of unknown medicine and delivering it to Yang Inflammation's mouth, while the other was sitting cross-legged on the bed, constantly pouring her Saint Chi into Yang Inflammation's body, trying to wake her up. The two women's faces were filled with worry and anxiety. While they were at a loss, a figure suddenly appeared, causing Wu Yi and Qian Yu's expressions to change. Just as they were about to attack, however, they saw that it was actually Yang Kai, causing them to immediately look towards him with joy. Yang Kai didn't have time to exchange pleasantries with these two. Glancing over at Yang Inflammation, he found that she was pale and unconscious. Even in her sleep, it was as if she was experiencing some kind of nightmare, the expression on her pretty face filled with panic. The Saint Chi in her body was also fluctuating restlessly, as if she was on the verge of suffering from cultivation deviation, causing many to worry. Yang Kai quickly came over to the bed, picked up her hand, put his finger on her wrist, and began carefully examining it with his divine sense. A moment later, his brow furrowed and he let go of Yang Inflammation's wrist before asking, "What happened? When did this happen?" Wu Yi and Qian Yu glanced at each other before the former replied, "Just 4 days ago, she was fine. I was helping her refine something when her complexion suddenly changed. She muttered something under her breath and fainted on the ground. I don't know what happened, but after I brought her back, she has been unconscious ever since. Even after taking a lot of the healing pills you left behind to restore her soul, she still hasn't recovered." Chapter 1360. For days ago? Yang Kai raised his brow. For days ago, wasn't there a great change in fallen Emperor Mountain and the Emperor Garden appearing? Why had Yang Yin suddenly fainted at that time? What was the relationship between the two? After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai shook his head, feeling that his thoughts were a bit too inexplicable. Fallen Emperor Mountain and the Emperor Garden were both related to the great emperors of Starfield, so they had nothing to do with Yang Inflammation. So how could they be related? Yang Kai, what happened to her? Wu Yi asked worriedly, her pretty face filled with concern. I don't know. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at her. Have Foreign Elder Chong and Foreign Elder How come to investigate? But the two foreign elders are also helpless about this. Should we send her to Medicine Pill Sect and let the people there take a look? Wu Yi bit her thin lip lightly and proposed. Although Medicine Pill Sect was famous on Shadowed Star for its alchemy skills, their understanding of medicine was also extraordinary. If they sent Yang Inflammation to them, perhaps they would be able to find some clues. Wu Yi had this idea before, but Yang Kai hadn't returned yet, so she couldn't make a decision. There's no need. Yang Kai shook his head, not to mention the delay. Even if we send her there, we may not be able to invite an elder to act. Then what should we do? Wu Yi was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Throughout Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai was always in retreat, often going out for adventures. She was the one who got along best with Yang Inflammation, so now that she saw Yang Inflammation suffer such a disaster and was helpless to do anything about it, she was naturally anxious. Don't worry, I'll try to find the cause. Yang Kai comforted her and explained casually, I just checked her knowledge C and found that there's nothing wrong with her body, but since she's unconscious, something must have happened to her knowledge C. As long as I can break into her knowledge C and take a look, I'll be able to find the cause. Then be careful, don't hurt her. I understand. You can leave now. Yang Kai waved his hand. Wu Yi and Qian Yu glanced at each other before walking out with worried expressions. In the blink of an eye, only Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation were left in the room. Glancing at Yang Inflammation, who was lying on the bed with a pale face, Yang Kai sighed slightly. He reached out and helped her up, sitting cross-legged facing him. Then he slowly pointed a finger and touched her smooth forehead. Immediately, Yang Kai closed his eyes, and his spiritual energy burst out, pouring into Yang Yin. At this moment, Yang Inflammation was in a comatose state, so her knowledge C was automatically sealed off. If he wanted to break into her knowledge C, he would have to break through her knowledge, C's defenses. Doing so might cause some damage to yang inflammation, but Yang Kai was confident in his own methods, so he wasn't worried about this. After all, under the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus for so many years, Yang Kai's soul cultivation had far surpassed his cultivation realm. In the next moment, Yang Kai's soul avatar broke free and directly arrived in front of a barrier. This barrier was Yang Inflammation's knowledge, C's defenses. At a glance, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected that Yang Inflammation's defenses would be so strong even in a coma. It was like the thick walls of an impregnable city, blocking in front of him and preventing him from taking a single step forward. Not only that, but the runes on the wall also flowed, making it look extremely difficult to deal with. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He found that he had underestimated Yang Inflammation's ability. Since meeting this woman, Yang Kai had never been able to guess her true cultivation and had never taken the initiative to ask. Previously, Yang Kai thought that she carried some kind of special artifact on her that prevented others from prying, but now it seemed that her cultivation realm was much higher than he had expected. Sure enough, she was an enigmatic woman. Yang Kai was not surprised and instead rejoiced. Looking at the thick barrier, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile, and in the next moment his divine sense burst out, forming a powerful soul attack that struck the barrier. The runes on the wall flickered, and Yang Kai's attack was like a stone sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Seeing this, Yang Kai's expression became solemn, and he couldn't help increasing the intensity of his attacks, bombarding the barrier. Throughout the process, Yang Kai was extremely careful. Not only did he have to ensure that his attacks were effective, but he also had to control his strength so that after breaking the barrier, Yang Inflammation would not be harmed. The difficulty of the process was not worth mentioning to outsiders. The runes on the wall constantly flickered, and strange runes flew out from the wall to meet Yang Kai's divine sense attacks and offset them. However, Yang Inflammation was in a comatose state after all, so even though this autonomously formed knowledge, C defense, was not weak, it could not withstand Yang Kai's continuous attacks. After an hour, Yang Kai finally tore a hole in the wall-like barrier. Seeing this, Yang Kai smiled happily and was about to rush into Yang Inflammation's knowledge, C, when suddenly 3 rays of light flew out from the hole. One was purple, one was white and flawless, and the last was as blue as the sky. Yang Kai's eyes shrank as he instinctively perceived a great danger approaching. It seemed that if he did not withdraw his soul avatar, he would encounter a disaster in the next moment, so he hurriedly retreated. Fixing his eyes again, Yang Kai could not help feeling a little dumbfounded. The 3 rays of light turned out to be 3 artifacts of different shapes. The purple one was a dagger-like artifact that twisted and transformed into the shape of a fanged snake, constantly flicking its forked tongue at Yang Kai, giving it a ferocious appearance. The pure white item was a circle that seemed to be made of white jade. It was sometimes big and sometimes small, and there was a frightening restrictive force coming from it. The last one was a blue light, which was emitted by a seal-like artifact. This blue light swept over Yang Kai's soul avatar, giving him the illusion that he was a snowflake exposed to the scorching sun, as if he was about to melt. His spiritual energy was rapidly being melted away. Yang Kai's face paled. Although he had long known that Yang Yen was an artifact refiner and was extremely wealthy, he had not expected her knowledge, C, to also contain 3 powerful soul-type artifacts. Moreover, judging from the function of these 3 artifacts, they were obviously self-defensive. This was troublesome. Yang Kai's face became ugly. Although he had already torn apart Yang Yan's knowledge, C defense, if he did not block the attack of these 3 soul-type artifacts, he would not be able to directly enter Yang Yan's knowledge, C, to see what was going on. Judging from the power of these 3 soul-type artifacts, it was not going to be easy to block them. If he really had to fight with these 3 artifacts, either he or Yang Yan would be injured. No matter what the result was, Yang Kai did not want to see it happen. His face sank as his soul avatar stopped in front of Yang Yan's knowledge, see defense, not daring to act rashly. During this short delay, the hole in Yang Yan's knowledge, see defense that had just been torn began to repair itself, and it would not take long for it to fully recover. At that time, all of Yang Kai's previous efforts would be in vain. Seeing the hole closing at an extremely fast speed, and the 3 soul-type artifacts glaring at him from the side, as if they would attack Yang Kai if he dared to move forward, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up, and he suddenly thought of a way. A burst of spiritual energy burst out, mixed with Yang Kai's call, and quietly rushed into Yang Yan's knowledge, see through the hole. Immediately, Yang Kai watched nervously. However, to his disappointment, Yang Yan's knowledge, see defense, was still repairing itself, and in the blink of an eye, it was completely restored. Yang Yan did not seem to hear the call at all. Just as Yang Kai let out a long sigh and was about to give up on this operation, a crack suddenly appeared in the knowledge, see's defensive wall, and the 3 artifacts flew back through it with a swish. Yang Kai stood in place and watched for a while, but was surprised to find that the crack did not seem to be closing again. Immediately overjoyed, his figure flickered, and he rushed into Yang Yan's knowledge, see through the crack. Yang Yan had really heard his call. That was why he had voluntarily opened his knowledge, see defense, and let Yang Kai in. Just now, Yang Kai had just given it a try and hadn't expected it to really succeed. It seemed that Yang Yan wasn't completely unconscious at the moment. It was just that her soul was immersed in her knowledge, see, and had no reaction to the outside world. After entering Yang Yan's knowledge, see, Yang Kai stood midair and looked around, a trace of surprise appearing on his face, because he found that the situation in Yang Yan's knowledge, see, was very similar to his own. The tumbling seawater below was also like a flame, extremely hot, and even the sky was red. Standing here, it was as if he was in a land of fire. Conflagrated knowledge, see. Last time, Yang Kai brought back 9 Lu Yen flying fires from the Lu Yen desert and gave a few to Yang Yan. Lu Yen flying fires were good things that could mutate a cultivator's knowledge, see. At that time, after Yang Kai gave her some, he did not ask whether she had succeeded or not. Now, it seemed that Yang Yan had succeeded. Not only that, her conflagrated knowledge, see, was not far from his own. Even if its power was slightly lacking, it was only a matter of time. After all, Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge, see, was born much earlier than Yang Yan's. In the tumbling, flame-like knowledge, see, there were bubbles floating peacefully above it. These bubbles contained some inexplicable things. These things were Yang Yan's life experiences, memories, and things she had learned. Yang Kai naturally would not be bored enough to pry into Yang Yan's memories, but many of these bubbles exuded a special charm that surprised him greatly. His own sea of consciousness didn't have such an unfathomable charm. Shaking his head, Yang Kai suppressed this suspicion in his heart and looked up at a certain place in the sky. Immediately his expression changed, and he quickly approached that place. Somewhere above his knowledge sea, a figure was curled up into a ball, arms wrapped around her knees, long hair reaching her hips, and wrapped in a layer of inexplicable, transparent energy. Yang Yan's soul avatar. At this moment, she was like a baby in her mother's belly, looking a little fragile. Her eyes were closed, and her eyelashes were trembling. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai inexplicably felt a trace of pity, causing him to frown. Although Yang Yan's soul avatar was completely naked at this moment, and every part of her body was exposed to Yang Kai's eyes, he could not produce any evil thoughts. There was only one thought in his mind: to get her out of here and wake her up. Chapter 1361. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's arrival, Yang Yan slowly opened her beautiful eyes and glanced at him through the transparent energy barrier. As their 4 eyes met, Yang Kai's face filled with surprise, because at this moment he was shocked to discover that the look in Yang Yan's eyes was somewhat unfamiliar, causing him to involuntarily feel a sense of inferiority, as if he was nothing more than an ant in front of her. But when he looked at her carefully, Yang Yen returned to normal, as if everything just now was just an illusion. After Yang Yen glanced at him, she closed her beautiful eyes again, as if she was distracted. Yang Kai tried to call out to her several times, but got no response. At this moment, the knowledge see below began to tumble, and an orange bubble suddenly emerged from it. The bubble slowly rose and arrived in front of Yang Yen before bursting. As the bubble burst, a kind of energy that Yang Kai could barely detect poured into Yang Yen's soul avatar. The next moment, Yang Yan's expression became extremely painful, as if she was experiencing some kind of ordeal. Her brow furrowed as her tender body trembled and her arms hugged her body tighter. Yang Kai's heart clenched as his expression became gloomy. He didn't understand what was happening to Yang Yen, but at this moment he finally understood that the reason why Yang Yen was like this was completely related to the bubbles in her knowledge sea. Weren't these bubbles wrapped in Yang Yan's life experiences and memories? How could they make her feel so uncomfortable? Suddenly, Yang Kai remembered something. Yang Yen had once told him about her knowledge of artifact, refining, and spirit arrays. There was no one to teach her, so she had inexplicably comprehended everything on her own. Moreover, as she studied spirit arrays and artifact refining, her understanding of them would become more and more profound. Could it be that what was sealed in these bubbles was the knowledge that Yang Yen hadn't mastered yet? But where did these things come from? Why were they stored in her knowledge sea? Why did she have to comprehend them at this critical moment? Yang Kai couldn't understand. Yang Inflammation's current situation was like a person receiving too much unknown information. He couldn't digest it immediately. He could only accept it passively and seal his soul avatar in his knowledge, see to protect himself. Although these were just Yang Kai's guesses, they were not far from the truth. If that was the case, Yang Kai couldn't help, unless he took away the knowledge sealed in those bubbles, to share some of the burden with Yang Inflammation. However, this was Yang Inflammation's wealth after all. Without her permission, Yang Kai could not do this. He was really going to do that. That would be seizing by force. Although the Yang Inflammation was a little painful now, as long as she could endure this period of time, her gains would be unimaginable. After understanding this, Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Now that he had found the root of the problem, and it was not what Yang Kai had imagined, he was naturally no longer worried. However, he was not in a hurry to go out for the time being. He could stay here to protect Yang Inflammation, in case something unexpected happened and he couldn't rescue her in time. After making up his mind, Yang Kai whispered a few words to Yang Inflammation, telling her his plan. Immediately his figure flashed and he hid in the distance, sitting cross-legged in midair, staring at Yang Inflammation's movements. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but it seemed that because he stayed here, Yang Inflammation was encouraged. In the following time, the bubbles in her knowledge emerged one after another, constantly rising to Yang Inflammation's side and bursting, pouring all kinds of sealed information into her body. Although Yang Inflammation's expression was still painful, her reaction was much better than before. As time passed and the bubbles decreased, Yang Inflammation's expression gradually calmed down. In the blink of an eye, about half a month had passed. During this period, Yang Kai did not leave, not even closing his eyes, paying attention to Yang Inflammation's movements all the time. Finally, the last bubble in her knowledge rose and burst, and the sealed information was quickly absorbed by Yang Inflammation. At this time, the layer of energy membrane outside Yang Inflammation's body also burst, and Yang Inflammation, with her eyes closed, slowly straightened her delicate body, one hand around her chest, the other between her beautiful legs. Her body slightly leaned back, and her long hair fluttered in the wind, exaggeratedly spreading out. The whole knowledge at this moment suddenly returned to calm. Yang Kai stared at this beautiful scene, making him feel that Yang Inflammation was like a goddess, awe-inspiring and inviolable. For a long time, Yang Inflammation's head and face had been wrapped in a black robe, and even if Yang Kai wanted to see her true appearance, it was not easy, but he had not expected this woman to be so charming. If she dressed better, it was likely countless men would go crazy for her. Just as Yang Kai was staring at her, Yang Inflammation's soul avatar suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. Not only that, but there was also an aura that caused Yang Kai to pale. This aura caused him to tremble uncontrollably. Emperor pressure. Yang Kai's eyes widened in an instant. He had felt this aura in fallen Emperor Mountain before, so it was naturally impossible for him to be mistaken. This emperor pressure appeared strangely and disappeared quickly. When the light dissipated and Yang Kai looked around again, Yang Inflammation's soul avatar had transformed into a black robe that covered her head and face. Her beautiful eyes glanced towards Yang Kai, a look of embarrassment appearing on her face. Seeing this, Yang Kai frowned slightly, stood up, and quickly flew over to her. When he arrived, he looked her up and down a few times, a strange look appearing on his face. Yang Inflammation was still the same Yang Inflammation, and it seemed that she had not changed much, but everything he saw just now made Yang Kai suspicious. "Are you all right?" Yang Kai was silent for a long time before asking. "And I'm fine." Yang Inflammation brushed her hair behind her ear and smiled at Yang Kai. This smile was full of confidence. This was a smile Yang Kai had never seen before. In the past, Yang Inflammation was as timid as a mouse, only showing this kind of confidence when it came to artifact refining or arranging spirit arrays. "I've made you worry this time," Yang Inflammation whispered gratefully. "It's good that you're fine. Wu Yi and Qian, you were both very worried about you. But since you're fine now, you can leave. You go out first. I want to stay here for a while. There are some things I need to sort out." Yang Inflammation bit her red lips lightly. Yang Kai looked at her and nodded. "Very well. Once you've sorted out everything, come out." After saying so, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared from Yang Inflammation's knowledge sea. After seeing Yang Kai, a complicated look suddenly appeared on Yang Yan's face. It was impossible to tell what she was thinking as her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. After a while, she sighed softly, sat down cross-legged, closed her eyes, and began feeling the endless information in her mind. Inside the loft, Yang Kai opened his eyes and glanced at Yang Inflammation sitting cross-legged in front of him. He found that her complexion had indeed become much rosier and her breathing had become much more stable. Immediately, he understood that she was indeed fine, but her soul avatar was still immersed in her knowledge sea and was unwilling to wake up for the time being. No matter what happened to her or what she obtained, Yang Kai was too lazy to ask. For him, Yang Inflammation was Yang Inflammation. So long as she was willing to tell him, he would certainly not hide anything. Carefully placing her on the bed and tucking in the bedding, Yang Kai walked out. Outside the door, Wu Yi and Qian Yu were still waiting anxiously. Yang Kai had been away for half a month now, during which there had been no news at all, so they were naturally anxious. Neither of them dared to disturb him at will, so their anxiety was palpable. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the two women were overjoyed, and after seeing Yang Kai, Wu Yi hurriedly asked, "How is she?" "She's fine. Don't worry. She'll probably wake up in a few days." Hearing Yang Kai say this, Wu Yi and Qian Yu couldn't help looking happy, patting their chests as they breathed a sigh of relief. Let's not talk about Yang Inflammation for now. Has Dragon Cave Mountain been affected in any way by the appearance of the Emperor Garden? You also know about the Emperor Garden. Wu Yi showed a hint of surprise. After all, the Emperor Garden had only appeared recently, and during this time, Yang Kai had been accompanying Yang Inflammation, so it was reasonable for him to learn about it so quickly. The reason Wu Yi knew about the Emperor Garden was because news had come from Shadow Moon Hall. But soon Wu Yi sorted out her thoughts and replied, "There are more unfamiliar faces appearing nearby, and the number of cultivators in Heavenly Fate City has also skyrocketed. But for now, it doesn't have much of an impact on Dragon Cave Mountain. but if this continues, it's hard to say. Yang Kai nodded lightly. What Wu Yi said was exactly what he was worried about. As luck would have it, the Emperor Garden had been floating above Dragon Cave Mountain since its appearance, and after only 10 days or so, it had already attracted so many foreign cultivators to observe and inquire about it. As time passed, more and more masters would definitely come, and when that time came, all kinds of fish and dragons would mix together, making it impossible to say what would happen. Elder Qian sent you a message a few days ago. Do you want to take a look? Wu Yi suddenly remembered something. Oh, where is it? Yang Kai looked at her. Wu Yi immediately took out a letter from her space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai accepted it, but after opening it, he found that there was nothing written on it. However, he wasn't surprised and simply released his divine sense to scan it. A short time later, Yang Kai finished reading the letter. The news from Qian Tong was very simple. There were only 2 things. The first was that the internal strife in Shadow Moon Hall had been quelled. This wasn't difficult to imagine. Since the other party had chosen to take action after Qian Tong had disappeared for half a year, it was obvious they were afraid of him. Now that Qian Tong had returned safely and brought back an artifact refiner who was very likely to break through to the origin grade, it was only natural that Shadow Moon Hall had taken the initiative to nip the internal strife in the bud. What's more, now that the Emperor Garden had appeared, the people in Shadow Moon Hall didn't want to continue fighting. So with the Hall Master's words, this struggle had come to an end. At that time, it was inevitable that some people would be punished as an example to others. With the internal strife coming to an end, Qian Tong finally told Yang Kai that Shadow Moon Hall would no longer intervene in the grievances between Dragon Cave Mountain and the Xia family. Qian Tong also restored the trade relationship between Dragon Cave Mountain and Shadow Moon Hall and took the initiative to lower the price of materials by 10%. Chapter 1362. Seeing this, Yang Kai was very satisfied. Qian Tong really knew how to conduct himself. Yang Kai had risked his life to rescue him and had finally reaped some rewards. Without even mentioning the grievances with the Xia family, Shadow Moon Hall had already given up a significant portion of the 10% price of the materials they had obtained. Judging from the speed at which Dragon Cave Mountain purchased these materials and the huge demand for them, Yang Kai would be able to save a lot of Saint Crystals over the next year. The second matter was related to the Emperor Garden. On that day, Qian Tong and Fei Ji too teamed up to investigate the Emperor Garden, and although they were forced back by the Emperor pressure before they could even approach it, they were able to confirm one thing. The Emperor Garden had truly reappeared, unlike before when it had only appeared once before. This time, it had truly appeared in front of all the cultivators on Shadowed Star in a shocking manner. Moreover, after so many days, many Origin returning realm masters had gone to investigate the situation, but none of them had been able to approach the Emperor Garden. As for how to enter it, no one knew. As the host of this event, Shadow Moon Hall had sent out invitations to all the leaders of the various great forces on Shadowed Star to come to its headquarters to discuss how to enter the Emperor Garden. Qian Tong told Yang Kai that in the near future, many masters from all over the world would be rushing to Heavenly Fate City, many of whom were Third Order Origin returning realm masters. Although this was just a piece of news, Qian Tong's meaning was obvious. He wanted Yang Kai to remain calm during this time and not cause any trouble. The implication was that even his grievances with the Xia family should be put aside for the time being, lest he accidentally provoke someone. Seeing this, Yang Kai raised his brow and showed a faint smile. In fact, even without Qian Tong's reminder, Yang Kai would have behaved himself. This period of time was not suitable for him to take any action, and Yang Kai still had many things to deal with, so he could take this opportunity to completely seal off Dragon Cave Mountain and cultivate for a while. It wouldn't be too late to make other plans after the matter of the Emperor Garden was resolved. At that time, if the other masters found a way to enter the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai would naturally take a share of the loot. Without mentioning anything else, Yang Kai was determined to obtain the life-revitalizing jade cream that he didn't know where it was hidden. There was also the ice attribute, world spirit. If the Phoenix Empress inheritance could swallow it, the Ice Phoenix remnant soul would definitely grow stronger. Once he found Su Yan and passed this inheritance to her, Su Yan would obtain even greater benefits. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai used his demonic flame to burn the letter sent by Qian Tong before immediately exhorting Wu Yi and Qian Yu to take good care of Yang inflammation and handing over his damaged purple shield to the two women so they could tell Yang inflammation had been repaired before returning to his cave mansion alone. Yang Kai first went to take a look at the red candle fruit he had been cultivating in his cave mansion and found that over the past few years, under the nourishment of the red candle stalk and the rich world energy aura, the piece of red candle fruit did not show any signs of withering, nor did it show any signs of losing its medicinal efficacies. At that time, in Luyan's desert, choosing to snatch back this red candle stalk had been the right choice. Yang Kai did not know how the other great forces had preserved the red candle fruit. But even if they had done so, the medicinal efficacies had likely already begun to fade, unlike his own. This was a good thing. If refined into a pill, it could help a cultivator break through the third order origin returning realm bottleneck and break through to the origin king realm. Although Yang Kai had no use for it now, there would be a day when it would be useful. The 10,000-year incense, drifting in the cave mansion, was extremely light, but it had the miraculous effect of refreshing one's mind and calming one's qi, and the 9-branched jade crystal tree was constantly emitting an indescribable charm that helped one comprehend the mysteries of secret skills and secret skills. This small cave mansion contained countless treasures that would make one's eyes go red with envy. After inspecting these supreme treasures, Yang Kai returned to his usual retreat and sat down cross-legged to organize his thoughts. No matter what, improving his strength was the most important thing right now. If those masters had really figured out a way to enter the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai would need to have a strong enough backing to enter and compete with the various masters of Shadowed Star. There was no hope for him to break through to the origin returning realm in a short period of time. But there were many other ways to improve his strength. Considering all this, Yang Kai's expression became firm as he waved his hand and collected all the treasures he had collected during this trip. Yang Kai's harvest this time was not many, but each of them was of immeasurable value, not to mention the long-extinct life revitalizing jade cream. The spectral cloud array's array plate alone was a powerful weapon. Yang Kai originally had 2 artifacts, but during this trip, one had self-destructed and the other had been damaged, so he was currently lacking some replacements. So this array plate had appeared at just the right time. As long as Yang Kai refined this array plate, it would not take long for him to greatly increase his strength. There was also that incredibly heavy black stick. Yang Kai had never been able to figure out what material it was made of, but its weight was simply unimaginable. It did not need to possess any kind of power. Just its unimaginable weight alone was enough to make it unstoppable as long as someone could wield it. This was what it meant to be strong enough to defeat 10. However, Yang Kai helplessly discovered that even with his own strength, he could not use this stick as a weapon, causing him to sigh helplessly. 3 things, no more, no less. However, Yang Kai had more than just these 3 things to deal with. After thinking for a moment, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and summoned the Origin King Grade Artifact, Refining Furnace. Immediately, the artifact spirit's cry rang out and a strange 10-meter-long bird appeared in the cave mansion. The artifact spirit's figure flickered and landed on Yang Kai's shoulder, where it began combing its feathers with its long beak. Yang Kai glanced at it and smiled before immediately communicating with it with his divine sense. A moment later, the firebird tilted its head and looked at the special ring on Yang Kai's hand, a dignified and excited look flashing across its eyes. There was also some hesitation and fear. It was extremely human-like. If you don't want it, then go back and continue to help me refine the dragon bone and dragon bead. Yang Kai smiled slightly. As soon as these words fell, The artifact spirit transformed into a mass of flames and rushed directly towards the ring. Yang Kai raised his brow, and under his divine sense, a suction force emerged from the ring and sucked in the artifact spirit. Sure enough, the artifact spirit could not resist the temptation of Yang Kai's proposal. Seeing this, Yang Kai was very satisfied. A moment later, the ring flashed and Yang Kai released the artifact spirit again. However, at this moment, the artifact spirit's body was slightly different from before, because inside its fiery red body there was a crimson light that slithered about like a spirit snake. The artifact spirit let out a sharp cry as its body burned fiercely, seemingly struggling to assimilate this crimson light. Sun's true fire. Yang Kai's ring only contained two things. One was the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal, and the other was the sun's true essence. Last time, the artifact spirit had swallowed and refined a trace of the sun's true fire and obtained great benefits and growth. But when it fought with the ice attribute world spirit in the Emperor Garden, it was still not its opponent, showing just how ferocious and difficult this ice attribute world spirit was. Since Yang Kai wanted to obtain this ice attribute world spirit, naturally he intended to improve the strength and power of the artifact spirit, and swallowing and refining the sun's true fire was the most effective and fastest way to do so. Of course, there was also a certain amount of danger involved, so Yang Kai had to consult the artifact spirit first. The artifact spirit did not fail to live up to his expectations. Its desire for the sun's true fire exceeded its fear of it, and it took the initiative to dive into the ring and absorb a trace of the sun's true fire. After all, having experienced this before, the artifact spirit's performance this time was much better than last time in the corpse cave. Although it seemed that under the impact of the sun's true fire, its form had become somewhat unstable, and its fire attribute aura fluctuations were somewhat chaotic, it did not fall unconscious directly. Yang Kai smiled and stretched out his hand towards the artifact refining furnace, summoning the artifact spirit back into it and beginning to assimilate the sun's true fire. Yang Kai believed that it would not be long before the artifact spirit reappeared and became even stronger than before. After dealing with the artifact spirit, Yang Kai put away the artifact refining furnace before reaching out and picking up the spectral cloud array plate and examining it carefully. When Yang Kai obtained this array plate, he didn't have time to examine it carefully. He only learned from Kai He and Du Cc that this thing was extremely valuable and had long been lost. Now that he observed it carefully, Yang Kai found that this array plate was made of neither metal nor wood. It looked like a wooden plate, but it was actually quite heavy. It was about the size of a palm and had many patterns of white clouds on its back. If one stared at it carefully, they would feel as if they had fallen into a sea of clouds and were unable to escape. Yang Kai's heart clenched, and he quickly withdrew his gaze, held it in his palm, closed his eyes, and began refining it with his Saint Chi and divine sense. This array plate was refined by an artifact array master and was similar to an artifact. So refining it was naturally the same as refining an artifact. What's more, it didn't take much effort to completely refine it, making it extremely convenient. Time passed by, and in the blink of an eye a month had passed. During this time, Yang Kai had been refining this array plate, and now that he had finally succeeded and absorbed it into his body, as long as he could comprehend the mysteries of the spectral cloud array, he would be able to arrange a large spirit array at any time. Having obtained this unique treasure, Yang Kai was overjoyed. He had finally made up for the shortcomings of the 100 Mountains picture's self-destruction. On top of that, the power this array plate could display was definitely much greater than the 100 Mountains pictures. At that moment, Yang Kai opened his eyes and found that Yang Yen had at some unknown time been sitting in front of him, staring blankly at the pitch-black stick that was only about a foot long on the ground. Although she was still shrouded in her black robe, Yang Kai noticed that her expression was a bit strange, as if she was thinking about something. "When did you get here?" Yang Kai asked in amazement. Although Yang Yen also had the restriction token of the cave mansion, he hadn't noticed her arrival at all, which was somewhat inconceivable. A few days ago, seeing that you were refining this array plate, I didn't want to disturb you." Yang Yan replied casually, a pleasant expression on her face as she pointed to the black stick on the ground and asked, "Did you bring this heaven-shaking pillar back from the Emperor Garden?" "Heaven-shaking pillar?" Yang Kai raised his brow, immediately seeming to remember something as he stared at her in surprise. "Do you recognize the text on it?" Chapter 1363. There were 3 ancient characters on this black stick that Yang Kai didn't recognize at all, but now that he heard Yang Yan mention the heaven-shaking pillar, he immediately made the connection. Yang Yan glanced over at him and lightly snorted, saying nonchalantly, "What's so strange about you recognizing it? Does that mean the array plate you refined before was also taken from the Emperor Garden?" Yang Kai nodded subconsciously as he stared towards Yang Yan. Noticing the change in his gaze, Yang Yan chuckled lightly. "What's wrong? Did you think I would change?" "That's not it. It's just that although I knew you were knowledgeable and knew a lot, I didn't expect you to know these ancient characters as well. These aren't really ancient characters. They're from tens of thousands of years ago. It's just that Shadowed Star experienced a great change that caused these characters to be lost. This heaven-shaking pillar is a precious treasure. It's actually made entirely out of heavenly crystal, profound iron." "Heavenly crystal, profound iron?" Yang Kai raised his brow, a look of disbelief filling his face. Although he was not proficient in artifact refining, he had still heard about precious artifact refining materials. Heavenly crystal profound iron was one of the most precious materials available, a top-grade Origin King grade material. It was rumored that the weight of this material itself was immeasurable. A single piece the size of a palm could weigh 10,000 kilograms and was extremely sturdy. It was difficult for anything in the world to destroy it. When refining an artifact, adding a small amount of this material could increase the strength of an artifact, giving it a great advantage in a fight. However, Yang Yan actually said that this heaven-shaking pillar was made entirely out of heavenly crystal, profound iron. This was simply too incredible. But if that was the case, it would explain why it had such a bizarre weight. It must have been very dangerous to obtain it, right? Yang Yan asked with concern. Yang Kai chuckled and briefly explained his battle with the puppet. After listening, Yang Yan gently nodded. "You made a good choice. Although that puppet was precious, it was still far inferior to this heaven-shaking pillar. Only that kind of puppet could wield such an artifact. Do you want it? I'll give it to you. It's useless to me. If you melt it down, you should be able to refine many artifacts." Yang Kai's brow twitched. Originally, he had chosen this giant black stick because of its material. "Melt it down?" Yang Yan spat disdainfully. "Why should I melt it down? I can't even refine such an artifact. There are many amazing spirit arrays engraved inside. It would be a waste to melt it down. If I can find the right person to use it, then—" "Who would be able to use it?" Yang Kai laughed. "Unless you can also refine a puppet like that one. Someone can afford it." Yang Yan smiled mysteriously. "Who?" "Yang Yan's to Yang Yan's not Yang Yan's assessed. Have ATTS have the abilities as simply wasn't human have. SSTSSS. Yang's right. TS. Est. TSS Yang's. S Yang. There it is." Yang Yan pointed. Yang Kai looked in the direction she was pointing and saw the stone mongoose staring towards them. Seeing both Yang Kai and Yang Yan staring at it, the stone mongoose no longer hid itself and used its hands and feet to rush over like a stone monkey, directly arriving in front of Yang Kai, its 2 eyes staring towards Yang Kai. "Can the stone mongoose do it?" Yang Kai frowned. "You'll know once you try." Yang Yan pursed her lips and smiled before pointing to the heaven-shaking pillar and calling out, "Xiao Xiao!" Hearing the call, the stone mongoose glanced at Yang Yan, then at Yang Kai, and after getting his permission, walked over to the foot-long heaven-shaking pillar and began walking around it. After a while, A look of joy and excitement flashed across the stone mongoose's eyes as it straightened its hunched back and patted its chest a few times before reaching out to grab the heaven-shaking pillar. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared unblinkingly. He clearly saw that the stone mongoose's heaven-shaking pillar, which even he was helpless against, seemed to have become weightless. The stone mongoose, on the other hand, seemed to have obtained a novel toy as its eyes filled with joy and its big mouth split open. Holding the heaven-shaking pillar with both hands, it swung it about, creating a curtain of light. Asterisk, hoo-hoo. Asterisk, a fierce wind whistled, and the world energy in the cave mansion instantly became chaotic. In the blink of an eye, a tornado formed where the stone mongoose was standing. In the next moment, the barriers in all directions flickered as if they were blocking an invisible attack. At the same time, Kai Yang also felt an invisible wind blade cutting into his body, emitting a chi-chi sound. This, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Back in the Emperor Garden, when the puppet swung its giant stick, it wasn't as smooth as the stone mongoose's. It was hard to believe that the tiny stone mongoose's body contained so much power. Yang Kai suddenly discovered that the stone puppet was not as simple as he had thought. It seemed that it could only be used as an artifact refiner to refine materials. It seemed that there was more to it than meets the eye. Last time in the corpse cave, the stone mongoose suddenly grew a lot bigger and swallowed the sun's true essence in one gulp, preserving it in its body for a long time. If it weren't for the stone mongoose, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to take the sun's true essence away. This little guy is really full of surprises. All right. Yang Kai's eyes were full of smiles as he waved his hand at the stone mongoose. Go play outside. If you keep doing this, the barriers here will be destroyed and I'll have to repair them. It'll be very troublesome. The stone mongoose immediately stopped what it was doing, and the tornado it had just formed suddenly disappeared. Immediately after, the stone mongoose opened its mouth and swallowed the heaven-shaking pillar into its stomach. Its figure flickered and disappeared into the ground. When Yang Kai sensed it again, it was already more than a dozen kilometers away. Perceiving the potential of the stone mongoose, Yang Kai was extremely excited. There was no other reason than the stone mongoose embryo in his black book space. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to find a blood essence stone. Otherwise, it would have been born. Over the years, this stone mongoose embryo had maintained its vitality and showed no signs of dying. This is your shield. Be careful next time. Although I can repair it once or twice, if it's damaged so badly every time, I'm afraid it won't be able to repair itself after a few uses, Yang Kai said as he handed over a purple shield. Yang Kai wasn't worried about the shield, but seeing how even an origin-grade high-rank shield was so damaged, it was easy to imagine what kind of danger Yang Kai had encountered. What she was worried about was Yang Kai himself. Yang Kai knew this in his heart, but didn't say anything, simply nodding his head and accepting the shield. Silently inspecting it, he found that it had become the same as before, flawless, so he happily put it away. Let me see your array plate again. Yang Kai stretched out her jade hand to Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and took out the array plate and handed it to her. Yang Kai stared at the array plate for a while before tossing it back to Yang Kai. This is the Spectral Cloud Array's array plate. Its power isn't small. I'll tell you how to use this array plate so you can comprehend it yourself. That way, when you face an enemy in the future, you'll be able to maximize the power of this array plate. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Yang Kai was worthy of being called a spirit array master. With just a glance, she knew this was the Spectral Cloud Array's array plate. If it were any other array master, it would have been impossible for them to recognize it so easily. Even if her tone was arrogant, Yang Kai didn't have the slightest doubt. Saying so, Yang Yan stretched out her finger, a white light swirling around her fingertip, and tapped it towards Yang Kai's forehead. Yang Kai didn't move and simply let her do as she pleased. A moment later, Yang Kai's body shook as he inexplicably felt a stream of information pour into his mind. After a brief examination, He found that it was indeed a description of the spectral cloud array, causing him to be overjoyed. Originally, he had been preparing to ask Yang Yan about this spirit array, but Yang Yan had taken the initiative to tell him, saving him a lot of effort. However, after using such a method, Yang Yan's face became slightly pale, seemingly having consumed a lot of energy. Good. Take your time to comprehend it. Right now, the outside world is a mess with countless cultivators coming and going, and there is no lack of masters. Our Dragon Cave Mountain has also been closed according to your wishes, so you can take advantage of this time to attend to your own affairs. Right, I'll bring some things over in a few days. You can help me refine them. Got it. Yang Kai nodded gently. Seeing her turn to leave, he hesitated for a moment before suddenly shouting, "Yang Yan! What's wrong? Don't you have something to tell me?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. "Not now. I'll tell you when the time is right." Yang Yan glared at him, her expression neither happy nor angry, twisted her waist, opened the barrier, and left. Looking in the direction, she disappeared. Yang Kai smiled lightly. No matter what kind of changes had occurred to Yang Yan, she had no malicious intentions towards him. Just like before, she still treated him as a friend, which was something Yang Kai hoped to see. As for her secrets, Yang Kai didn't feel compelled to inquire about them. Shaking his head, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it and began to comprehend the various mysteries of the spectral cloud array. In less than 2 hours, Yang Kai had already grasped the changes of this spirit array. All that was left was to improvise during battle. It was only at this moment that a trace of fear appeared in his heart. This spectral cloud array was one of the ancient spirit arrays. Just arranging it was extremely difficult and required one to refine the clouds in the sky. As an ancient spirit array, of course, it had more power than what Yang Kai had seen before. It was just that back in the Emperor Garden, no one was controlling the spirit array, so it could only display a tiny fraction of its power, allowing Yang Kai and the others to break it, allowing Yang Kai to take advantage of it. Although with Yang Kai's spirit array attainments and strength, he couldn't display the full power of the spirit array, but it was enough to display 30% to 40% of its power. With the help of this spirit array, his strength would soar. As long as he didn't face masters like Qian Tong or Fei Jitu, Yang Kai estimated that he would have no problem dealing with them. Of course, if he wanted to kill his enemy, it would depend on their strength and means. Under normal circumstances, even a second-order origin returning realm master would die if they fell into this spirit array. Chapter 1364. After dealing with the matter of the array plate, Yang Kai picked up the jade bottle in front of him. The thing inside this jade bottle was none other than the life-revitalizing jade cream he had obtained in the Emperor Garden. However, Yang Kai guessed that this was diluted life-revitalizing jade cream. In order to verify his guess, Yang Kai opened the jade bottle and took a sip without hesitation. If anyone else saw Yang Kai doing this, they would likely curse him for being such a wastrel. Life-revitalizing jade cream could extend a cultivator's lifespan and enhance their vitality. It had the magical effect of rejuvenating withered trees and was extremely attractive to origin-returning realm masters who did not have much longer to live. With just a small sip, they could extend their lifespan by 100 years. Yang Kai's single sip was equivalent to 100 years of someone else's lifespan, a complete waste of heaven's gift. The moment this life-revitalizing jade cream entered Yang Kai's mouth, there was even a hint of sweetness like a mountain stream. After this life-revitalizing jade cream entered Yang Kai's stomach, it immediately transformed into a pure energy that flowed through his limbs and bones. Yang Kai silently felt the changes in his body, and a look of joy appeared on his face. He found that his vitality was increasing at a crazy rate and the blood in his body was showing signs of boiling. Soon, this massive amount of vitality reached a limit and there was no place for the excess to be released, causing Yang Kai's face to flush red as if he would explode at any moment. However, Yang Kai did not show any signs of panic. Instead, he silently circulated his secret art and Saint Chi, guiding the seemingly exploding vitality to a certain point in his body. As his vitality gathered, the blood flowing through his body also seemed to be drawn in, and all kinds of essences began to separate from his blood and converge to this place. Time passed slowly, and after half an hour or so, Yang Kai suddenly heard a soft ticking sound from the depths of his soul. Raising his brow, Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate, and his expression immediately changed to one of pleasant surprise. He found that there was an extra drop of golden blood in his body. It wasn't blood that flowed through his body, but pure golden blood, blood that could be refined into golden blood threads. There wasn't much of this golden blood left in Yang Kai's body. When he first arrived on Shadowed Star, he had more than 90 drops of it, but over the years, after using it in battle and distributing it to the divine tree, the amount of golden blood he had decreased by about half. Since Yang Kai learned that his golden blood was of great use to the divine tree, he had been giving it a drop every few months. The long-term consumption of golden blood was not small, now that he had cultivated the golden blood thread secret technique. Each drop of golden blood could only produce a single golden thread. Even if Yang Kai refined all of his golden blood into golden threads, he would only be able to produce a few dozen, a far cry from his grand plan. Although Yang Kai's golden blood could be replenished through hard work, the birth of each drop of golden blood took him 3 months of hard work. This was something he had verified a long time ago. Yang Kai had never imagined that this life-revitalizing jade cream could actually allow him to produce new golden blood. This wasn't difficult to understand. After all, life-revitalizing jade cream, one of the 3 great divine waters, was used to enhance a cultivator's vitality, and this was the most important element for the birth of golden blood. Putting this pleasant surprise aside, Yang Kai continued to circulate his secret art and refine the effects of the life-revitalizing jade cream. After another half an hour, a second drop of golden blood appeared in his body. It wasn't until the 3rd drop of golden blood was formed that the effects of the life-revitalizing jade cream disappeared completely. A small sip of life-revitalizing jade cream could allow him to produce 3 drops of golden blood. So this bottle should be enough for him to accumulate at least 30 drops, right? This should be enough to make up for the consumption he had consumed over the years. Yang Kai was overjoyed and cheered himself up, drinking mouthful after mouthful of life-revitalizing jade cream, constantly refining its effects into his own golden blood. Yang Kai didn't feel that it was a pity at all. Life-revitalizing jade cream may be a life-saving medicine for masters who didn't have much time left, but for him, as long as it could promote the birth of his golden blood, it was of great use. Even so, Yang Kai was certain that the life-revitalizing jade cream he obtained was indeed a diluted product. The real life-revitalizing jade cream must have a more powerful effect, and it must be hidden somewhere in the Emperor Garden. Considering all this, Yang Kai's heart began to heat up. If he could really enter the Emperor Garden and obtain this life-revitalizing jade cream, he wouldn't have to worry about the quantity of golden blood at all. At that time, replacing all the blood in his body with this pure golden blood would not be a dream. With the powerful vitality and restorative ability contained in this golden blood, even if he was injured, he would be able to recover at an extremely fast speed. In less than 2 days, the bottle of life-revitalizing jade cream was completely consumed. Yang Kai still wanted more, but he didn't insist, instead closing his eyes, holding the space spirit crystal in his hand, and beginning to absorb the energy contained within. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. During this half a year, Yang Kai had not taken a single step out of his cave mansion and had only done 3 things. The first was to cultivate the mysteries of Space Force by absorbing the energy contained within the Space Spirit Crystal, and the second was to refine the golden blood threads in his body. Now he had several golden blood threads, and with his previous experience, Yang Kai was able to refine them much faster than before. The number of golden blood threads had increased, but their power hadn't, mainly because Yong-kai had only obtained the first half of Demon Blood Temple's secret techniques. As for how to combine more golden blood threads, it should be hidden in the second half. Yong-kai wasn't in a hurry, though. As long as Demon Blood Temple still existed, he would always have a chance to deal with them. For now, he was refining more golden blood threads ahead of time just in case. The third was to speed up the fusion between the colored glass bead and the demon eye of annihilation. After Yong-kai refined the colored glass bead last time, it had transformed into a haze that wrapped around the demon eye of annihilation. Although the two had similar effects, the fusion process was quite slow. Now that he had some free time, Yong-kai naturally wanted to speed up this process. In addition to this, Yang Yen would occasionally bring him some strange things and have him pour his space force into them. These things came in all shapes and sizes, and Yang-kai didn't know what they were. Yang-kai had asked once, but Yang Yen just smiled and didn't answer, only telling him not to worry too much and to just pour his space force into them. Yang-kai shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself that no wonder Yang Yen had called him before and said he had something he needed his help with. Besides himself, no one else could help with this kind of thing. Occasionally, in his spare time, Yong-kai would refine some pills. After all, there were so many people on Dragon Cave Mountain, and many of them needed pills to cultivate. If he only bought them from the outside, the price would be too expensive, so Yong-kai asked Wu-yi to purchase some herbs for him to refine. This way, he could save some money and also improve his alchemy skills. Over the past 6 months, Yong-kai had refined a lot of pills, but none of them were too shocking. Basically, he had only refined ordinary pills. Occasionally, when he was in the mood, he would refine 1 or 2 spirit pills with pill veins. Yong-kai found that as his strength improved, his alchemy skills seemed to have improved as well. Now, refining origin grade, mid-rank pills didn't seem difficult at all. Once he broke through to the origin returning realm, he would likely be able to try refining origin grade high-rank pills. The artifact spirit had also awakened a long time ago, and this was the second time it had awakened. After the first time, Yong-kai had it swallow a wisp of sun's true fire. Counting the previous time, the artifact spirit had swallowed a total of 3 wisps of sun's true fire. Now, the burning aura of the artifact spirit was more than twice as strong as when Yong-kai first obtained it. While Yong-kai was busy with his own matters, the artifact spirit would stimulate the power of the artifact refining furnace to refine the dragon bone and dragon bead for him, so there was no need for Yong-kai to waste any time. On this day, Yang Yen brought over a bunch of random things and asked Yong-kai to pour his space force into them one by one. Yong-kai had no complaints and did as she asked. During this time, Yang Yen told Yong-kai about the movements of the various great forces outside. Because Qian Tong would send people here from time to deliver news, Dragon Cave Mountain was well aware of the changes in the outside world. Shadow Moon Hall sent out invitations to the masters of the various great forces to discuss the Emperor Garden. After some discussion, a total of 53rd Order Origin returning realm masters were gathered to attempt to break into the Emperor Garden and find a way to enter. 50 people had gone, but by the time they returned, only half remained. The remaining half had all died. This happened 4 months ago, and when Yong-kai heard about it, he almost bit his tongue off. After some questioning, he learned that these 50 people had somehow triggered some kind of barrier and were unable to resist the Emperor pressure emanating from the Emperor Garden. All of them were crushed to pieces by the jade hands formed from world energy. The remaining half who survived all relied on their own secret techniques or self-detonated artifacts to escape. Otherwise, they would have all been wiped out. From then on, no one dared to approach the Emperor Garden without permission. Even a grand lineup of 53rd Order Origin returning realm masters was unable to do anything to the Emperor Garden, let alone others. However, none of the great forces left immediately and instead left behind some people to monitor the Emperor Garden's movements. Everyone speculated that perhaps the Emperor Garden had not yet opened. This speculation was not without reason, because the Lu Yen sand field was extremely dangerous before it opened. Anyone who entered it would die without a doubt, but after it opened, a Saint King Realm cultivator could enter it for life experience. It was impossible to verify who made this speculation, but most people agreed with it. These masters naturally did not have the time to stay here and wait for the Emperor Garden to open, as they all had their own matters to attend to. So how could they have so much free time? Naturally, they could only leave behind a group of people. And after that incident, the Shadow Moon Palace was in a terrible fix. They had invited the various great forces to investigate the Emperor Garden together out of good intentions. But more than 23rd Order Origin Realm Masters had died in the process. Almost every great force had suffered some losses. So naturally, Shadow Moon Hall was the one to blame. Shadow Moon Hall's good intentions had not been rewarded this time. If it was just one or two great forces blaming them, Shadow Moon Hall might not have cared. But if more than 20 great forces were involved, Shadow Moon Hall could only carefully deal with them. Chapter 1365. In fact, this kind of accusation was completely unreasonable. The people of Shadow Moon Hall knew this, and so did the people of the other great forces. But who told the Emperor Garden to be suspended above Shadow Moon Hall's territory? Everyone was afraid that Shadow Moon Hall was close to the Emperor Garden, but they couldn't say it out loud, so now that such a thing had happened, they naturally had to make a big deal out of it. After some bargaining and even quarreling, the great forces on Shadowed Star reached a consensus that even if the Emperor Garden opened, the masters of Shadow Moon Hall could not enter in advance. They had to wait for the other great forces to converge before making any plans. Otherwise, they would become public enemies. Although Shadow Moon Hall's current situation could not be described as treading on thin ice, it was not good either. After all, they had just experienced an internal crisis and were in urgent need of recuperation. Faced with such an unfair proposal, they could only agree. Today, Heavenly Fate City was almost overcrowded. The number of people left behind by the various great forces was huge, so the inns and hotels in Heavenly Fate City were full of people and business was booming. Even some of the surrounding small families had to be responsible for providing accommodations for these forces. The more people there were, the more conflicts there would be. After all, the great forces on Shadowed Star weren't very harmonious, and there was a lot of competition and grievances between them. Once they met, it was common for a few words to lead to a fight. Almost every day, a cultivator died. Shadow Moon Hall, as the host, naturally would not intervene in the grievances of these foreign forces. As long as they did not hinder their own interests, they would maintain a neutral stance. Inside the cave mansion, Yang Kai was injecting his space force into the strange objects, as requested by Yang Yan while listening to her talk, interjecting from time to time to ask a few questions. Yang Yan also answered them one by one. While busy, Yang Yan's expression suddenly changed, and she took out a communication artifact from her space ring. Releasing her divine sense, she immediately shot a strange look towards Yang Kai with an ambiguous expression. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. "Someone is looking for you." Yang Yan smiled and said meaningfully, "An old acquaintance of yours." "An old acquaintance?" Yang Kai's face went black. He didn't know many people on Shadowed Star, and there were even fewer who he could make friends with. Yang Yan, in calling him an old acquaintance, had stumped him, and for a while he couldn't remember who it was that had come looking for him. Moreover, when she said old acquaintance, there was obviously a strange meaning to it. "Who?" "Yang Kai's Yang." "Dai Yuan." Yang Yan's Yang Yan's Yang Yan replied. "She." Yang Kai frowned. If it had been someone else, he could have simply declared that he wasn't on Dragon Cave Mountain and refused to meet them. But since it was Dai Yuan, doing so would be somewhat inappropriate. In any case, she had given him a colored glass bead, and he had obtained a lot of benefits from it. Moreover, the stone puppet had dug out a passage into the 1,000 illusion colored glass mountain last time. Yang Kai didn't know if Colored Glass Sect had discovered this after the incident, but perhaps he could ask her about it. Considering all this, Yang Kai stood up and said, I'll go take a look." Saying so, Yongkai walked out. A short time later, Yongkai arrived in front of Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit array, took out his token, and poured his saint chi into it. A beam of light shot out from the token, and the spirit array that sealed Dragon Cave Mountain immediately opened a path to the outside. Before Yongkai could even take a step, though, he heard a burst of noise coming from outside and couldn't help feeling suspicious. Could it be that Dai Yuan had more than one person within Xiang? But when he heard what the people outside were saying, Yongkai's face couldn't help sinking as he quickened his pace. At this moment, outside Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit array, Dai Yuan was standing there. If one only looked at her back, they would think she was a peerless beauty. Her graceful figure seemed to exude a kind of magical power that could pull one's soul deeper and deeper, making it impossible for them to extricate themselves. But if one were to look at her from the front, no one would be able to associate her with the word beauty. Dai Yuan was still the same as before. Her face was black and yellow, and her face was filled with wrinkles. Her appearance was ugly, but she didn't bother to cover it up. Instead, she openly showed her face without the slightest hint of embarrassment. Next to her, a group of more than a dozen uniformed cultivators with varying cultivation realms were staring at her. Many of them unscrupulously showed looks of disgust as they pointed at her and whispered amongst themselves. Among the crowd, several women raised their chins slightly, putting on an air of superiority. None of them were particularly beautiful, but when compared to Dai Yuan's face, all of them immediately became beauties, giving them a sense of superiority. "Hey, this young master is talking to you. Are you a mute or something?" The leader of the group shouted at Dai Yuan. Dai Yuan turned her head and glanced at him faintly, not showing any intention of answering. This blatant disregard immediately annoyed the leader of the cultivator, and he sneered. "Smelly woman, I gave you face, but you don't want it. Don't think that because you're a woman, this young master won't dare to act against you. Although you're a bit ugly, you're still a woman, so this young master will give you some face. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Dai Yuan frowned as a look of disgust flashed across her face, but she quickly returned to normal. In the past, if she had heard these words, she would definitely have been unable to restrain herself and attacked. In the past, her appearance was her reverse scale, but now, after being detoxified by Yongkai, her appearance had been restored to normal. Her current appearance was just a disguise, so even if the other party's words were unpleasant to hear, she didn't take them to heart. "Brother Hai, why waste time talking nonsense with her? Just capture her." Seeing that she came here looking for someone, she must have some kind of relationship with the people inside. "We've been waiting here for so many days, yet the owner of this place still hasn't shown himself. He really doesn't put us in his eyes." Another person in the crowd shouted impatiently, a look of eagerness on his face. "Oh, who should I put in my eyes?" A slightly sarcastic voice suddenly called out from inside Dragon Cave Mountain. As these words were spoken, a crack suddenly appeared in the barrier like spirit array in front of them, revealing the figure of a young man. "Yongkai!" Dai Yuan smiled happily and quickly stepped forward to greet him. "Sister Dai Yuan." Yongkai gently nodded to her before glancing around at the group of people standing outside and asking lightly, "Are these people with you?" Dai Yuan slowly shook her head and whispered, "They are from Sea Heart Sect." "Sea Heart Sect? Never heard of it." Yongkai curled his lips disdainfully. Although Yongkai still didn't know much about the distribution and strength of the great forces on Shadowed Star, he had at least heard of the major ones. This Sea Heart Sect, however, was something Yongkai had never heard of, so it was obvious this force wasn't anything special. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, was much more knowledgeable. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to tell the origins of these people from their clothes, whispering, "It's a force from the limitless ocean. It's normal you haven't heard of it." So that's how it is. Yongkai understood. The limitless ocean was very far from here, and if it weren't for the Emperor Garden appearing, these people would definitely not have come here. Are you the master of this place? Over on the Sea Heart Sect side, the leading cultivator looked Yang Kai up and down and asked in surprise. I am the master of this place. Yang Kai grinned. Good. Since you are the master of this place, you can speak freely. The cultivator saw that Yang Kai's cultivation wasn't high, only a third-order Saint King, so he couldn't help feeling a little contemptuous, a trace of arrogance flashing across his face as he declared, "We are disciples of the limitless ocean's Sea Heart Sect. This mountain range is now under the command of our Sea Heart Sect. Go back and tell the people inside to clean up and make some accommodations." He spoke with a careless look, as if he was ordering his subordinates around without any trace of politeness. When Dai Yuan heard this, a strange look appeared on her face as she turned to look at Yang Kai, wondering if these people thought of Yang Kai as the patriarch of a small family attached to Shadow Moon Hall. Yang Kai also had this guess. Although he didn't understand what was going on when he first came out, after thinking about it for a while, he roughly guessed what was going on. Now that Heavenly Fate City was overcrowded, many foreign cultivators couldn't find a place to stay, so some of the nearby small families had become their targets. In order to monitor the movements of the Emperor Garden, it was naturally necessary to find a good location. Dragon Cave Mountain was located almost directly below the Emperor Garden, making it an excellent location, so it was only natural that many people wanted it. Speaking of which, over the past few days, many cultivators belonging to various great forces had taken a fancy to Dragon Cave Mountain and wanted to enter it to stay for a while. But Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit array was extremely exquisite, so some people could tell it was extraordinary and didn't dare disturb it rashly. There were also some people who knew that the owner of Dragon Cave Mountain was a young man who could kill Origin returning realm masters and had a good relationship with Qiantong. So of course they wouldn't intrude, but Sea Heart Sect was from the Limitless Ocean and knew nothing about Dragon Cave Mountain and Yang Kai, so it was inevitable that they would act rashly. There were many secrets inside Dragon Cave Mountain, and it was covered in various layers of spirit arrays. Let alone Sea Heart Sect. Even if someone from Heaven Battling Union or Thunder Typhoon Sect came here, Yang Kai wouldn't let them pass. What's more, these people were speaking as if letting them live in Dragon Cave Mountain was an honor, a fact that made Yang Kai both angry and amused. Wanting him to give up Dragon Cave Mountain with a single sentence, this Sea Heart Sect's tone was bigger than the heavens. Thinking so, Yang Kai rolled his eyes and chuckled, cupping his fists in greeting. "So it is friends from Sea Heart Sect. It is an honor to meet you all." His expression made it seem as if he had been admiring them for a long time, causing the people from Sea Heart Sect to feel even more comfortable. Everyone was thinking that their sect's reputation had actually spread to Shadow Moon Hall, causing them to feel a sense of pride. The leader of this group glanced back at his junior brothers and junior sisters triumphantly before turning back to Yang Kai and saying with a smile, "There's no need for such polite words. Since you know we are from Sea Heart Sect, you should quickly prepare. The dozen of us don't mind, but when my martial uncle arrives, you'll have to serve him well. My martial uncle's temper isn't very good, so if you make him dissatisfied, you know the consequences." When he said this cultivator's threat was obvious, as if a single mistake would bring disaster to Dragon Cave Mountain. Chapter 1366. "Oh, is there a senior from your sect who hasn't arrived yet?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Naturally, Martial Uncle is currently resting in Heavenly Fate City and ordered us to find a good place first. Since we've found a place to settle down, I'll send him a message. With that said, the leading cultivator took out his sect's communication artifact, probed it with his divine sense, and began to communicate with someone. Yang Kai didn't try to stop him and simply watched with a smile. After the leading cultivator put away the communication artifact again, Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and asked, "Naturally, there's no problem with finding a place to live. Dragon Cave Mountain has many lofts, beautiful scenery, and rich world energy, so it should meet your requirements." "Ha! I took a fancy to your mountain because the world energy here is good. Otherwise, Why do you think I've been waiting here for a few days? The leading cultivator shook his head and said matter-of-factly, with the strength of our Sea Heart sect, we can easily look for a nearby small family. I'm sure they will definitely welcome us with open arms. Little brat, your luck has come. Although my martial uncle's temper isn't very good, he is still very generous. This time, as long as you can make him happy, there will be plenty of benefits for you. Is that so? Yang Kai was overjoyed and even became a little excited, asking, since all of you have come from so far away, should little brother prepare a banquet to welcome you all? Good, you're quite considerate. We aren't greedy for food, so it doesn't matter if there's a banquet or not. However, Martial Uncle is quite good at this. So let's do as he pleases, but don't bring out any food. Martial Uncle won't be interested in it. Seeing that his Martial Uncle's name was so useful, the leading cultivator immediately put on a show, calling him Martial Uncle, as if he had already become a worm in this Martial Uncle's stomach. Yes, yes, yes. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Right. Dare I ask this, friend, does your sect senior have any other hobbies besides this? Other hobbies? The Sea Heart sect cultivator raised his brow and smiled knowingly. You mean, ha-ha? Yang Kai snickered as he and the other cultivator put on an embarrassed look. Dai Yuan saw this from the side and was speechless. She had never known that Yang Kai had such a side to him, but she knew that Yang Kai was obviously toying with the other party. Unfortunately, the other party didn't know about it and thought that Yang Kai was really afraid of power. It was funny to see him flattering others. Good, good, good. You really do know how to handle things, the cultivator laughed and moved closer to Yang Kai's ear, whispering a few words with a wretched expression. Yang Kai raised his brow and said happily, Is that so? Our dragon cave mountain may not have many things, but there are many beautiful women. As soon as these words came out, many of the male disciples of Sea Heart sect showed looks of joy, the leader of the group even saying, That's good, but before that, I want to take a look first, lest a little brat like you make up the numbers and spoil Martial Uncle's mood. No problem. Yang Kai patted his chest, pulled Dai Yuan in front of him, pointed to her and said to the cultivator, Friend, take a look. What do you think of this girl? Dai Yuan was both ashamed and angry as she glared at Yang Kai fiercely. Although she didn't hear what Yang Kai and the other party said just now, seeing the wretched looks on both of their faces, how could she not guess that it was related to beauty? Although she had restored her stunning appearance, being called out by Yang Kai like this still made her a little annoyed. The Sea Heart sect cultivator was startled and glanced over at Dai Yuan, the smile on his face quickly converging as a cold light flashed across his eyes. Little brat, are you joking? You call this a woman? Dai Yuan's pretty face became even colder. I'm not joking. Yang Kai smiled faintly. This girl is peerless and beautiful, can't you see? Hearing him say this, Dai Yuan couldn't help glaring at him, the annoyance in her heart fading away. Others may not know the true face behind this ugly face, but Kai Yang was very clear about it. So when he said these words, he didn't have the slightest bit of dishonesty. He was extremely calm, and the smile on his face was also incomparably sincere. Do you have any other girls here? The Sea Heart sect cultivator asked, unwilling to give up. There are, but none of them seem to be as beautiful as this one. Yang Kai shook his head. The Sea Heart sect group froze for a moment, and the leader of the cultivators also faintly felt that something was wrong, his face becoming gloomy as he put on a fake smile and asked, Little brat, are you serious? Do you think I'm joking? Yang Kai's lips curled up slightly as he narrowed his eyes at him. Only now did the man realize that Yang Kai was just toying with him and that all the previous worship and flattery was just a disguise. Furious, he roared, Little brat, you court death. Saying so without any explanation, he reached out to grab Kai Yang. This cultivator was also a third-order Saint King and was an elite disciple of Sea Heart sect. So he felt that dealing with someone like Yang Kai would be a piece of cake. So he didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all. As the giant hand reached out, Saint Chi surged from this palm, causing the surrounding world energy to twist and condense into a giant blue palm that slammed down towards Yang Kai. Sea Heart sect had been based on the limitless ocean for a long time, so most of its disciples cultivated water attribute, secret arts, and martial skills. With the help of its geographical location, it was quite easy to cultivate. The giant blue palm instantly enveloped Yang Kai and Dai Yuan, its aura ready to be unleashed at any moment. At this moment, a golden light suddenly flashed, and the sky seemed to be filled with golden light. In the blink of an eye, the watery blue giant palm suddenly burst open, like a bubble that could not withstand a single blow. The Sea Heart sect cultivator was shocked and shouted, "Not good!" as he urged his divine sense to activate his artifact. As soon as he began fighting, he discovered that Yang Kai was different from the Saint King Realm cultivator he had dealt with before, so he didn't dare to neglect and immediately used his artifact. But in the next moment, the golden light suddenly shrank and transformed into a golden thread that shot towards him. This person's reaction wasn't slow either. He flicked his fingers and sent several bursts of energy towards the golden thread. However, the golden thread seemed to have a life of its own as it twisted and evaded all the attacks. In the blink of an eye, the golden thread had wrapped around him. Feeling the deadly threat coming from the golden silk, the cultivator's forehead was instantly covered in sweat, not daring to move as he shouted, "All of you, stop!" The Sea Heart sect disciples behind him were about to launch an attack, but when they heard this shout, they hurriedly withdrew their Saint Chi and stared dumbfounded at the scene in front of them. Brother Hai was the strongest Saint King in Sea Heart sect. Usually, when he sparred with his brothers and sisters in the sect, no one was his opponent. The sect master and elders all praised him greatly, and at the same time, his junior brother and junior sister worshipped him. But such a person had actually been subdued by a cultivator in the same realm from a small mountain, unable to resist at all. Several disciples of the Sea Heart sect rubbed their eyes in disbelief. They discovered that they weren't mistaken. That mighty and awe-inspiring senior apprentice, Brother Hai, was indeed entangled by a golden thread, his life hanging by a thread. With Yang Kai's current means, dealing with a cultivator in the same realm was a piece of cake. He didn't need to spend much effort at all. Snorting lightly, Yang Kai waved his hand and pulled the cultivator surnamed Hai in front of him, raising his hand and slapping him. Asterisk pa asterisk with a crisp sound. The cultivator surnamed Hai's head was slapped to the side, and a mouthful of blood, mixed with a broken tooth, flew out. His cheek immediately swelled up. He seemed to have been stunned by this slap and was unable to recover for a long time. Yang Kai waved his hand, as if he was trying to get rid of something unclean, looking at him faintly and asking, "Do you know why I hit you?" The cultivator, surnamed Hai, shook his head, subconsciously. Asterisk pa, asterisk another crisp sound rang out, and the other side of his cheek also swelled up. Yang Kai sniffed and said lightly, "Because you have eyes but fail to see." The cultivator, surnamed Hai, suddenly recovered and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes, yes, this Hai has eyes but failed to see and has offended your excellency. Please show mercy." "Ha ha." Yang Kai chuckled indifferently and raised his large palm, waving it in front of the cultivator, surnamed Hai's cheek, before slapping him again, saying, "Not this, think carefully." After being slapped 3 times in a row, even if Yang Kai didn't kill him, the cultivator, surnamed Hai, still felt dizzy, seeing stars in front of his eyes. His mouth and nose were full of the smell of blood, and he repeatedly said, "This Hai doesn't know what's good for him, and actually wants to expropriate your land." Not this either. Kai Yong once again sent out a slap. The dozen or so cultivators from Sea Heart sect were all dumbfounded, and the cultivator, surnamed Hai, felt like dying. Yang Kai said he had eyes but failed to see, and he could only think of these 2 reasons, but no matter what he said, they were both wrong. Under the control of the golden silk, he didn't dare to resist. This shameful scene had been witnessed by all his junior brothers and junior sisters, so how could he still have any prestige in Sea Heart sect in the future? As his thoughts raced, Hai Zhen's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at Dai Yuan and muttered. It was this Hai who was unable to discern the true beauty of this young lady's appearance, enough to turn all living things upside down. Dai Yuan heard this, and her face blushed slightly. Although the other party had hit the nail on the head, such unintentional flattery still made her feel a little embarrassed. Yang Kai, on the other hand, raised his brow and smiled. Good, good, at least you didn't grow 2 eyes in vain. If you say anything wrong again, I'll have to dig them out. The cultivator, surnamed Hai, broke out in a cold sweat. Although he was disgusted to death, he still couldn't help but praise Dai Yuan for her beauty. It was really difficult for him to face Dai Yuan's ugly face and still praise her like a pearl. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Yang Kai felt goosebumps rise all over his body as he listened. Yang Kai. Dai Yuan stomped her feet, unable to bear it any longer. Although she knew that Yang Kai was just looking for an excuse to teach this person a lesson, these words of praise were really uncomfortable to listen to. I know. Yang Kai gently nodded, but just as he was about to release the cultivator surnamed Hai, he suddenly frowned and looked up towards the sky. In the distance, a streak of light was quickly approaching. Before this person arrived, their divine sense had already spread out, and after investigating the situation, they couldn't help shouting, "Who dares insult my disciple?" Chapter 1367. This voice was filled with extreme anger and even contained a trace of inexplicable force that rushed straight towards Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Yang Kai coldly snorted and pushed his spiritual energy to offset this impact. Hearing this voice, though, the cultivator surnamed Hai, who was still wrapped in golden threads, was overjoyed and shouted, "Martial uncle, save me!" Hearing his shout, Yang Kai immediately understood that this person must be the origin returning realm cultivator from Sea Heart sect. After all, Heavenly Fate City was only a few dozen kilometers away from Dragon Cave Mountain, so it wouldn't take long for this person to arrive. However, Yang Kai was not afraid. He had been waiting here for this origin returning realm master to arrive, and now that the other party had arrived, it was exactly what he had hoped for. Staring in the direction the man had come from, Yang Kai revealed a strange smile as his spiritual energy burst out from his knowledge sea, forming an invisible blade that shot out in that direction. The other party wanted to use a divine sense attack to attack him, so Yang Kai naturally had to reciprocate politely. The rapidly approaching streak of light suddenly stagnated, followed by a low shout of surprise. Immediately after, the streak of light shook again, as if it was about to fall. Although this person was a master from the First Order Origin returning realm, under Yang Kai's divine sense attack, he still suffered a small loss, causing his expression to become somewhat suspicious. After stabilizing his figure, he no longer had the same arrogance as before, and instead approached Dragon Cave Mountain vigilantly. He had just received a message from his sect's disciple saying that there was a good place to rest here and that the owner of this place was very tactful and was willing to respectfully greet him. Thinking it was just some small family, he had rushed over with great interest, never having expected to encounter such a situation. In the blink of an eye, this origin returning realm master from Sea Heart sect arrived in front of Dragon Cave Mountain and revealed himself. Kai Yang glanced at him and found that this person was quite bold and powerful. He wasn't too tall, but his shoulders were big and his waist was round. His red hair was messy like a chicken's nest, his nose was flat, his eyes were sunken, and his face was fierce. He looked like a fiend with an imposing aura. Sweeping his eyes over the situation in front of him, this man's eyes narrowed as he became extremely angry. Although a strong dragon could not suppress a local snake, his Sea Heart sect was still a powerful force. It was just that they were quite far away from this place, Seeing his disciple suffer such a disaster, this man immediately shouted, "Boy, was it you who beat him up?" When he said this, he stared straight at Yang Kai, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he sent an invisible pressure towards Yang Kai. Although he had just suffered a small loss, when he investigated Kai Yang's true cultivation, he wasn't afraid. Subconsciously, he believed that Kai Yang's ability to display such a skill was due to the power of an artifact, with an origin-returning realm cultivation. When dealing with the Saint King, it was natural for Yang Kai to have the upper hand. Yang with this man's with him with the calm and indifference of the wind of this man. "Why did you hit him?" The red-haired martial artist asked sternly. "Why?" Yang Kai smiled faintly, glancing at the bruised and swollen face of the cultivator surnamed Hai. "Your Excellency might as well ask your disciple. What happened?" The red-haired cultivator frowned and glared fiercely at his sex disciple before quickly saying, "Tell me what happened. If you are the one who made a mistake first, don't blame this old master for standing idly by. But if someone tries to bully others, although my Sea Heart sect has lived in the limitless ocean for a long time, we are not soft persimmons that anyone can pinch." Hearing this, the cultivator surnamed Hai's eyes lit up, and he immediately put on an extremely sorrowful expression as he wept and complained. "Martial uncle, please understand. We came here under your orders to find a place to stay, and after much difficulty, we finally found a good place. We wanted to negotiate with the owner of this place and pay him some spirit stones to free up some of his disciples for us to live in. But who would have thought that this person would be so unreasonable and would attack us without even asking for a reason? This disciple is ashamed because his skills were lacking and he was captured. Not only did this person not give up, but he also humiliated this disciple and forced this disciple to say things against his will. This disciple is so ashamed that he wishes he could die. Martial uncle, please uphold justice." Yang Kai stared at this cultivator surnamed Hai in amazement and found that he didn't show the slightest sign of shame. Instead, he spoke in a dignified manner, as if he really had suffered a great grievance. Yang Kai was angry in his heart, but on the surface he remained calm and just sneered. Hearing this, the red-haired old man's eyes became even colder as he shouted, "Did you tell him that you are disciples of Sea Heart sect?" This disciple did, but it was useless. He simply doesn't put our Sea Heart sect in his eyes. The cultivator, surnamed Hai, replied with a sad face, continuing to add oil to the fire, thinking that since his master had arrived, he could sit back and relax. "Good, good, good." The red-haired old man took a deep breath and turned his head to Yang Kai, shouting out, "Boy, do you have anything else to say?" "I have nothing to say." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a strange expression on his face. "Your Sea Heart sect's cultivation methods and martial skills don't seem to be anything special, but your ability to invert black and white is first class. Admirable, admirable." "Boy, you dare insult my Sea Heart sect." The red-haired old man flew into a rage and almost immediately attacked. Although he understood that the great forces living near Heavenly Fate City must have some relationship with Shadow Moon Hall. Shadow Moon Hall was currently being forced by various great forces and could barely fend for itself. If he just wanted to teach this boy a lesson, it would not be a big problem. Shadow Moon Hall would not make things difficult for Sea Heart sect for these people. When the time came, he could use this opportunity to force the other party to hand over Dragon Cave Mountain. Presumably, Shadow Moon Hall would have nothing to say. "You brought shame upon yourself. How can you blame others?" Yang Kai coldly snorted as he stared at the cultivator surnamed Hai and said, "Do you think I don't dare kill you?" "Ah." The cultivator surnamed Hai noticed the murderous intent in Yang Kai's eyes, and his expression changed slightly. "Boy, you dare!" The red-haired old man also noticed that something was wrong and roared as he released his shur towards Yang Kai, trying to restrict his movements first before trying to save him. Yang Kai glanced at him contemptuously before flicking his fingertips slightly, sending out a faint sizzling sound as his golden thread flickered, completely unaffected by the red-haired old man Sure. Demon blood temple's secret technique was a secret technique that could break through Sure. The golden blood Yang Kai used to cultivate was far more powerful than the vitality used by the elders of Demon Blood Temple. So how could the red-haired old man Sure block it? The golden thread cut through the cultivator surnamed Hai's body, shuttling back and forth a dozen times in the blink of an eye. After Yang Kai took back the golden thread, the cultivator surnamed Hai was still standing in place, seemingly unable to figure out what had just happened. However, in the next moment his expression changed. He lowered his head to look at his body and was shocked to discover that fine streams of blood were flowing out of his body. The blood did not stop flowing and soon surged ferociously, shooting out like a fountain. With a crash, like a broken mirror, the cultivator surnamed Hai collapsed to the ground and turned into a pile of minced meat. The smell of blood filled the air, and this horrifying scene caused the other dozen, or So-Si Heart, sect disciples to pale. A few of the more timid women even turned pale and began retching. The red-haired old man's eyes bulged as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. He had never expected this little brat to be so ruthless as to kill him without any hesitation. For Yang Kai, at first, he had no intention of taking this man's life, only intending to teach him a lesson as an example to others, so that others who had ideas about Dragon Cave Mountain would retreat. However, as the situation developed, the cultivator surnamed Hai's irresponsible words and the red-haired old man's attitude had caused Yang Kai to want to kill him. As such, Yang Kai was too lazy to argue with the other party. A trivial force on the limitless ocean was nothing in his eyes. After the tragic death of the cultivator surnamed Hai, the red-haired old man was naturally enraged, his red hair fluttering in the wind as his aura soared wildly. Gritting his teeth, he spat, "Little brat, this old master will make you pay with your blood." The one who had died was the most elite disciple of Sea Heart sect, so this loss was not small. This time he had been ordered to stay near Heavenly Fate City to monitor the Emperor Garden's movements, and had deliberately brought the cultivator surnamed Hai with him in order to hone his skills. How could he have imagined that this man would die so tragically? Once he returned, he would likely be punished. The cultivator surnamed Hai was a direct descendant of the sect's great elder, daring to act presumptuously on my Dragon Cave Mountain. None of you should even think about leaving alive. Yang Kai's expression became fierce. Killing one was killing. Killing a group was also killing. It made no difference to him. On the other hand, the more people he killed, the better the deterrent effect would be, lest some ignorant fools try to expropriate Dragon Cave Mountain from time to time. Oh, it's so lively here. Just as Yang Kai and the red-haired old man were about to go all out, a surprised voice called out from the distance. Immediately after, 2 streams of light flew over, while 2 powerful divine senses belonging to Origin returning realm masters swept over. Perceiving the strength of these newcomers, the red-haired old man's expression became solemn as he hurriedly looked over. On the other hand, Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a look of surprise and understanding. Brother Yang seems to be about to fight with someone." Immediately after the first person's voice, a gentle female voice called out. "And Brother saw it, but I wonder which blind fool actually dared to provoke Dragon Cave Mountain. How interesting." The male voice that spoke before seemed to be taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. When the red-haired old man heard this, his heart couldn't help jumping, wondering if Dragon Cave Mountain could not be provoked. Wasn't it just a small force attached to Shadow Moon Hall? The red-haired old man frowned, but he wasn't stupid, immediately restraining his murderous intent and putting on a dignified expression. In the blink of an eye, the 2 streams of light arrived in front of them and converged to reveal the true faces of these 2 people. One of them had a tall and imposing figure and an extraordinary aura, his eyes shining brightly. Being stared at by this man, the red-haired old man felt a prickling sensation in his heart, causing the uneasiness in his heart to grow stronger. The other was a graceful woman with a gentle demeanor, nestling up to the man like a little bird. The two of them looked extremely intimate, obviously having an extraordinary relationship. After the woman landed on the ground, her beautiful eyes looked around curiously. After seeing Dai Yuan standing behind Yang Kai, the woman called out in surprise, "Elder sister Dai Yuan, you're also here!" "Xianer." Dai Yuan smiled. Chapter 1368. Brother Wei. Yang Kai chuckled and cupped his fists to the man. The two newcomers were one of his few friends, Shadow Moon Hall's disciples, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer. "Brother Yang, long time no see." Wei Guchang responded happily. "And it's been a few years since we last met. I didn't expect Brother Wei and Sister Dong to have both broken through to the origin returning realm." "Congratulations," Yang Kai said sincerely. After returning from the Lu Yen desert last time, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer entered retreat to prepare to break through to the origin returning realm. Now that they had met again, the two of them had succeeded and reached this realm one after the other. Moreover, from the auras and Saint Chi fluctuations emanating from their bodies, Yang Kai could tell that their cultivations had already stabilized. Otherwise, they would not have run out of Shadow Moon Hall's headquarters. On the other hand, Dai Yuan had also said last time that she wanted to enter retreat to break through to the origin returning realm, but for some reason she had not done so. Considering all this, Yang Kai turned his head and glanced over at Dai Yuan and found that she was holding hands with Dong Xianer, whispering intimately to each other. Dai Yuan blushed and spat while Dong Xianer smiled, her beautiful eyes occasionally glancing over towards Yang Kai. No matter who it was, both of them seemed to treat the red-haired old man and the Sea Heart sect disciples as air, ignoring them completely. The red-haired old man was naturally angry, but after taking a closer look at Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer and remembering how Yang Kai had addressed them, his expression changed slightly and he cupped his fist solemnly. "May I ask if Your Excellency is Wei Guchang from Shadow Moon Hall?" Hearing this, Wei Guchang nodded lightly, "And it is this way. What advice does Senior have for me?" Although his seniority and age were much lower than the red-haired old man's, with his current cultivation there was no need for Wei Guchang to be too polite, so his tone was neither salty nor light. I don't dare." The red-haired old man was shocked. Although Wei Guchang had only just broken through to the origin returning realm, his name had already spread across Shadowed Star. In terms of aptitude and cultivation speed, the red-haired old man could not catch up to him. These famous young talents were all future rulers of Shadowed Star. If he offended him now, he would definitely suffer in the future. After knowing that the other party was Wei Guchang, how could the red-haired old man dare to be impudent? From the close relationship between Dragon Cave Mountain's master and Wei Guchang, it was impossible for him to avenge his sect's disciple, but swallowing such a grievance would only hurt the dignity of Sea Heart sect. For a moment he hesitated, not knowing what to do. At the same time, he was cursing endlessly in his heart. If the cultivator surnamed Hai had not been blind enough to provoke such a person, how could he have been so restrained? If it had been a cultivator from a small clan or faction, the other party would have killed first, and he would have taken revenge later. There was no problem at all. But now there was no hope for revenge, so whether he could escape unscathed was up to the other party. "Brother Yang, what's going on here? Why are there so many people gathered here?" Wei Guchang suddenly changed the topic and asked, "Are there people here to fight?" This Wei has only just broken through and has been worrying about not having a chance to test out what he has learned. If there really is such an opportunity, why don't you give it to this Wei? Yang Kai's confident look made the red-haired old man's face become even uglier. Haha. Yang Kai chuckled. "It's not a big deal. It's just that someone has taken a fancy to my Dragon Cave Mountain and wants to expropriate this place." Expropriate? Wei Guchang raised his brow and sneered. Such bold words. This Wei doesn't mind explaining who wants to expropriate this precious land. That being said, Wei Guchang still glared at the red-haired old man with an unfriendly expression. The red-haired old man was secretly shocked, but he quickly understood the situation and quickly cupped his fists. Nephew Wei misunderstands. This is just this sect's inner disciple speaking recklessly. It's not a big deal, just a misunderstanding. This old man was also a flexible character. When he said these words, his expression was indifferent, without the slightest trace of resentment, as if he didn't even care about the death of an elite disciple just now. A misunderstanding? Wei Guchang had no intention of letting this matter go, pointing to the broken body on the ground and saying, "This misunderstanding is a bit too big. How could there be someone who died here?" The red-haired old man's eyes narrowed as his face twitched slightly. Nephew Wei can rest assured. This blind thing's death is not to be regretted. This old master will order people to clean up this place, so this precious land won't be sullied. Wei Guchang narrowed his eyes and stared at the red-haired old man for a long time before chuckling and turning to Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, what do you think?" Since it's a misunderstanding, there's nothing to say. However, this kind of misunderstanding shouldn't happen again, so as to avoid provoking a bloody disaster. Yang Kai looked at the red-haired old man with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "This old master will remember your Excellency's words and will definitely restrain this disciple in the future." The red-haired old man nodded lightly, but seeing that neither Wei Guchang nor Yang Kai had any intention of speaking again, he ordered his sect's inner disciple to clean up the broken body and blood in front of him before cupping his fists and leading the dozen Sea Heart sect disciples away. Looking at this man's disappearing back, Wei Guchang's brow furrowed as he warned, "Brother Yang, be careful of this person. This person is capable of enduring humiliation and will definitely not give up. I know, counter soldiers with arms water with an earth weir." Yang Kai grinned, not caring at all. "This Wei will have to apologize to Brother Yang. It is not that I am deliberately trying to obstruct you, but you should also be aware of the current situation in Shadow Moon Hall. If a conflict really breaks out here and causes conflict between Shadow Moon Hall and the forces behind this person, giving other forces an excuse, my Shadow Moon Hall. I know, Brother Wei doesn't need to worry about it." Yang Kai certainly understood what he meant. In fact, if Wei Guchang hadn't come just now, he would have already started a massacre, which was bound to lead to a series of conflicts. Shadow Moon Hall would not ignore this, and with the current chaotic situation, any conflict could lead to a major dispute. However, since Wei Guchang had stepped in, Yang Kai had no choice but to give him some face. "Let's not talk about this for now. Please come in." Yang Kai chuckled, waved his hand, opened the barrier around Dragon Cave Mountain, and led Wei Guchang and the others inside. As soon as he set foot in this place, the rich world energy aura rushed towards him from all directions. Wei Guchang took a deep breath and couldn't help praising, "Brother Yang, your Dragon Cave Mountain is truly amazing. Now, it has actually gathered such rich world energy. It's not much worse than the earth veins of my Shadow Moon Hall. Brother Wei is too kind. Dragon Cave Mountain is sparsely populated. How could it compare to Shadow Moon Hall? However, the world energy aura here is more than enough for a few dozen people to cultivate. The scenery here is also quite good. I've been telling Brother that if there is a chance, you should come here for a few days to relax. I'm just worried that Brother Yang would not welcome us." Dong Xianer pursed her lips and smiled. "Haha." Yang Kai laughed. Sister Xian also knows how to say such probing words. "If the few of you want to come, how could I not welcome you? The doors of Dragon Cave Mountain are always open to you." When Dong Xianer heard this, her pretty face blushed and she stuck out her tongue, looking quite embarrassed. Just as she was feeling embarrassed, though, she suddenly saw something and couldn't help calling out. Wei Guchang also raised his brow and looked over in surprise. "Brother Yang, you actually have a sentient wood here?" What they were looking at was none other than the Yang attribute divine tree. Since it was released from the Black Book space by Yang Kai, the divine tree had been living on Dragon Cave Mountain. Although it did not have 4 limbs, making it difficult for it to move about, sometimes when it was in the mood, it would move its nest. At this moment, the divine tree was moving its nest, its roots twirling around like oars as it moved forward bit by bit. On the thick trunk of the divine tree, there was a withered face, and although it looked like an old man, its facial features were clearly defined. This was clearly a sign that the divine tree had gained sentience. Seemingly hearing these voices, the divine tree paused and looked over, its leaves rustling, and a moment later, 2 rope-like branches stretched down from the tree and reached out to Dong Xianer and Dai Yuan. At the front of each branch was a golden fruit that exuded a fragrant aroma, and the withered face on the divine tree's trunk seemed to be smiling amiably. Dong Xianer and Dai Yuan looked at each other, both showing looks of surprise before immediately reaching out and accepting the fruit while thanking the tree profusely. Yang Kai was also extremely surprised. This was the first time he had seen the divine tree do such a thing, so while he was secretly surprised, he was also overjoyed. It seemed that the divine tree's sentience had become more comprehensive than before. Releasing it would be of great benefit to its evolution. After the tree of God sent out the 2 fruits, it continued to move its roots and moved forward. Wei Guchang couldn't help laughing. This sentient would actually has a male and female gift? Why do my 2 little sisters get one while I don't? As soon as this remark came out, everyone was overjoyed. This was just a small interlude. Although the divine tree's fruit wasn't anything special, it was the first time Dong Xianer and Dai Yuan had received such a special gift, so they naturally treasured it. Yang Kai led the group forward. At the same time, outside Dragon Cave Mountain, the group from Sea Heart Sect, led by the red-haired old man, were all grieving and wearing ugly expressions. They had thought that their martial uncle had arrived and would definitely be able to avenge the cultivator surnamed Hai, but in the end had to leave in such a dejected manner. Naturally, everyone was feeling quite uncomfortable, and the atmosphere was heavy. At this moment, there was actually another origin returning realm cultivator blocking their path, causing the red-haired old man to fly into a rage. He had just feigned civility and didn't dare act too presumptuously in front of Wei Guchang. But what was the origin of this person in front of him? How could he block their path without saying a word? If it weren't for the fact that the other party didn't have any malicious intent, the red-haired old man would have attacked directly. What business does this friend have with us? Why are you blocking our path? The red-haired old man held his breath as he stared at the other party, coldly. Brother Chui doesn't need to be nervous. This one is a friend, not an enemy, the man smiled lightly. You know my origins. The red-haired old man heard this man call out his surname and couldn't help showing a cold expression as he showed a look of vigilance. Chapter 1369. Haha, although Sea Heart Sect is located far away in the limitless ocean, far from here, its influence is not weak. This one has heard a lot about it, and in Sea Heart Sect, only Brother Chui has such red hair. The cultivator standing in front of the group from Sea Heart Sect explained with a calm expression. After listening to this compliment, the red-haired old man's expression relaxed slightly, but he did not relax his vigilance and asked, Who are you? My surname is Xia. The man showed an unfathomable smile. Xia, what does that have to do with me? The red-haired old man frowned. The cultivator, surnamed Xia, frowned, looking a little surprised, but after thinking about it, he asked tentatively, How long has it been since Brother Chui arrived here? Only 3 days, but what does that have to do with you? The red-haired old man was a little confused by the other party's words. Not only did this person not state his purpose for coming here, but he also did not reveal his identity, which was very suspicious. On top of that, he even asked these mindless questions, which made the red-haired old man impatient. So that's how it is. Presumably, Brother Chui has not carefully inquired about the situation around Heavenly Fate City, right? The cultivator, surnamed Xia, seemed to understand and smiled slightly. The red-haired old man coldly snorted. So what? If you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. The cultivator, surnamed Xia, chuckled. Brother Chui, please don't take offense. If that is the case, it is not difficult to explain why your sect's disciples went to Dragon Cave Mountain to stroke the tiger's whiskers. Stroke the tiger's whiskers? The red-haired old man narrowed his eyes. That small mountain? Are they even worthy? The cultivator, surnamed Xia, said lightly, If this Xia told Brother Chui that the owner of that small mountain has a good relationship with Qian Tong's elder, and there are even rumors that he has some relationship with City Lord Feiji too, and that a first-order origin returning realm cultivator died at his hands, would Brother Chui still look down on him? What? The red-haired old man's face paled, his expression becoming gloomy as he shouted, Is this true? This Xia has no reason to lie to you. Even if that's the case, so what? He killed my elite disciple, so he must pay with his blood. The red-haired old man shouted fiercely, although the information that this cultivator surnamed Xia told him made him somewhat afraid. Today's matter was of great importance. He had no choice but to think of a way to take revenge. If he didn't act, he wouldn't even be able to return to the Sea Heart sect. Ha! That's exactly what Brother Chui said. The cultivator, surnamed Xia, laughed loudly when he heard this. His eyes flashed fiercely as he said in a low voice, I'll be honest with you, Brother Chui. The origin returning realm master who died at the hands of that mountain's owner is an elder of my Xia family. My Xia family is absolutely irreconcilable with that little brat. Oh, the red-haired old man seemed a little surprised. Then he seemed to have thought of something. He looked up and down at the cultivator in front of him and said hesitantly, There is a deacon named Xia Li in the Shadow Moon Hall, and you. Xia Li is this humble one's cousin. The cultivator, surnamed Xia, smiled slightly. Hearing this, the red-haired old man was overjoyed. He didn't dare to be arrogant anymore and cupped his fists politely. So it's Brother Xia. This Chui has been neglectful. It's fine, it's fine. The cultivator, surnamed Xia, waved his hand indifferently and said affectionately, It's not your fault that you didn't know. Brother Chui is stationed nearby with your disciples to monitor the movements of the Emperor Garden, right? If you don't mind, why don't you stay in the Xia family for a while? Although my Xia clan isn't considered to be a very large clan, we can still spare a few rooms in a good side courtyard. That's great. I wonder if I'll be disturbing your family. The red-haired old man was overjoyed. He was just worried about not being able to find a good place to stay, but he didn't expect someone to invite him here. Moreover, from what this person said just now, it seemed that he had a deep grudge with the owner of the small mountain. Suddenly, he felt a sense of camaraderie with him and agreed without hesitation. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Although the red-haired old man knew that the other party seemed to have the intention of borrowing his strength, he didn't care. Brother Chui is too polite. It's an honor for your sect to be able to stay in the Xia family. This way, please. Let's have a good chat as we walk. This humble one is looking forward to the limitless ocean, but has never had a chance to go. The cultivator, surnamed Xia, invited. Please. The red-haired old man said politely. Then the two of them led a dozen or so Sea Heart sect disciples to the Xia family's headquarters. The cultivator, surnamed Xia, was very talkative, and along the way he kept talking with the red-haired old man about strange people and strange things. He also expressed his yearning for the limitless ocean, allowing the red-haired old man to immediately feel what it meant to be at home. After chatting for a while, the red-haired old man began to inquire about Yang Kai's situation. After learning that his backer was actually the Qian Tong, the red-haired old man's expression couldn't help changing slightly. If this was the case, the difficulty of revenge would not be small. Moreover, the Xia family could be considered to be within the sphere of influence of Shadow Moon Hall. so it shouldn't be a problem for them to openly oppose Dragon Cave Mountain, right? As if knowing what the red-haired old man was worried about, the cultivator surnamed Xie immediately told him that Shadow Moon Hall would not intervene in the grievances between the Xie family and Dragon Cave Mountain. This news made the red-haired old man overjoyed, and he felt more and more that his decision to go to the Xie family was the right one. As long as Shadow Moon Hall did not interfere with the strength of the Xie family and his own forces, wouldn't destroying a small mountain be a simple matter? Thinking so, the red-haired old man's expression became fierce, as if he could already see Yang Kai being torn to pieces. Inside Dragon Cave Mountain, inside a relatively large loft, Yang Kai welcomed Wei Guchang and the others in. After the hosts and guests were seated, Wu Yi personally served up a few plates of spirit fruits and ordered some fragrant tea before withdrawing. "Brother Yang, please accept this Wei and Xian salute." To Yang Kai's surprise, Wei Guchang suddenly stood up again and bowed sincerely to him, along with Dong Xianer. "What is Brother Wei doing?" Yang Kai was stunned and quickly got up to help the two of them up. Wei Guchang grinned. This Wei has lived for many years but has never admired anyone. Even Chu Changfeng and Fang Tianxin are not worthy of this Wei lowering his head. "Brother Yang, you are the first and only one." Yang Kai thought about it for a moment and understood why Wei Guchang was acting so solemnly, waving his hand and saying, "Brother Wei is too serious. Elder Qian being able to escape last time had little to do with me. You must have heard the specific details from Elder Qian. I only followed City Lord Fei into the Emperor Garden for a walk. If not for City Lord Fei triggering the spirit array, I'm afraid I would have been trapped inside as well. But I know that if it weren't for you, Brother Yang, Kai He and Du Cece would have died. If the two of them had fallen inside the Emperor Garden, their two families would have inevitably resented my Shadow Moon Hall. So in any case, Xian and I should thank you." Listening to him say this, Yang Kai didn't try to explain himself. The more he said, the more hypocritical he would sound. On the other hand, Dai Yuan, who was listening nearby, stared at Yang Kai in surprise, seemingly not having expected him to have actually entered the Emperor Garden. Unfortunately, Xian and I were in the middle of consolidating our cultivations at that time, so we didn't know anything about the outside world. If we hadn't heard about it, by chance, after coming out of seclusion, I'm afraid we would still be in the dark. A trace of sadness flashed across Wei Guchang's face. Although he was not a disciple of Qian Tong and had instead been cultivating with the chief hall master, after so many years, Qian Tong had treated him like one of his own. When Qian Tong was in trouble, Wei Guchang couldn't help blaming himself every time he thought about it. The seniors of Shadow Moon Hall were only thinking about the two of you. You two have just broken through to the origin returning realm and need to consolidate your cultivation. So how could they tell you such things and disturb your state of mind? Let's not talk about this for now. Brother Wei, why have you come here today? Yang Kai saw Wei Guchang's sullen appearance and quickly changed the subject. Nothing important. I just came here to deliver an invitation. Wei Guchang chuckled and gestured to Dong Xianer. The latter understood and took out a golden invitation from his space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. Whose invitation is this? Could it be that Brother Wei and Sister Xian are going to have a good time together? Yang Kai chuckled and asked meaningfully. Dong Xianer immediately blushed and spat before running over to Dai Yuan's side, somewhat embarrassed to see anyone. Wei Guchang, on the other hand, smiled mysteriously. That's not the case, but there will always be an opportunity. When that day comes, I will definitely not forget to send an invitation to Brother Yang. However, this invitation is not something that ordinary people can obtain. Yang Kai raised his brow and looked down, stunned. Treasure Trove Pavilion? Treasure Trove Pavilion. Wei Guchang returned to his seat, picked up his cup of tea, and took a sip before slowly saying, "An invitation to Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction. Is Brother Yang interested in attending?" Yang Kai did not answer immediately. Speaking of which, he had participated in a previous auction hosted by Treasure Trove Pavilion and gained quite a bit, so he was somewhat interested in this kind of thing. However, it wasn't as if he had to attend. Moreover, with the current situation, Treasure Trove Pavilion suddenly wanting to hold an auction was a mystery. Oh, it's still in Heavenly Fate City? Yang Kai was even more surprised now. From what he knew about Treasure Trove Pavilion, this great force was the largest merchant union on Shadowed Star and focused on earning Saint Crystals. Their auction would be held every few years or so, but the location of each auction was not fixed. Each time it would be held in one of the cities belonging to the various great forces. Now, only a few years had passed since the last auction, but it was actually being held in Heavenly Fate City again. Obviously, this was a break from the past because, strictly speaking, the next auction in Heavenly Fate City should be held in 100 years. Naturally, it will be held in Heavenly Fate City, now that all the great forces have gathered here and the Emperor Garden has appeared. Even if Treasure Trove Pavilion didn't hold the auction in Heavenly Fate City, I'm afraid no one would agree. Wei Guchang chuckled. Listening to his explanation, Yang Kai understood. Now, there were countless cultivator groups gathered in Heavenly Fate City, large and small, so taking advantage of this opportunity to hold an auction was a win-win situation. Moreover, although the Emperor Garden had appeared, and although it was temporarily impossible to enter, no one could say when it would open. Many cultivator groups were already preparing ahead of time, trying to enhance their strength so they could rush in and get a share of the profits once the Emperor Garden opened. Under such circumstances, once the auction was held, there would definitely be a flood of guests. After all, last time, Treasure Trove Pavilion had taken advantage of the opening of the Lu Yen Sand Field to hold an auction, resulting in a huge harvest. This time, Treasure Trove Pavilion obviously intended to repeat the same trick. Chapter 1370. As for why Treasure Trove Pavilion had specifically sent him an invitation, it wasn't difficult to explain. After all, at the auction a few years ago, the final auction items had all been delivered by Yang Kai. Others might not know this information, but Treasure Trove Pavilion should know. What's more, with the financial resources Dragon Cave Mountain had shown so far, they were fully qualified to participate in this auction. This invitation was specially given to Elder Qian by old Sir Yen Pei. He ordered this Wei to deliver it to you. If Brother Yang has time, you might as well take a look, Wei Guchang chuckled. Hearing him mention Yen Pei, Yang Kai immediately thought of that old, charcoal-like face and thought about it for a moment before asking. Senior Yen specifically asked you to deliver this invitation. It wasn't just an invitation, right? What else is there? Wei Guchang rubbed his nose and shook his head with a wry smile. I told you, Brother Yang is extremely shrewd. Even if we didn't mention it, he would definitely realize it. Dong Xianer also smiled bitterly to the side. Yang Kai looked at Wei Guchang and said, Brother Wei, please speak frankly. You and I are not outsiders. Wei Guchang hesitated for a moment before nodding. Senior Yen did have something he wanted me to convey, but I didn't want to mention it. But since Brother Yang has said so, I won't beat around the bush. Senior Yen hopes you can provide him with a few more final auction items. Final auction items? Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this and curled his lips. What does he think this place is? An endless treasure trove? How could there be so many final auction items? Wei Guchang shrugged helplessly. These were indeed Yen Pei's original words. If it weren't for Elder Qian having a good relationship with Yen Pei, Wei Guchang wouldn't have acted as a messenger. Hearing this, Wei Guchang nodded. Then I'll go back and tell Elder Qian that there are no more treasures here. Yang Kai nodded. Speaking of which, he really did have a lot of treasures in his hands. If he took them out to auction, he would definitely be able to attract a lot of attention. Even if he didn't, it wasn't too late to ask Yang Yen to refine a few origin, grade, high-rank artifacts. The Emperor Garden had suddenly appeared, so presumably origin, grade, high-rank artifacts would be in high demand. However, Yang Kai was well aware that a tall tree attracts the wind. Last time he had accidentally taken out a few items that had caused many great conflicts on Shadowed Star. So if he took them out this time, he would definitely attract some people. Yang Kai couldn't help but worry. He couldn't say he wouldn't do something so stupid as showing off his wealth. Yang is to say is Wei Guchang said Yang's for you, is S for you. Wei Guchang chuckled. On the back of the invitation in your hand, there are some items that will be auctioned in this auction. Oh. Yang Kai heard this and suddenly became interested. Flipping to the back of the invitation, he quickly found that what Wei Guchang said was true. There were some exquisite patterns printed on these pages, as well as some simple descriptions of the items that would be auctioned at this time's auction. There were top-grade artifacts, pills that could increase one's cultivation, powerful secret techniques, and rare and hard-to-find materials. Yang Kai browsed through them one by one and was secretly shocked by Treasure Trove Pavilion's wealth. This great force really had its own uniqueness. The last auction they held was only a few years ago, yet now they had collected so many good things. Yang Kai couldn't help wondering what kind of connections they had. However, although these things were good, they didn't enter Yang Kai's eyes. It wasn't a matter of grade, but rather that Yang Kai had no use for them even if he bought them. Whether it was artifacts, pills, or secret techniques, Yang Kai had plenty of them, so he naturally wasn't interested in this auction. However, when he flipped to the last page, his expression suddenly froze as he stared at a pattern on the page. A trace of surprise flashed across the depths of his eyes before they were immediately replaced by ecstasy. Although this change in expression was extremely quick, it still couldn't escape the observation of everyone present. Seeing this, Wei Guchang chuckled. It seems that Brother Yang has really found something he needs. He has indeed found something. But I didn't expect Treasure Trove Pavilion to be able to take out such a thing. Yang Kai showed a look of surprise. In front of these people, there was no need for him to hide anything. So he solemnly put away the invitation and asked, "When will this auction begin?" 1 month from now. The location will be the same as last time. Has Brother Yang decided to go? Such a grand event. Naturally, I can't miss it. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Then this Wei will be waiting for you. Wei Guchang also showed a look of joy. He was also going to attend the auction, and being able to go with a like-minded friend naturally wouldn't be too boring. Next, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer chatted with Yang Kai for a long time. After all, the group hadn't seen each other for several years since their last retreat, and Yang Kai had now broken through to the Third Order Saint King realm. It wouldn't be long before he broke through to the Origin Returning realm. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer had both just experienced this process, so they didn't hold back and shared their experiences with each other, allowing Yang Kai and Dai Yuan to benefit greatly. In particular, Dai Yuan listened attentively, occasionally asking a few questions when she didn't understand. Wei Guchang and Dai Yuan naturally patiently explained everything to her without showing any signs of impatience. After a full half a day, the two of them bid farewell and left. Before leaving, Dong Xian invited Dai Yuan to Shadow Moon Hall, to which the latter readily agreed. After the two from the Shadow Moon Hall left, Yang Kai turned his head to look at Dai Yuan with a smile. The latter shot him a disdainful look before her ugly face suddenly distorted, and in the next moment, her original appearance appeared in front of Yang Kai. Skin like jade, eyebrows like the moon, eyes like stars, a jade nose and red lips. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that her appearance was enough to turn all living things upside down. This sudden change in appearance stunned Yang Kai. Dai Yuan brushed her hair behind her ear and chuckled lightly. Junior Brother Yang, do you think this appearance is more pleasing to the eye? Yang Kai's expression became serious as he shook his head and said, "Appearance is nothing more than a person's outer appearance. Whether or not they are ugly or beautiful, whether or not they are bestowed by their parents is not important. The most important thing about a person is their innermost being." Dai Yuan nodded in agreement, but just as she was about to nod, Yang Kai suddenly changed the subject. But this appearance is indeed much more pleasing to the eye. After all, everyone has a desire to be beautiful. Dai Yuan was extremely annoyed and glared at him fiercely, her peerless face disappearing in an instant and being replaced by a yellowish, black, and pockmarked face. Just now, she had almost naively believed Yang Kai's words and felt quite moved. But how could she have known that this feeling would be instantly destroyed by Yang Kai? Yang Kai lightly coughed, knowing that he had annoyed her, quickly changing the subject. By the way, what does Sister Dai Yuan need my help with this visit? What, do you think I came here to ask for your help? Can't I just take a look? Am I not welcome here? Dai Yuan snorted, clearly not liking Yang Kai. That's not it. Yang Kai knew that he had misspoken again and didn't know what to do for a while. Dai Yuan pursed her lips and smiled. Only you can lie to me, but I can't joke around. I won't hide it from you. This time, I really do need your help. Yang Kai's expression relaxed as he quickly said, If there's anything I can help with, Sister Dai Yuan, please don't hesitate to ask. Dai Yuan lightly opened her lips and said bluntly, An origin condensing pill. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. Dai Yuan explained, Originally, I was preparing to break through to the origin returning realm after a while. But now that the Emperor Garden has appeared, time will not wait for me. So I need an origin condensing pill to assist me. This shouldn't be difficult for Brother Yang, right? Not at all. Yang Kai smiled confidently. Besides Wu Yi and Yang Yin, Dai Yuan also knew that he was an alchemist. After all, he had used his alchemy skills to help her expel the poison last time. A trivial origin condensing pill, with Yang Kai's current methods, naturally wouldn't take much effort to refine. Dai Yuan smiled happily and said, I've already prepared the materials, so I'll have to trouble Junior Brother Yang. Saying so, she took out a few sets of herbs to refine the origin condensing pill from her space ring. Yang Kai didn't act polite with her, accepting them and saying, You can stay here for a while. I'll bring you the origin condensing pill tomorrow. Dai Yuan nodded happily. Refining the origin condensing pill was indeed a simple task for Yang Kai, taking only a stick of incense worth of time to complete, but he still waited until the next day to personally hand this pill over to Dai Yuan. Dai Yuan accepted it and naturally thanked him profusely. Immediately after, she told Yang Kai that Colored Glass Sect had also sent a number of people to Heavenly Fate City to monitor the Emperor Garden's movements, including her junior sister, Yin Su Dai. Yin Su Dai, like Wei Guchang, had also broken through to the origin returning realm, but it had only been a short time and she was still consolidating her cultivation. She also seemed to have some malicious intentions towards Yang Kai, so Dai Yuan warned Yang Kai to be careful. Hearing this, Yang Kai showed a strange look on his face. After asking a few questions, he immediately concluded that after leaving Colored Glass Sect last time, his conflict with Yin Su Dai and even his killing of a Colored Glass Sect disciple had not been exposed. It seemed that Yin Su Dai had not reported it to the sect and had used some kind of method to cover up the death of her fellow disciple. However, this was good news for Yang Kai. Yin Su Dai being willing to cover up this matter was something he was more than happy to accept. Next, Dai Yuan intentionally or unintentionally talked about the changes in Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain, causing Yang Kai to break out in a cold sweat. When this woman talked about this, she shot him a meaningful look. Fortunately, she had no intention of continuing the conversation and only mentioned it briefly before moving on. After finally sending Dai Yuan off, Yang Kai stood in front of his cave mansion with a contemplative look on his face. Yang Inflammation appeared beside him like a ghost and frowned, listening to that woman's tone. She seems to know something. Others may not know, but that doesn't mean she doesn't. After all, the stone mongoose entered Colored Glass Mountain from her Thousand Illusion Peak. Although I covered up my tracks, if she investigated carefully, she may have discovered something. On top of that, she also cultivates the Thousand Illusion colored glass art, so she may have some kind of connection with Colored Glass Mountain. Yang Kai said thoughtfully. Although he didn't know the truth of the matter, his guess wasn't far off. The reason why Dai Yuan knew something was wrong with Colored Glass Mountain was largely because she cultivated the colored glass secret art. Chapter 1371. Then what should we do? Yang Inflammation asked worriedly. It doesn't matter. She specifically mentioned this place because she wanted to tell me not to worry. Most people in Colored Glass Sect are unaware of this. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come here to ask me to refine an origin condensing pill. That being said, it's still best to be careful. After all, Colored Glass Mountain is Colored Glass Sect's most precious treasure. Once news of this matter leaks out, Colored Glass Sect will definitely not let this matter rest. I know what's important. Yang Kai gently nodded. Right. Chen Yu isn't in retreat right now, right? No. Yang Inflammation shook his head. Tell her to come to me. I have something I need to see her about, Yang Kai said before turning around and walking towards the cave mansion. Inside the cave mansion, Yang Kai sat cross-legged with an indifferent expression, seemingly contemplating something. Noticing that someone was approaching from outside, Yang Kai immediately opened the barrier and let this person in. Sure enough, it was Qian Yu. Yang Kai, are you looking for me? Qian Yu asked. And come and sit. Yang Kai gestured to her, and although Qian Yu didn't understand why, she still came over and sat down cross-legged on one of the praying mats, looking around curiously, a look of interest appearing on her face. Speaking of which, besides Yang Kai himself, Yang Inflammation was the one who came and went the most frequently in this cave mansion. Only when a cultivator of Dragon Cave Mountain was about to break through a bottleneck would they enter retreat in a specially prepared room outside the cave mansion to cultivate. This was because one could feel a trace of the aura of the 9-branch jade crystal tree there, and with the assistance of the 10,000-year incense, it was of great benefit to a cultivator's breakthrough. This was the first time Qian Yu had come here, so she was naturally curious. This was one of the most secret places on Dragon Cave Mountain. Why are you looking for me? Qian Yu looked around for a while before asking with a solemn expression. She and Yang Kai were both from Tongxian realm, and although her strength was enough to overlook Yang Kai many years ago, the fact that she had such a good cultivation environment and a large number of cultivation resources was all thanks to Yang Kai, not to mention that Yang Kai's strength had long surpassed hers. As such, Qian Yu could only treat Yang Kai as an equal and even felt a faint trace of awe in her heart. I'll need your help. Qian Yu smiled faintly. All right, I was just worried that I wouldn't be able to do anything here. Just tell me what you need help with. Qian Yu. Qian Yu's soul. Qian Yu's name. You. Qian Yu, Qian Yu, Qian Yu, what? You, Yang Yu. Estes was to ask Yang Yushi. Letting someone else's soul avatar enter one's knowledge, was not a trivial matter. Generally speaking, only those who are most trusted or close to one's heart would do such a thing. After all, a person's knowledge contained too many secrets, and no one would want outsiders to know about them. The last time Yang Kai entered Yang Yun's knowledge it was because Yang Yun had taken the initiative to release his divine sense defenses. Otherwise, Yang Kai would not have been able to break into it. Now, hearing Yang Kai say this, Qian Yu was naturally surprised, but at the same time also felt a trace of gratitude. Regardless of what Yang Kai's original intention was for making such a request, since he had said so, he obviously did not consider her an outsider. I can enter, but what do you want me to do? Do you need me to cultivate some kind of secret technique? Qian Yu guessed casually. No, you don't need to think too much about it. I just want you to find a place, Yang Kai explained. Find a place? Qian Yu frowned, becoming even more confused. Why would she need to enter Yang Kai's knowledge, to find a place? Find the place where you separated from Su Yan. Yang Kai's face became solemn as he shouted in a low voice, not waiting for Qian Yu to ask. You'll understand when you come in. It's too troublesome to explain. Although Qianyu was still confused, she no longer hesitated and nodded lightly. Then release your knowledge. See defenses. Yang Kai nodded lightly, closed his eyes, and immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea. The next moment, his soul avatar appeared and hovered above his knowledge sea. Not long after, Yang Kai felt another wave of spiritual energy rush into his knowledge sea. Frowning, he did not resist and allowed it to enter. A moment later, a light flashed in front of him and Qianyu's soul avatar appeared. As soon as she appeared, she could not help crying out as she hurriedly pushed her spiritual energy to resist the scorching heat coming from all directions. The situation of Yang Kai's knowledge sea was similar to the yang inflammation, but it was much more powerful. The seawater below was like a raging inferno. So Qianyu, who was only a first-order Saint King, was naturally affected. Seeing this, Yang Kai waved his hand and sent out a burst of spiritual energy that wrapped around Qianyu, isolating her from the impact of the conflagrated knowledge sea. Your knowledge, see, it's really dangerous, Qianyu muttered as she looked around. Qianyu wore a look of lingering fear as she swept her eyes around. With her eyesight, she could naturally see that Yang Kai's divine sense had mutated and was now extremely powerful. If it weren't for Yang Kai deliberately shielding her, she wouldn't have been able to hold on for long. Let's go! Yang Kai beckoned to her and took the lead to fly up into the sky, at the same time pushing his divine sense. In the next moment, an incredible scene appeared. Above Qianyu's knowledge sea, a sky full of twinkling stars, like a dense cluster of fireflies. Immediately, these stars spread out in all directions, rapidly expanding. Qianyu felt her vision blur and involuntarily had the illusion that she was in a starry sky. This is... Qianyu's face filled with shock. Looking around, she quickly discovered that the scene around her had changed drastically. If not for her consciousness being clear enough to know that this was Yang Kai's knowledge sea, she would definitely have mistakenly thought she had arrived in a star field again. Looking at this seemingly familiar scene, Qianyu could not help recalling the various hardships she had experienced when she, Ice Master Qinya, and the others passed through the star field gate above Ice Sect and entered star territory. Those stars were so huge and dazzling that it was daunting to look at. They couldn't help but feel how small they were. The despair-inducing starry sky storm and the boundless sea of asteroids appeared before their eyes one by one. Thinking back to the tragic deaths of the several Ice Sect elders, Qianyu's expression became gloomy. All of these scenes from the past were now vivid in her mind, as if they were just yesterday. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside her. It was Yang Kai. Qianyu turned her head and looked at him, a trace of loneliness flashing across her beautiful eyes. Now, to her, Yang Kai was probably the only person she was familiar with. She didn't have the slightest sense of belonging to the star field. Involuntarily, Qianyu whispered, Yang Kai, I want to go back to Tongxian Realm. I want to go back to Ice Sect. The soft spot in her heart seemed to have been completely exposed because of the scene, making her look extremely delicate and fragile. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a strange light as he said lightly, Such a day will come. But before that, you need to improve your strength first. Yang Kai's voice seemed to contain some kind of magical power, causing Qianyu's beautiful eyes to become a little confused. Seeing this, Yang Kai frowned and shouted. This shout exploded in Qianyu's ears like spring thunder, causing her tender body to tremble involuntarily. The weakness in her eyes suddenly disappeared and she regained her usual vigor. After understanding what had happened, she couldn't help showing a trace of fear and gratitude. When she saw this strange star field just now, a huge flaw had appeared in her heart. This flaw might seem insignificant now, but if left alone, it would definitely become a heart demon that would become a huge hidden danger when she attempted to break through. Once this heart demon broke out at the critical juncture of a breakthrough, it would cause her to fail her breakthrough and suffer a backlash. In the worst-case scenario, her soul would be destroyed on the spot. Although Yang Kai's words were light, he had faintly used the power of his soul attack to awaken her from her weakness and memories. After understanding this, how could Qian Yu not be grateful? At the same time, she also felt a little relieved, secretly feeling that compared to Yang Kai's tenacity, she was indeed a little overwhelmed. Taking a deep breath, Qian Yu calmed her chaotic mood and asked, "What is this? Why are there these things in your knowledge? See." "Star." Yang Kai stood next to her and stared at the stars that were exuding strong and weak light. This star was something Yang Kai obtained from a chart master who belonged to Purple Star when he first entered Star territory. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of fortuitous encounter this chart master named Wu Suo had, but after his Purple Star starship exploded, he died tragically on the spot and his soul was swallowed by Yang Kai. After Yang Kai purified his soul with his demon eye of annihilation, this star was left behind. Yang Kai had also explored the star before, but he hadn't put too much effort into it, and after arriving on Shadowed Star, he had no opportunity to use this star, so he hadn't studied it. However, since finding Qian Yu and learning that she had been separated from Su Yan and the others in the star field, Yang Kai began to use this star in his knowledge, see to search. He had carefully asked Qian Yu about the location where she had been separated from Su Yan and the others, and now he had found several similar locations. But he couldn't be certain, so he had asked Qian Yu to enter his knowledge, see, so she could identify them. Yang Kai had no way to find Su Yan right now, but if he could determine her approximate location, Yang Kai would have a direction to work towards. After briefly explaining the mysteries of this star to Qian Yu, the latter's eyes flashed brilliantly, as if she had never imagined there would be such a magical thing in the territory of Star. The profession of chartmaster was almost non-existent on Shadowed Star. After all, Shadowed Star was extremely isolated and had no way to communicate with the outside world. Occasionally, some people would venture deep into the star field, but they would only search for ores and Saint crystals nearby, so chartmasters had no future on this star. "You mean this star contains all the stars in Star's territory?" Qian Yu asked with surprise and joy. "And even if it isn't all of them, it shouldn't be far off," Yang Kai nodded. "What about Tongxian realm?" Qian Yu turned to look at him. "Do you want to see?" Yang Kai grinned. Qian Yu nodded repeatedly, an eager expression on her face. "I'll take you there." Yang Kai waved his hand and wrapped Qian Yu in his spiritual energy, quickly leading her through the territory of this star. Chapter 1372. As the bright stars passed by, Qian Yu felt like she could reach out and touch them, but she knew that these seemingly real stars were actually just reflections of the star, not real. Shuttling through the star field, Qian Yu felt like she was in a dream. Here, not only was there a dazzling sun star, but there was also a moon star that exuded a faint light, countless lifeless dead stars, and an asteroid sea that caused Qian Yu's complexion to pale. It was as if the entire star territory had been shrunk countless times and placed here. She flew forward silently with Yang Kai, and after what seemed like an eternity, Yang Kai suddenly came to a stop, a complex look on his face as he stared forward silently. Following his gaze, Qian Yu saw a faint blue stars. These stars weren't very eye-catching in the entire star territory, as there were countless stars more dazzling than them. But at this moment, these stars had become all that Qian Yu could see. Staring at these stars in a daze, she felt as if she had seen her home, her heart filled with warmth. Tongxian realm. These stars were the hometown she yearned for day and night. Tongxian realm, where she had been born and raised. After entering the star field from Ice Sect, Qian Yu had once looked back and seen the exact same scene she was seeing now. The faint blue stars were like brilliant blue roses, infatuating her and making her reluctant to part with them. But at that time she had no choice but to follow Ice Master Qinya and leave her homeland. Qian Yu burst into tears, even if she was a Saint King realm cultivator, even if she had cultivated for several dozen years. But at this moment, she was still unable to control her emotions, like a wanderer far away from home, the deep longing in her heart bursting forth at this moment. Yang Kai didn't say anything. When he explored the star field alone and found the stars where Tongxian realm was, his emotions were no better than Qian Yu's. But he was a man, so his way of expressing his emotions was different. After a long time, Qian Yu gradually stopped sobbing, turned her head to Yang Kai, and asked softly, "Yang Kai, can we still go back there?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded, resolutely and decisively. Qian Yu's eyes flashed with surprise. Although Yang Kai's answer was groundless, and she couldn't see any hope now, hearing this answer, the emptiness in her heart was instantly filled with joy. "Thank you. Thank you." Qian Yu suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He really shouldn't have lost his composure in front of a junior. However, when he saw his homeland, he didn't care. She couldn't control her emotions, and all the grievances she had suffered in Joyous Union Pavilion over the years began to surge like a tide. Fortunately now she was Yang Yu Star, and she was young, Qian Yu. Yang Kai smiled lightly, his spiritual energy bursting out and wrapping Qian Yu in his spiritual energy again, gradually pulling her away from the blue star. Qian Yu was Xian Shui, Xian Zhen Xian, and Yang. Xian and Xian Star Xian Shui, Xian Star Xian and Xian Zhen. Qian Yu looked around for a moment before slowly shaking her head. "It's not here. I remember the asteroid. See, there was larger than this one." Yang Kai nodded and once again wrapped Qian Yu up and flew away. Half a day later, the barrier around the cave mansion opened and Qian Yu walked out. Yang Kai sat alone in the cave mansion with a smile on his face. Finally, through Qian Yu's identification, Yang Kai had found the location where she had separated from Su Yan and the others. Although Su Yan and the others had also passed through the void corridor at that time, and Yang Kai didn't know where they had gone, this was still an extremely precious clue. At that time, as long as he was strong enough, he could directly go to that place and find the void corridor. Yang Kai could follow the vine to find the melon, and there was a chance he could meet Su Yan again. Of course, all of this would be based on a strong foundation of strength. It was still too early to consider such things. Sorting out his mood, Yang Kai took out his alchemy furnace and a number of herbs before beginning to use alchemy to calm his mood. Time flew by, and soon a month had passed. On this day, the barrier around Dragon Cave Mountain opened, and two figures slowly walked out. Naturally, it was Yang Kai and Yang Yan. The two of them were naturally going to participate in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction. In fact, Kai Yang's original attitude towards this auction was whether or not he wanted to go. But after seeing a certain item printed on the invitation, he immediately changed his mind. That item was of great use to him, and he had to obtain it no matter what. For this reason, he had taken all the Saint Crystals he had from Wu Yi and prepared to go all out. Currently, Dragon Cave Mountain didn't have a lot of Saint Crystals, but it definitely wasn't a small amount either, a total of 70 million. According to the estimates of Yang Kai and Yang Yan, this amount of Saint Crystals was enough to win that item. After all, although that thing was precious, it was still just a material. Besides someone like Yang Kai who had other uses for it, no one should be willing to spend such a high price to bid for it. Yang Kai still had some confidence in this matter. A trivial 50-kilometer journey, the two of them arrived at Heavenly Fate City on their star shuttles. Currently, Heavenly Fate City was filled with crooks and honest folk. In order to maintain order in the city, Lord Fei Ji too was under great pressure. He was a person who didn't want to provoke trouble, otherwise he wouldn't have asked the old temple master to place him in Heavenly Fate City as the city lord. But now, the Emperor Garden had appeared and floated above Heavenly Fate City, leading to so many cultivators' arrival. The city's spirit array had been fully activated and no one was allowed to act at will inside the city. Otherwise, they would be severely punished. Moreover, upon entering the city, there was a powerful barrier that prohibited flying. This was different from the previous rules. In the past, when Yang Kai came to Heavenly Fate City, he had to fly directly in and out. But now, in front of Heavenly Fate City, he had no choice but to land on the ground and enter through the city gate with Yang Yan. The city gate was also crowded with people. Yang Yan shrank under Yang Kai's wings and tried his best to pass through safely. After entering the city, looking at the bustling scene, whether it was Yang Kai or Yang Yan, both of them felt a headache coming on. The population of Heavenly Fate City was now more than 10 times larger than before. Fortunately, the auction had started today, so there were people in charge of clearing the roads and maintaining order at all the major city gates, leading directly to Treasure Trove Pavilion, saving them the trouble of jostling with people and losing their status as elders. Finding the reception area, Yang Kai took out the golden invitation and showed it to the cultivator in charge of receiving them. The cultivator immediately showed a flattering look and respectfully said, "Welcome to my humble towers auction. Please come this way." Saying so, he turned to a young woman next to him and said, "Ching, show these 2 honored guests to their private room." Although Yang Kai and Yang Yan's cultivations weren't high, there weren't many golden invitations. Yen Pei was well aware of the amazing financial resources of Dragon Cave Mountain and hoped that Yang Kai could bring a few more items for the finale of the auction. So the grade of the invitations Dragon Cave Mountain sent out was extremely high. Even if it wasn't as good as those from first-tier sects, it wasn't far off. When the cultivator in charge of receiving guests near the city gate saw this invitation, how could he not be respectful? Hearing his instructions, the young woman, who appeared to be only 17 or 18 years old, immediately stepped forward and said, "2 honored guests, please come with me." Although this young woman wasn't a stunning beauty, she was still quite attractive. Her strength wasn't high, only reaching the immortal ascension boundary, but her voice was extremely pleasant, like the chirping of a lark. Every frown and smile she made was filled with charm, as if she had cultivated some kind of seductive technique. Seeing this, Yang Kai gently nodded, knowing that Treasure Trove Pavilion had put in a lot of effort for this auction. Every great force that came to participate in this auction would have a special young woman to receive them. Treasure Trove Pavilion had countless disciples with such high cultivation, so it wasn't difficult to train them. But this arrangement was likely to win the favor of some cultivator who was fond of feminine charms. Perhaps this cultivator would be so happy that he would spend money like water. The young woman named Qing walked in front, leading Yang Kai and Yang Yan towards Treasure Trove Pavilion, explaining as she walked, "Qing, I will be responsible for all the auction matters for 2 seniors this time. If 2 seniors win something, Qing, I will pay the St. Crystals on behalf of 2 seniors and retrieve the auction item. If 2 seniors have any other instructions, please don't hesitate. Our pavilion master has issued an order that Qing must satisfy all the requirements of 2 seniors. All the requirements." Yang Yan raised his brow, revealing a faint smile. And the young woman named Qing gently nodded, her delicate earlobes revealing a touch of seductive pink. Yang Yan chuckled and shot a meaningful glance towards Yang Kai before immediately whispering something in Qing's ear. The other party's face turned even redder, but she still nodded. Yang Kai sniffed. Although he didn't deliberately eavesdrop on the conversation between Yang Yan and this young woman, he knew what Yang Yan had asked. This girl's personality seems to have changed since she fell into a coma. Yang Kai thought about it thoughtfully. She wasn't so bold before, but this wasn't a big deal. He had always felt that Yang Yan's personality was too introverted, so this kind of change was something he was happy to see. Along the way, the streets were filled with people, but with the passage deliberately opened by Treasure Trove Pavilion, the 3 of them were able to walk through it without any obstructions. A short time later, the trio arrived in front of Treasure Trove Pavilion. There weren't many people in front of this building, only 2, but when Yang Kai saw them, his eyes shrank. Because these 2 were both third-order origin returning realm masters. One of them was the city lord of this city, Fei Ji Tu, who was standing there with an unhappy look on his face. Originally, he wanted to be free and unfettered, but how could he have known that he would end up in such a mess? As a result, he had no choice but to stand here and deter all the guests. It would be strange if his complexion was good, only slightly better than the person next to him. The one with an even darker face was naturally Yen Pei. Not only was old Black Face's face dark, but his heart was even darker. All the things he auctioned were sold for sky-high prices. The last time he auctioned off an Origin condensing pill with pill veins, the price had broken through the hundreds of millions mark, creating a miracle. Chapter 1373. The Masters of Shadowed Star's Great Forces had a love-hate relationship with old Black-Face Yen Pei. They loved him because, whenever he took part in an auction, the items he obtained would definitely be of great value, but they hated him because of the ridiculously high prices he charged. Even the great forces couldn't stand his exploitation. With 2 third-order Origin returning realm masters standing here, it was obvious how much importance treasure trove pavilion attached to this auction. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, whether it was Fei Ji2 or Yen Pei, both showed a smile. When Qing, who was leading the way, saw this, she couldn't help feeling stunned. She hadn't expected that the identity of this young man she was receiving would be so extraordinary that even great Elder Kwong Lao showed a rare smile, causing her to feel even happier. For Qing, the more distinguished Yang Kai's identity was, the more reward she could receive. If her luck was good, and she was chosen by Yang Kai, she wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. After all, those who came with golden invitations certainly wouldn't lack St. Crystals. Greetings, seniors. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, but he had no choice but to step forward and salute. This was the disadvantage of having low seniority. No matter where one went, they would always be dwarfed. Haha, no need to be so polite. Fei Ji2 smiled lightly, stretched out his hand, and an invisible force lifted Yang Kai up, his expression amiable. Since seeing the Ice Phoenix remnant soul appear in the Emperor Garden last time, Fei Ji2 no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai. Even if it was just a remnant soul, it was still a legendary, ancient, divine spirit. It could be said that as long as Yang Kai didn't die as his strength increased, he would be able to exert more and more power from this ancient, divine spirit remnant soul. Due to the suppression of Shadowed Star's world principles, Yang Kai may not have a chance to break through to the Origin King realm, but in the Origin returning realm, with the help of the Ice Phoenix remnant soul, he was absolutely invincible. If Yang Kai didn't take advantage of this opportunity to curry favor with him while he was still weak, once he was strong enough, it would not be so easy to form a friendship. I heard you got into trouble some time ago, boy. Fei Ji2 grinned meaningfully. May I know what senior is referring to? Yang Kai asked doubtfully. Stop playing dumb. Did you kill the people from the Sea Heart sect? Fei Ji2 glared at him. So it's the Sea Heart sect. That's right, I killed them. Why? Did senior hear some kind of rumor? Yang Kai raised his brow. That's not true. Fei Ji2 slowly shook his head. However, although Sea Heart sect is located far away in the limitless ocean, it is still a second-tier sect, and its strength cannot be underestimated. For you to act so recklessly, have you ever considered the consequences? Yang Kai chuckled. Senior, do you expect me to endure being bullied? Seeing this sharp look on his face, Fei Ji2 couldn't help laughing. If you could endure, you wouldn't be you. Last time, Yang Kai had wreaked havoc in Heavenly Fate City, dealing with 7 or 8 Origin returning realm masters, and even killing a master from the CF family. Fei Ji2 had long known that Yang Kai was not a law-abiding person, so he simply reminded him lightly, however, I heard that the people from Sea Heart sect are now residing in the CF family. The relationship between the two seems to be quite good. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and cupped his fists. Many thanks for senior's reminder. And in addition, it seems that a force called Flowing Cloud Valley has also settled in the CF family. In any case, you should be careful. Flowing Cloud Valley. Yang Kai frowned, his expression changing slightly. What's wrong? Do you also have a grudge with this Flowing Cloud Valley? Fei Ji too was stunned. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Seeing Yang Kai's tacit admission, Fei Ji too was speechless and waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Young people are full of energy. Just don't cause trouble in my heavenly fate city. In any case, Flowing Cloud Valley isn't worth mentioning. Junior will remember, Yang Kai gently nodded. Fei Ji too thought that Flowing Cloud Valley was just an insignificant force, but Yang Kai was faintly afraid of it. The reason was simple. Flowing Cloud Valley had Lu Yi. Yang Kai didn't know how he had provoked this Lu Yi, but this person had tried to kill him in the desert with Lu Yen, and although Yang Kai had successfully cut off one of Lu Ye's arms, Lu Yi had still managed to escape. At that time, Yang Kai felt that this Lu Yi was not ordinary. Even an elite like Wei Guchang would not be his opponent. Facing this Lu Yi, Yang Kai faintly felt like he was facing the young man named Lung Qing from Star Emperor Mountain. Both of them gave him a great sense of threat, a feeling Chu Changfeng and Feng Tianzhong didn't possess. A trivial Flowing Cloud Valley being able to cultivate such a disciple, even if it was insignificant, Yang Kai didn't dare to underestimate it. So he had deliberately collected information about Flowing Cloud Valley. Now that he heard Fei Jitu mention it, he naturally thought of Lu Yi. Now that several years had passed, Yang Kai didn't know to what extent Lu Ye's cultivation had progressed. If they were to meet again, it was hard to say who would emerge victorious. However, Yang Kai wasn't afraid of him. After all, his strength had improved greatly over the past few years, and he now had countless means to deal with his enemies. After the conversation between Yang Kai and Fei Jitu ended, Yan Pei couldn't wait to continue. Little friend Yang's participation in this auction really brings light to my humble abode. Haha, Senior is too polite. It is Junior's honor to be able to participate in this auction, Yang Kai said modestly. Yan Pei remained amiable and lowered his voice. Does little friend Yang intend to auction some more things? Although the auction items have already been determined, if little friend Yang wishes to auction them, this old master can open the door for you. This is not a difficult matter for this old master. Senior must be joking. The good things my master has accumulated over the years have all been taken out for auction last time, so there really isn't much left to sell now, Yang Kai casually said. Yang Kai casually spouted some nonsense. In any case, he had been using his non-existent master's name as a cover for himself, and no one could be certain that such a master existed on Dragon Cave Mountain. So Yang Kai didn't feel the slightest psychological burden when he told such a blatant lie. So that's how it is. Yan Pei showed a look of disappointment before suddenly whispering, How about this old master give you a 50% commission? I really don't have anything else. Yang Kai said bitterly, Haha, it seems this old master has forced you into a difficult position. Good. Since little friend Yang has come, there's no need to stand outside. Go in and rest for a while. The auction will begin in an hour. Yan Pei no longer insisted and generously allowed Yang Kai to enter. Yang Kai excused himself and together with Yang Inflammation, walked directly into Treasure Trove Pavilion under the lead of the young girl, Qing. Just like the last time Yang Kai saw it, the hall was already filled with cultivators who had come to participate in the auction. Even if there were a few empty seats, there were not many of them. In the middle of the hall, there was a round platform, the place where Treasure Trove Pavilion hosted the auction. The surrounding walls were inlaid with strange stones that emitted beams of light, illuminating the high platform. Two seniors, please wait a moment. The young girl, Qing, entered the hall and said softly before walking to the side and talking with the Treasure Trove Pavilion cultivator. A moment later, she returned with a smile and respectfully handed a wooden token to Yang Kai. This is the restriction token for your room. Please accept it, Senior. Yang Kai took it and glanced over it, quickly discovering that the words B13 were engraved on it. After all, he had participated in such an auction before, so Yang Kai was quite familiar with it and knew that his rune number was B13. However, it was quite a coincidence that the last time he participated in this auction, the rune number he obtained was C13, but today it was B13. Although the number hadn't changed, the level of his rune had obviously risen. Last time, it was because of the Qian Tong, but this time it wasn't because of anyone's prestige, but rather because of Dragon Cave Mountain's own reputation. Considering all this, Yang Kai's lips curled slightly as he put away the token and motioned to the young girl to lead the way. A moment later, in room B13, Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation had taken their seats, while Qing served them tea. Besides her, there was no one else in the room. Pointing to the spirit fruits on the table, the young girl slowly said, "These are sparrow spirit fruits that Lu specially collected for this auction. They taste very sweet and have some effects on purifying one's Saint Qi. The two of you should try them." Yang Kai nodded lightly, picked up a fruit, and stuffed it into his mouth, nodding with satisfaction. Seeing his satisfied expression, the young girl boldly asked, "The auction won't begin for an hour. If two seniors don't mind, you can call some people to dance to relieve your boredom." "Oh, is your treasure trove pavilion's hospitality so considerate?" Yang Inflammation asked in surprise. The young girl pursed her lips and smiled. "Not every guest has this right. Only those who are in Class B and above are allowed to do so." Yang Yen swept her eyes over her for a moment before smiling charmingly. "There's no need to call someone over. Seeing how soft your waist is and how light your steps are, you should be quite proficient in this field. How about you dance a song, Junior?" The young girl blushed as she looked at Yang Kai timidly. Although her cultivation wasn't high, she could tell that the two guests here were led by Yang Kai, so naturally she had to obtain his approval first. "Don't make trouble." Yang Kai glared at Yang Inflammation, then looked at the young girl and said, "She's just joking with you. You don't have to take it seriously." "Yes," the young girl replied softly, a trace of relief and disappointment flashing through her eyes. Fortunately, the two guests she served seemed to be good, and although the woman liked to tease her, she wasn't a bad person, and this man was obviously an upright person. She was disappointed that she didn't have a chance to perform. Yang Kai observed her expression and could more or less guess what she was thinking, so he immediately said, "The two of us don't have any other requests. Just do your own thing, and when the auction is over, there will be no shortage of benefits for you." The young girl was happy to hear this and said, "Thank you, Senior." As if she had already understood the temperament of the two guests, the young girl was quite good at serving them. Unless Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation had something to ask, she never took the initiative to speak, just quietly waiting on the side. During this time, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer came once and chatted with Yang Kai for a long time. It wasn't strange that the two of them could find this place, as they only needed to ask and pay a little to find out where Yang Kai was. Chapter 1374. In the auction hall, a middle-aged man dressed as a Confucian scholar slowly walked up to the high platform, the light from the strange stones used for illumination illuminating his body, accentuating his unparalleled temperament. In particular, this person was holding a paper fan in his hand, making him look even more handsome and elegant. This middle-aged Confucian scholar was born with red lips and white teeth, and there were some wrinkles at the corners of his eyes that not only did not make him look old, but instead added a sense of maturity and steadiness to him. At this moment, he gave off a dreamlike feeling. At the very least, many young girls and young women in the hall who were participating in the auction could not help showing an infatuated look, as if they were attracted to him. Many of the cultivator who recognized the identity of this middle-aged man had ugly expressions on their faces. Many whispers and discussions could be heard in hushed voices. "Damn, it's actually Little Blackface presiding over this auction. What the hell is Treasure Trove Pavilion doing? It's over, it's over. This time we've fallen into the pit again. I knew Treasure Trove Pavilion was up to no good, but I didn't expect this guy to actually come out. He hasn't made a move for more than 10 years. There were all kinds of discussions, and although these voices were not loud, the cultivation of the cultivator participating in the auction was not low, so naturally they could hear these words clearly. However, the middle-aged Confucian scholar called Little Black Face not only did not get angry, but instead showed a warm smile, as if he did not care about the criticism of these people. On the contrary, the young girls and young women who were infatuated with him swept their beautiful eyes around fiercely, feeling injustice for him. Little Black Face. In private room B13, Yang Kai frowned thoughtfully. What does this person have to do with Senior Yen? Since Yen Pei is Old Black Face, then this person must have some relationship with Yen Pei to be called Little Black Face. But Yang Kai did not understand why the cultivator below treated this person like a tiger or leopard with a look of dread. Yang Yen also looked at the girl next to him, expecting her to give an explanation. Qing pursed her lips, seemingly wanting to laugh, but not daring to lose her composure. She finally managed to hold back her laughter and whispered, replying to the two seniors, "This is Ren Tianrui, an auctioneer of the pavilion, and old Mr. Yen is his master. So everyone calls him." Qing didn't dare to say anything else. It didn't matter if others called them Little Black Face or Old Black Face. Although it was just a nickname, it was still a reputation that Yen Pei and Ren Tianrui had created for themselves. However, as a member of Endless Treasures Pavilion, Qing unnaturally didn't dare to criticize the seniors behind their backs. Otherwise, if others found out, she would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. Yang Kai laughed involuntarily and nodded. "I see, I understand." It seemed that this auctioneer named Ren Tianrui was a true disciple of Yen Pei, otherwise he wouldn't have been called such. When the time came, Yang Kai would have to be careful when participating in the auction. On the high platform, Ren Tianrui smiled warmly as he cupped his fists and said loudly, "Everyone has come from afar and spared no effort to participate in my Endless Treasures Pavilion's auction. My Endless Treasures Pavilion is deeply grateful. This auction will be hosted by this Ren, so if there is any impropriety, I hope everyone can understand." These words were spoken in an extremely appropriate manner, making it impossible for anyone to find fault with them. No matter how he acted when hosting the auction, at the very least, these words had won the favor of countless people present. Ren Tianrui continued, "Speaking of which, this auction was originally hosted by my master." As soon as the statement came out, many people's expressions changed slightly as they subconsciously covered their space rings and stared vigilantly towards the high platform, their expressions becoming ugly, as if they were afraid that Yen Pei would suddenly jump out from some corner. Fortunately, Ren Tianrui smiled slightly and said, "However, this junior thinks that my master is already very old and should remain behind the scenes. This kind of limelight opportunity should be left to young people like me." "Well said." Cheers rang out from below. "Brother Rin is bold and bold. Let old Mr. Yen remain behind the scenes forever." A burst of laughter rang out. Ren Tianrui also smiled as he looked towards a certain spot in the hall and nodded. "This Ren also has the same opinion. After this auction is over, I will definitely persuade my master to retire and not work so hard anymore." Although these words were somewhat disgraceful, it was undeniable that it quickly aroused the good feelings and resonance of many people. All of a sudden, the vigilance that everyone had towards him disappeared without a trace. Instead, they felt that it was simply a blessing that he could stand here and host the auction. Not simple. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he stared at Ren Tianrui faintly. With just a few words, this Ren Tianrui had integrated himself into the crowd. Although it was only a simple opening speech, it had already established enough capital for this auction. When the auction began, even if he asked for a higher price, there wouldn't be many people who would reject him. This Ren Tianrui had a deep understanding of the ways of the world. No wonder he was called Little Black Face. It was just that his hosting style was completely different from Yen Pei's, which was quite interesting. "Good, let's not talk too much. I'm afraid many friends are already waiting anxiously. So let's start the auction now. Ren Tianrui patted the folding fan in his hand and turned around, gesturing to someone behind him. Over there, a woman in a palace dress walked up to the high platform with a smile on her face, carrying a jade plate on her arm as she stood in front of Ren Tianru. Although the woman in the palace dress was an extraordinary beauty with a hint of spring in her eyes, at this moment, not many people were looking at her. Since she was here to participate in the auction, everyone's attention was naturally attracted by the jade plate she was holding. Needless to say, the thing on the jade plate was the first item to be auctioned, but unfortunately it was covered by a red cloth, making it impossible to see what it was. Many of the cultivator participating in the auction eagerly craned their necks to look at it. Rin Tianrui carefully observed everyone's expressions and said, according to the rules of every auction, although the first item is not as good as the final item, it is still no trivial matter. If you are interested, you must obtain it. Otherwise, if you miss this opportunity, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Saying so, Ren Tianrui reached out and lifted the red cloth, revealing a colorless bead the size of a goose egg. This bead looked transparent, but there were inexplicable threads swimming inside it like fish. What was even stranger was that this bead didn't give off the slightest energy fluctuation, as if it was just an ornamental item with no real value. What is this? I've never seen it before. Since Treasure Trove Pavilion dares to take out the first item for auction, it must have its own uniqueness. Let Mr. Ren explain it to us. Spirit storage bead? Inside private room, B13. Yang Yan's eyes lit up as she called out the name of the first item. Yang Kai glanced over at her, no longer surprised. He suspected that there was nothing in this world that Yang Yan didn't recognize, otherwise he wouldn't have brought Yang Yan to this auction alone. Yang Kai didn't ask what this spirit storage bead was for, because he knew Ren Tianrui would definitely explain it in detail. Atop the high platform, Ren Tianrui reached out and picked up the spirit storage bead, holding it up high for everyone to see, not saying a word, instead just madly pouring his Saint Chi into it. In front of everyone's eyes, the colorless bead was like a bottomless pit, absorbing all of the Saint Chi he poured into it. As time passed, the bead began to emit a faint glow, and a Saint Chi fluctuation identical to Rin Tianrui's began to spread from it. A moment later, Rin Tianrui stopped what he was doing, smiled strangely again, and silently urged the bead again. What happened next was that the Saint Chi that had been swallowed by this spirit storage bead before actually returned to Rin Tianrui's body, and from his expression, there wasn't the slightest hint of discomfort. In a flash, the spirit storage bead returned to its original transparent appearance, but there were no longer any energy fluctuations inside it. The entire process was clearly witnessed by everyone present. At this point, 90% of the cultivators participating in the auction had a vague idea of what this spirit storage bead could do, and all of them immediately turned to look at the stage with excited expressions. Ren Tianrui chuckled and said loudly, I believe everyone already knows the purpose of this spirit storage bead. It can store Saint Chi in a cultivator's body and, when needed, feed it back to the cultivator's body, providing the cultivator with the power to fight. Friends who have come here must have fought before and know that during a fight, the only way to replenish one's Saint Chi is to take pills or absorb the energy from Saint crystals. But no matter which method it uses, the effect is very slow. However, this spirit storage bead is different. It can restore a cultivator's Saint Chi to its peak in a very short time. The premise is that there is enough energy stored in this bead. As soon as these words came out, the hall immediately exploded. Although everyone had some speculations just now, after Rin Tianrui explained it in detail, everyone realized that they had underestimated the value of this spirit storage bead. If this was the case, then this spirit storage bead was equivalent to a second life. The reason many cultivator fell was because their Saint Chi was insufficient when fighting. If they could replenish their Saint Chi with this spirit storage bead, they could turn defeat into victory. For a time, countless burning eyes stared towards the high platform, filled with greed and greed. If not for the fact that this was Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction and there were countless masters inside and outside, many people would have desperately tried to snatch this spirit storage bead. Even Kai Yang, who was in room B13, revealed a look of interest. Such a treasure could be said to be a heaven-defying existence. Even with his wealth, he couldn't turn a blind eye to it, let alone others. However, this thing was useless to him because Yang Kai never lacked Saint Chi, so this thought only flashed across his mind for a moment before he calmly observed it. After all, such a good thing would definitely fetch a high price when auctioned. Although Yang Kai had brought 70 million Saint Crystals with him, he wasn't sure if he could obtain the item he wanted. If he used up his Saint Crystals now and ran out of funds, the gains would not make up for the losses. Chapter 1375. The change in Rin Kai's expression didn't escape Yang Inflammation's observation. Seeing that Rin Kai seemed to have lost interest in the spirit storage bead, Yang Inflammation smiled and said, "Although this thing is good, there are restrictions on how it can be used. You don't need to feel pity about it." "Oh, what kind of restrictions?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Although this thing is good, Nephew Rin doesn't need to boast so much. What are the restrictions on how this bead can be used? You might as well tell me all about them. Before Yang Inflammation could answer, though, Yang Kai heard a majestic voice from one of the rooms. It seems that Yang Inflammation isn't the only one who knows about this spirit storage bead. Yang Kai thought to himself. Ren Tianrui looked over and smiled lightly, cupping his fists and saying, "So it is Thunder Typhoon Sect Senior Chung. Senior's insight is quite profound. Although this spirit storage bead is convenient to use, it does have some restrictions." Even if Senior didn't ask, Junior was prepared to explain them in detail so as not to allow the friends who came to participate in the auction to buy it. My Treasure Trove Pavilion still has that much credibility. Hearing this, the cultivator surnamed Chung snorted lightly, declining to comment. As for whether he believed the other party's words or not, only the heavens knew. Many people secretly estimated that if no one questioned him, Ren Tianrui would definitely not explain the restrictions. At most, he would send someone to quietly inform the owner of the spirit storage bead after the auction was over. That would be the best he could do. This wasn't the first time Treasure Trove Pavilion had done such a thing. "Who is that?" Yang Kai looked in the direction of the voice and asked the girl. Although Qing Er's cultivation wasn't high, she was still a native of Shadowed Star. Naturally, she had some guesses about the identity of the speaker, so when she heard Yang Kai's question, a trace of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes, seemingly wondering why Yang Kai would ask such a question, quickly replying, "If Junior's guess is correct, it should be Senior Chengpeng Xian of Thunder Typhoon Sect. After all, he is the only master with this surname in Thunder Typhoon Sect." Yang Kai gently nodded, satisfied with her answer. At the same time, Ren Tianrui explained the limitations of the spirit storage bead. However, this spirit storage bead was something that the Endless Treasures Pavilion had unintentionally purchased from a small, run-down family clan. According to the person who sold this item, the amount of Saint Chi stored in this spirit storage bead was limited to a certain extent, roughly equivalent to the total amount of Saint Chi in the body of a third-order Saint King cultivator. In other words, it was unable to accept Saint Chi beyond that of a third-order Saint King cultivator. It would immediately escape. This kind of restriction was not a big problem. For a cultivator at the Saint King realm, this restriction made no difference. For an origin-returning realm cultivator, all they had to do was pay attention to it. As long as he didn't store too much Saint Chi in the spirit storage bead, he could still use it. It was just that in a moment of crisis, the Saint Chi he received back was unable to restore him to his peak state. Overall, this restriction was not a big deal. However, the second restriction greatly reduced the value of the spirit storage bead. This was an artifact, one that should have been refined by an ancient cultivator. This bead had been used many times, but according to the appraisal of the treasure trove pavilion's artifact masters, this bead could only be used 3 or 5 times at most before it was completely damaged and could no longer be used. Hearing this, the passion in the eyes of many cultivators was immediately extinguished. To them, although 3 to 5 times was quite a lot, spending a lot of money to buy such an item was of no help to improve their strength, so they could only calm down. Besides these 2 restrictions, there is nothing else to pay attention to about this bead. Rin Tianrui didn't seem to care whether this auction item could sell for a high price or not, simply smiling and shouting. The base price of this bead is 500,000 St. crystals, and each increase must be no less than 10,000. Everyone, please. Speaking of which, such a base price was not high for the purpose of this spirit storage bead. After all, this was the first item to be auctioned, so Treasure Trove Pavilion intended to sell it well. However, this figure of 500,000 instantly caused 90% of the cultivator in the hall to shut down. After all, a Saint King grade high-rank artifact only sold for about 300,000 Saint crystals, so even if they could afford a base price of 500,000 Saint crystals, they couldn't afford it. Of course, not everyone was like this. Since they had come to participate in this auction, of course they had raised enough Saint crystals. As soon as Rin Tianrui's voice fell, someone immediately called out a bid. Immediately afterwards, from every corner of the hall, voices calling out bids rang out one after another. Each increase in price was relatively mild, but it was impossible to withstand the pressure of the crowd. In just half a cup of tea's time, the price of this spirit storage bead had risen to 820,000 Saint crystals. By this time, the voices in the hall had become sparse, with only 2 or 3 people calling out bids. This old master bids 1 million. Cheng Pengxian's voice rang out from Thunder Typhoon Sec's private room, his voice still loud and clear. Ren Tianrui, who was standing on the high platform, heard this and smiled lightly, not showing any surprise. With such a good thing, it would be strange if there weren't several great forces competing for it. The several cultivators in the hall who had participated in the auction before heard this and sighed. Since someone from Thunder Typhoon Sect was participating in this auction, there was no hope for them. All of them silently cursed Cheng Pengxian for not bidding earlier. If they had known he was going to participate in this auction, why would they have wasted so much effort? How unlucky! Everyone even had the urge to kill. Haha, old Ghost Cheng, you're already a 3rd order origin returning realm master. How could you possibly need this spirit storage bead? You don't need to be so thick-skinned as to compete with some juniors, right? From another private room, a burst of laughter suddenly rang out, mixed with sarcasm and ridicule. Humph, if this old master doesn't need it, can't he just buy it and give it to his sect's disciples? Cheng Pengxian coldly snorted. Brother Mo's words are somewhat incorrect. Since this is an auction, this old master's participation is perfectly justified. How is that thick-skinned enough to compete with a junior? That makes sense. The person in the private room didn't seem to care and slowly said, Good, then this MO will also join in the fun. I can't let Brother Cheng monopolize all the glory. 1 million. Old Ghost MO, do you know what it means to help others? Cheng Pengxian's voice sounded a little unhappy. 2 million. Brother Cheng also said that this is an auction, so naturally the highest bidder wins. 5 million. Since that's the case, let's wait and see. 2 million. It was as if the 2 of them were old rivals. Their words were sharp, and neither of them was willing to back down. In the blink of an eye, the price of the spirit storage bead had increased several times over. Moreover, from the looks of it, the final price would most likely be even higher, causing all the cultivators in the hall to be dumbfounded. Surnamed MO. In private room B13, Yang Kai frowned as he looked towards the private room, competing with Cheng Pengxian. That should be Elder Mo Xiao Sheng of Heaven Battling Union. Qing, quickly explained. Yang Kai gently nodded. This time, even if Qing didn't explain, he could guess who it was because he had heard others mention this Mo Xiao Sheng of Heaven Battling Union several times. Yang Kai himself had also paid special attention to him for no other reason than that this Mo Xiao Sheng, like him, cultivated the Tao of space. This was an extremely rare secret art, and even if one searched all of Shadowed Star, there was no third person who could cultivate it. In terms of the study of the Tao of space, Yang Kai was confident that he wouldn't lose to this Mo Xiao Sheng. If they were to compete in the Tao of space alone, Yang Kai estimated that he could definitely crush the other party to death. After all, not everyone could comprehend the destructive power of Space Blade. But after all, this person was quite young, so his understanding of the Tao of space could not be underestimated. If Yang Kai could find an opportunity to exchange a few words, perhaps he would gain some benefits. But this was impossible. Heaven Battling Union's style of conduct was really shameless. If Yang Kai really exposed that he was proficient in the Tao of space, it would only invite disaster. As such, Yang Kai only thought about it for a moment before immediately rejecting this idea. At this time, Ren Tianrue, who was sitting on the high platform below, had opened his folding fan and was fanning himself gently, looking like an elegant scholar, a gentle smile on his face as he listened to the elders of the two great leaders bid one after another, putting him in a very good mood. Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect had always been on bad terms. So this competition for the Spirit Storage Bead was not only a competition of financial resources, but also a showdown of face. Neither side was willing to back down. After a stick of incense worth of time, Cheng Pengxian shouted a sky-high price of 10 million St. Crystals, causing an uproar among the cultivator in the hall. In all fairness, although the Spirit Storage Bead was very good, the price of 10 million St. Crystals was really unexpected. If it weren't for Mo Xiao Sheng of Heaven Battling Union competing for it, the price definitely wouldn't have been so outrageous. At this point, whether it was Cheng Pengxian or Mo Xiao Sheng, both of them were secretly annoyed. The two of them naturally knew that this kind of competition would only benefit Treasure Trove Pavilion. But now that they were riding a tiger, they could only grit their teeth and swallow their grievances. 10 million St. Crystals wasn't much for these two great forces, but it wasn't a number that could be wasted casually. One had to know that such a sum of St. Crystals was enough for many disciples to cultivate for a lifetime, but this Spirit Storage Bead could only be used by one person. The two third-order Origin returning Realm Masters both cursed each other in their hearts as they grit their teeth and bid. After the price of 10 million St. Crystals was bid, Heaven Battling Union fell silent, as if Mo Xiao Sheng was weighing the gains and losses, deciding whether to continue bidding. At that moment, though, a voice suddenly rang out. 10.01 million. In an instant, almost everyone's eyes gathered on the bidder. But what surprised everyone was that the one who made this bid was not sitting in one of the private rooms, but instead a young cultivator in the hall. His cultivation wasn't too high, only third-order Saint King, and the clothes he wore were quite ordinary. It could be said that such a cultivator could be found anywhere on Shadowed Star, and from the fact that he could only sit in this hall to participate in this auction, it was obvious that his background wasn't high, otherwise he wouldn't have been crowded here. However, the price he shouted was truly shocking, and what was even more admirable was this person's courage and boldness. One had to know that the one who participated in this competition just now was an elder from one of Thunder Typhoon Sect's great forces, and at this critical juncture, no one dared to provoke him. But this young man had actually taken action. Chapter 1376. This young man's bid was also extremely subtle, only adding 10,000 to the base 10 million, as if he didn't want to break the rules of Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction. Not only were many cultivators suspicious of this young man's identity, but even Rin Tianrui, who had always been as calm as a mountain, frowned slightly as he stared at this young man suspiciously, secretly wondering where he came from and why he had such a huge net worth. In front of everyone's eyes, the young cultivator wore a calm expression, not feeling the slightest pressure or tension, causing everyone to look at him in a new light. Lu Yi. Inside room B13. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared at the young man who had just bid in the hall, a look of disbelief filling his eyes. What shocked Yang Kai wasn't that this person had come to participate in this auction. Although Flowing Cloud Valley wasn't a great force, it was still a sect. As the young master of Flowing Cloud Valley, Lu Yi was naturally qualified to enter Treasure Trove Pavilion. But he wasn't as lucky as Yang Kai to have his own room and could only squeeze into the hall. What shocked Yang Kai was Lu Ye's arm. Looking at it at this moment, both of Lu Ye's arms were intact, without a single one missing. How is this possible? Yang Kai exclaimed in his heart. He clearly remembered that when Lu Yan was competing with this Lu Yi for the red candlestalk in the desert, he had cut off one of his arms. Although the other party had managed to escape in the end, Yang Kai still remembered the scene vividly. But now Lu Ye's severed arm had somehow grown back, and judging from the color of his arm, it wasn't a prosthetic arm, it was clearly a real arm. How did he do it? Yang Kai was stunned on the spot. Regrowing a severed limb was something that only existed in legends. Not to mention that Lu Yi was a trivial Saint King realm cultivator. Even an Origin King couldn't achieve this. Yang Kai suddenly discovered that he had somewhat underestimated this Lu Ye's strangeness. Just from the fact that he was able to regrow his severed arm, it was clear this person had a great secret. This person, just as Yang Kai was puzzled, Yang Yan suddenly frowned and pointed at Lu Yi below, a thoughtful look in her beautiful eyes. What's wrong? Yang Kai turned to look at her. I don't know why, but I find him very annoying. Yang Inflammation slowly shook her head, her pretty face full of suspicion. But this is the first time I've seen him. You just called him Lu Yi. Do you have any grudges with him? Yes, but I don't know why. But this man wanted to kill me in the Lu Yen desert. Yang Kai snorted. The grudge between him and Lu Yi was indeed inexplicable. The other party had attacked him for no reason, and it was the kind that wouldn't stop until one of them was dead. Yang Kai asked himself, before going to the Lu Yen desert, he had never dealt with Lu Yi. Even in the Lu Yen desert, it was the first time they met. Be careful of this man, he seems to be very dangerous, Yang Inflammation warned. I understand. Even if Yang Inflammation didn't say anything, Yang Kai was well aware of this. However, where did Lu Yi get so many Saint Crystals to bid on this spirit storage bead? As far as Yang Kai knew, Flowing Cloud Valley could only be regarded as a low-level sect, barely comparable to some small families. Even their sect master was only a first-order origin, returning realm cultivator with no more than 300 to 400 disciples. The territory they occupied wasn't very rich, and they didn't have any Saint Crystal mines. So how could he afford 10 million Saint Crystals? Haha! Brother Cheng also said that he wanted to show his sincerity. Since this little friend wants this spirit storage bead so badly, this MO will give up. Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, MO Xiaosheng's hearty laughter came from Heaven Battling Union's private room. Immediately afterwards, Cheng Pengxian's loud voice rang out, Humph, old ghost MO. Don't try to make it sound so nice. But since you've given up, this Cheng won't either. He spoke as if he disliked this spirit storage bead. But many of the cultivator present naturally understood that these two old men were simply taking advantage of this situation to get rid of the hot potato that was the spirit storage bead. It could be said that the price of 10.01 million Saint Crystals was just right. Not only had he earned a small favor from these two old men, but he had also won the spirit storage bead, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Considering all this, many people felt regret. If they had known earlier, they would have offered the same price. although more than 10 million St. crystals wasn't a small amount. If they could take advantage of this opportunity to make friends with the elders of the two great forces, they wouldn't have had to pay too much. However, even if they understood if they were given the choice again, they might not have the courage to bid at this juncture. If they were to flatter the wrong person, wouldn't they be asking for trouble? This young man was quite decisive. Many people couldn't help admiring him. Rin Tianrui stood on the high platform and called out the price 3 times, but no one else increased it, so the spirit storage bead was purchased by Lu Yi for 10.01 million St. crystals. Immediately after, someone led Lu Yi to the auction house's back hall to hand over the St. crystals and spirit storage bead. The auction continued, and with the first item being auctioned off, the atmosphere in the auction venue became much livelier. The items Treasure Trove Pavilion had put up for auction this time were indeed quite good, and every item that appeared caused many cultivators to frantically bid for them, causing the price to rise steadily. Rin Tianrui stood on the high platform, waving the folding fan in his hand, looking as gentle and elegant as ever, but he, who was also known as Little Black Face, had quietly sold each item for a high price that exceeded its original value, while the other cultivator participating in the auction were completely unaware of this. Rin Tianrui's methods were so brilliant that they couldn't help admiring him. The items sold at this auction were of great use to cultivators, including artifacts, pills, secret arts, secret techniques, spirit grasses, ores, and many others. Yang Kai didn't make a move this whole time, and simply sat in room B13, listening to Yang Yan's comments on the auction items while enjoying Qin Er's massage and patting, feeling extremely comfortable. Although these items were good, he had no use for them, and with Dragon Cave Mountain's current cooperation with Shadow Moon Hall, it wasn't too difficult to obtain these items. Overall, the first half of the auction was uneventful. Most of the items being auctioned were things that could be bought with St. crystals, and most of the bidders were the cultivator in the hall. The masters in the various rooms rarely made a move unless they really encountered some items they were interested in. But in the second half of the auction, the masters in the various rooms finally made a move. The items being auctioned were not something the cultivator in the hall could compete for. Surprisingly, the young man who won the first auction item made a series of bids, displaying his huge financial resources. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, he won several items in succession, paying more than 40 million St. crystals in total. Lu Ye's actions naturally shocked Yang Kai, but soon Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sarcastic smile. Without a powerful sect to back him up, Lu Yi was constantly showing off his wealth. This was no different from looking for trouble. Sitting in his room, Yang Kai could feel the divine senses of many masters constantly sweeping towards Lu Yi. It seemed that after the auction was over, someone would definitely want to have a good chat with him. This was something Yang Kai was happy to see. No matter why Lu Yi was targeting him, since he had made a move against him, he was his enemy. Now that Lu Yi was looking for trouble, Yang Kai was naturally happy to just sit back and watch, wishing for him to die as soon as possible. Lu Yi, on the other hand, was also quite impressive. Facing the malicious gazes of so many people, he still remained calm, sitting in the hall with no intention of leaving early, as if he wanted to continue participating in the auction. As one item after another was sold, the auction gradually came to an end. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling anxious. He had been waiting for the thing he needed to appear, but until now, there had been no trace of it. Naturally, he was anxious, fearing that Treasure Trove Pavilion would change their mind at the last minute and withdraw the item from the auction. However, on second thought, since Treasure Trove Pavilion had printed his picture on their invitation cards and sent it out, there was no reason for them to do so. If they did, Treasure Trove Pavilion's reputation would be ruined. Just as he was thinking about this, though, from the high platform below, another woman in palace robes walked up with a jade plate in her hand. Although the auction item was covered by a red cloth, when Yang Kai's divine sense swept over it, his face lit up with joy, and he quickly sat up straight, rubbing his palms together. The thing he had been waiting for had finally appeared. At the same time, divine senses swept across the various rooms, and soon the cultivator in the hall began whispering to each other. The reason was simple. The auction item that appeared this time seemed to be a bit unusual. When the woman in palace robes appeared with the jade plate, everyone felt an invisible pressure radiating from it, like a sharp blade cutting into their skin. What kind of item was this? Everyone couldn't help looking around curiously, secretly looking forward to it. Rin Tianrue carefully observed everyone's reactions and was very satisfied with their reactions. Putting away his folding fan, he tucked it into the back of his collar and chuckled. Although the next item to be auctioned isn't a rare treasure, it is still an extremely rare treasure. As for what it is, allow this Rin to keep everyone in suspense. But this Rin can only say that it is a material that will be of great use to seniors who cultivate some special martial arts. Enough nonsense. Quickly let this old master see what it is. From a private room in the A block, an old and majestic voice rang out, a trace of anxiety faintly apparent in this voice, as if this person was very concerned about this auction item. Yang Kai frowned when he heard this, secretly feeling that wanting to win this auction item would not be so simple. Haha, Senior Jean Sure of Demon Blood Temple, right? Senior, don't worry, Junior will let you see it clearly. Ren Tianrue revealed the identity of the speaker before reaching out and removing the red cloth. In an instant, a dazzling golden light bloomed, causing all the cultivators present to feel a sharp pain in their eyes and involuntarily close them. As for those with higher strength, they had to circulate their Saint Chi to their eyes in order to see what was inside this golden light. Yang Kai also narrowed his eyes, and after seeing what was inside this golden light, his heart skipped a beat as he became extremely excited. Chapter 1377. What was placed on this jade plate was a fist-sized piece of red gold, or with a bumpy surface. What was shocking was that the runes on the surface of this had obviously been sealed by some kind of powerful master to prevent its aura from leaking out. Even so, everyone who participated in the auction could clearly feel that the ore was emitting streams of energy that were as sharp as swords. If this ore was sealed by a barrier, what would happen if it was unsealed? Any cultivator with slightly lower strength wouldn't even be able to get close to this ore. This object was extraordinary, and only a few people were able to recognize it. All everyone knew was that this was definitely a rare treasure. No wonder Treasure, Trove Pavilion, had placed this item at the end of the auction. It was already the final item. Good, ha ha ha, this Jean has been searching for it for most of his life, but to no avail. I never expected to see it here today. Treasure, Trove Pavilion's reputation for gathering treasures from all over the world is well deserved. Inside Demon Blood Temple's A-block private room, the master named Jean Sure laughed heartily, seemingly very satisfied with this and determined to obtain it. You want this? Inside room B13, Yang Yan glanced at Yang Kai suspiciously. Yang Kai's mood was obviously quite excited, so how could Yang Yan not understand what he was thinking? Yang Kai nodded gently. Yang Yan nodded, but didn't ask Yang Kai what he wanted this thing for. When the young girl Qing'er heard this, a touch of joy appeared on her brow, but soon she worriedly said, "But Senior, Elder Jean of Demon Blood Temple also seems to want it. It's an auction, the highest bidder wins." Yang Kai grinned. He had brought 70 million Saint Crystals this time, so he wasn't afraid of losing to Jean Sure. After all, in the previous auctions, Demon Blood Temple had already bid several times, so the cost wasn't small. Qing'er nodded docilely and said, "Then I wish Senior a great victory." "Thank you for your kind words." Yang Kai grinned. He naturally knew why this little girl was so nervous. It was because if he participated in the auction and successfully bought the item, then she would receive some rewards from the Endless Treasures Pavilion. This reward was directly proportional to the price he paid. Previously, he had been biding his time and didn't buy anything, so the girl naturally didn't receive any rewards. But if he bought this item, then the reward from the Endless Treasures Pavilion would definitely last her for a long time. This matter was also mentioned by Qing, or herself. Kai didn't deliberately inquire about it. The little girl served him very well and attentively. Kai naturally didn't mind letting her get some benefits. Forgive this old man's poor eyesight, but what the hell is this thing? Old Ghost Jean, why did you lose your composure like this? From another private room, a strange voice called out. Listening to the meaning of his words, it seemed he didn't recognize this, or it wasn't that this person was ignorant, but rather that in the star territory all kinds of materials were as numerous as the hairs on an ox, and this or was extremely rare. The only reason Jean sure knew about it was because he cultivated a special secret art that required this kind of ore, so he had paid special attention to it. Only a freak like Yang Yin would know about all kinds of materials, but such people were in the minority. Haha, Senior Jin's excitement is inevitable. After all, this profound gold is of great benefit to Senior Jin's Golden Cicada Extreme Demon Art. With this profound gold, Senior Jin's secret art will surely reach the grand accomplishment stage. Ren Tianrui said casually, as if he was afraid that others didn't know about Jean Sher's background. Profound gold. The person who spoke before seemed to remember something when he heard this name and couldn't help exclaiming, Little brat Rin, if you want to auction it off, why bother bringing up this old master's Golden Cicada Extreme Demon Art? Jean Sher was annoyed. He naturally understood Ren Tianrui's malicious intentions. If this were any other place, he would definitely have taught him a lesson. But in the end, this was Endless Treasures Pavilion, so even if he was angry, he had no choice but to suppress his anger. However, after being reminded by the other party, Jean sure knew that it would be much more difficult to obtain this profound gold. After all, Demon Blood Temple had many enemies, and none of them would just sit back and watch him obtain this profound gold. Senior, please calm your anger. Junior spoke too much. Rin Tianrui seemed to realize that he had said something wrong and hurriedly bowed. However, the words spoken were like spilled water. How could they be taken back? Hidden behind Rin Tianrui's fearful appearance, a trace of pride flashed across the depths of his eyes. For Endless Treasures Pavilion, it didn't matter who won this profound gold as long as it could be sold for a high price. Cut the crap and hurry up with the auction. Jean Sher impatiently urged fiercely. Yes. Rin Tianrui chuckled as he waved his folding fan towards the profound gold and loudly said, This is a piece of profound gold. 1 Jean and 3 taels in weight. The starting price is 5 million St. Crystals. Each bid must not be less than 100,000, please. 10 million. As soon as Rin Tianrui's voice fell, Jean Sher's voice rang out, directly raising the price by more than double, showing his determination and boldness to obtain this piece of profound gold. In any case, it was no secret that he needed this profound gold, so there was no need for him to hide it. Ha ha! Such a rare artifact, refining material, this old master needs it for his golden bone shield. 10. 1 million. Heaven Battling Union's Mo, Shao, Sheng's voice sounded. This old master will also join in the fun. 10. 5 million. Chengpeng Xian of Thunder Typhoon Sect also seemed unwilling to be outdone. 11 million. A slightly hoarse voice sounded from another room, and from the sound of it, it was actually an old woman. 12 million. Inside Demon Blood Temple's private room, Jean Sher's face was extremely ugly. Although he knew that Demon Blood Temple had many enemies and it would be difficult for him to obtain this profound gold, he hadn't expected that as soon as he bid, 5 or 6 people would follow suit. On top of that, none of these 5 or 6 people had lower status than him, and their cultivations weren't any weaker than his. Even if he wanted to suppress them, it would be impossible. Filled with anger, Jean Sher angrily shouted, 20 million! Brother Jean is quite bold. But you want to obtain this profound gold for a trivial 20 million? Brother Jean, have you not woken up yet? This old woman bids 25 million. The old woman sneered and raised the price by another 5 million. However, this price only lasted for a breath of time before it was replaced by a higher bid. This wasn't surprising, though, as profound gold was simply too rare. When Rin Tianrui introduced it before, he hadn't been exaggerating. This kind of material was a rare treasure that only appeared once every 10,000 years. Whether it was used for artifact refining or to cultivate special secret arts, it had great benefits. For a time, the auction hall was filled with cries of bids, and the amount of increments made countless people's hearts jump. These people were truly worthy of being from great forces. This amount of St. Crystals was enough to allow a small sect or family to develop without worry. Yet all of them were competing for this small piece of material. Inside B13's private room, Yang Kai remained silent and didn't participate in the competition because he knew that the current price wasn't the final price yet, so he simply didn't want to waste his energy and simply waited for his competitors to withdraw. 40 million! Jean Sher's voice rang out again. The auction of this profound gold had brought the entire auction to a close, but it was far from over. After shouting out this price, Jean Sher said, "Everyone, this profound gold is indeed of great use to this Jean. If you are willing to part with it, this Jean will certainly remember it and personally thank you in the future." Up until now, no one was willing to withdraw, causing Jean Sher's heart to beat rapidly. Seeing the price rise steadily and faintly surpassing his expectations, he had no choice but to speak up. As soon as this statement came out, the bidding from Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect really stopped, as if Cheng Peng Xian and Mo Shaosheng were weighing the pros and cons. After a while, Mo Shaoxing chuckled and declared, "Since Brother Jean has said so, this Mo will give up. In any case, no artifact refiner can fully refine this grade of material. Using it on this old master's golden bone shield is a waste of heaven's treasures." Immediately afterward, several other masters who had been participating in the bidding also expressed their willingness to withdraw. It wasn't that Jean Sher's face was big enough, but that everyone could see that Jean Sher was determined to obtain this profound gold. If they continued to compete, it would only benefit Treasure Trove Pavilion. Rin Tianrui, this little brat, was standing on the auction stage with a grin on his face, so it was better for him to withdraw now and sell Jean Sher a favor. What's more, this profound gold really had no use for them. Although its grade was extremely high, no artifact refiner could fully utilize it, so what was the point of having such a high grade? Seeing this, Jean Sher's heart relaxed, and he quickly expressed his thanks. "Humph. Old Ghost Jean, you want this profound gold for a great use? Did you think this old woman would buy it for fun? 41 million. The old woman's voice sounded again, not giving Jean Sher any face. "Old woman Fong, what do you want this profound gold for? If you don't explain clearly, this old master won't let you off." Jean Sher was furious. Everyone else was easy to talk to, but this old woman Fong was the only one who wanted to compete with him. Unable to tolerate this any longer, he immediately exploded. "Do you think this old woman is afraid of you?" Old woman Fong didn't seem to have a good temper either, so when she heard this threat, she immediately retorted. Inside the 2A block private rooms, the auras of the Third Order origin, returning realm masters, fluctuated wildly, as if they were ready to fight at any moment. "Two guests, this is Treasure Trove Pavilion. Please restrain yourselves." From the void, a faint voice inexplicably sounded. Hearing this voice, both Old Woman Fong and Jean Sher's complexion changed slightly, as if they had thought of something and really did restrain their auras. The cultivator in the hall gasped for breath, a look of lingering fear on his face. Rin Tianrui, who was standing on the high platform, couldn't help wiping his cold sweat. Although Treasure Trove Pavilion's auctions had never had any problems, if these two really fought here, it wouldn't be easy to resolve. After thinking about it for a moment, Rin Tianrui said, "Senior Jean, please don't be angry. Since Senior Feng is participating in this auction, she must have some use for it. What use? Jean sure coldly snorted, obviously not believing this claim so easily. Rin Tianrue smiled lightly and said, "As far as Junior knows, the golden thunder lion that has been with Senior Feng for half its life should be about to break through, right?